Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hey, everybody. It's been a while since we've had one of these. Welcome to the pre-stream. That's right. This is where Derek got his got ready for the stream early and well, why not? Why not hang out and shoot the shit before today's main topic? Besides, I've got like half a pack of Sour Patch Kids, and I'm going to enjoy them. Yum, yum. But yeah, usually I'm running around and then I have to eat something. I take my dogs for a walk, and then by the time I get, to the computer, it's like, 5 minutes to go. So we don't get a chance for this, but, everything was taken care of and here we are. So when I could just sit around for 20 minutes, or I could launch the stream a little bit early and we could do our pre-stream. Sketchosaurus Rex says, what's your favorite Marvel movie that was so bad it became entertaining? Wow. Okay. Well, none of the mainline ones, that were either bad or so. All the mainline ones were good, or they were so bad, but they were not entertaining. So just to quickly go down the list, Iron Man 1, awesome. Iron Man 2, okay. Iron Man 3, I actually liked. Not as the 2 and 3 were not as good as the first one, but they were still good. First Thor movie, not great, but it's still enjoyable. I know Dark World gets a lot of shit, but I didn't mind it. I didn't think it was great. The third one was amazing, Ragnarok. It definitely brought that funnier tone in, but it seemed appropriate given the context of the game. And then the fourth one, Love and Thunder, was just bad. It was just terrible, and so that didn't have any redeeming qualities, in my opinion. Captain America: First Avenger, loved it. Captain America: Winter Soldier, loved it. Maybe my favorite MCU movie. And Civil War, technically not a Captain America movie, but it was awesome. So, and then Hulk. I really didn't like any. I didn't really like the Ed Norton movie at all. But I don't think Hulk's a very particularly interesting character. So, but I didn't find it bad or entertaining. So it'd have to be a secondary movie. I love all the Avengers. I love the first one. I love the second one. People don't love it. I love it. I thought James Spader as Ultron was amazing. So big fan there. Let's see. The first Ant-Man was so good. All the Spider-Mans were okay. Black Panther, the first one was good. Second one, not as good, and it wasn't particularly entertaining. Ant-Man and the Wasp was good. Quantumania, the third Ant-Man, was just terrible. Shang-Chi was okay. Eternals was, let's call it what it was. It was bad and boring, and they tried to introduce 14 characters in one movie. Only the redeeming quality about Eternals was the character of Makari, the Speedster. It was like the coolest version of Speedster that we've ever seen in a mainstream movie. So I really like that. Doctor Strange was okay. The second one, if I have to pick one, it might be Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness. I thought that movie was bad, but there were times it was kind of entertaining because it was just so over the top. Again, I didn't really like Wakanda Forever. I haven't had Disney Plus, so I haven't seen any of the Disney Plus movies or shows. Guardians 3 was just like sad, and I didn't really particularly like it because it was just a sad movie. The Marvels was horrible and not entertaining at all. The Marvels, by the way, is the one with all 3 of the Marvel characters. I actually liked the first Captain Marvel movie. I wouldn't say quite a bit, but it was okay. But the second one, the Marvels, was terrible. Brave New World was just shit. Thunderbolts wasn't bad, so I can't say that it was so bad it was entertaining. I think that's all of the mainstream ones. Yeah, I'm going to go with Multiverse of Madness. I think it was it was not good, but like there were times it was fun because it was like, oh yeah, he's going to come back as the dead Doctor Strange, or the weird movies, with or the weird worlds with all the weird stuff going on with it. Plus, it does have one of my favorite outfit changes of all times. Doctor Strange is at a wedding, and then he sees there's like an alien or whatever, an extra dimensional creature on the streets, and then he finishes martini and then just jumps off the balcony and like flips out his cloak and then turns into Doctor Strange while falling and then starts flying away. It's pretty sweet. What's up, Ray Yam? Came to my channel by chance, but I love the videos you make. Thank you for all your thoughts and insight. May the dice forever be in your favor. Well, Rayan, I don't like to roll dice. No, but thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy the show. I'm glad you enjoy the channel. In some ways, I like Avengers 2 more than Avengers 1 as well. Although, again, I do like Avengers 2 or 1 a lot. Actually, what I would love to see, Avengers 2 starts at the end of a campaign that the Avengers have been going on, which is to wipe out Hydra bases, right? And they've been like hunting down these Hydra bases, and this is the last one. That's the opening scene of Avengers. And so the idea is that like the Avengers have been out there kicking ass, beating up Hydra, doing avenging, and this is the final one, right? With Baron Stryker and blah, blah, blah. I would love to see that. Show me that. It'll be a lot of fun. The problem, Quicksilver, if we're talking about like from the X-Men movies, it's like, I don't understand that speedster because like he's super fast, but also super fast in slow motion. It doesn't really make any sense to me. I mean, I think it's a cool effect, I guess, the first time, but then like they did it again and I'm over it. Hey, what's up? It's the self-confessed cynic. I have to run a Torchbearer game Sunday, Vin. But potentially I might talk to you. I know it's kind of late notice, but I might talk to you like tomorrow and maybe we'll do a Australia show Monday. Your Monday evening, my Monday morning. Because the following week I'm going to be at Gen Con. All right, Slatebeard. Well, ask your questions away. That's what we're here for. Yeah, exactly. Give me that 1.5 straight to DVD. Every Avengers movie other than 1 and Infinity War were meh as fuck. Captain Civil War was better Avengers movie than most of them. I thought Endgame was amazing. I know there are people who really liked Infinity War a lot, but I thought Infinity War was mostly just a setup movie. I think Endgame was incredible. It was awesome. It was a great way to highlight and showcase the characters other than just fighty by doing the time heist. It was such a great way to pay off all the world building that they've done from 10 plus years of films. And it just, I loved it. Oh, see, I love time travel. I'm a big fan of time travel, alternate universes, mirror universes. Well, that's all right, Raccoon. Thank you for stopping by. That's a crime, Jacob Online, that you've never seen of Endgame. Sweet. Awesome. Oh yeah, and Avengers 2 has some great scenes. Just some great scenes. No, I liked Fat Thor. What's up, Raj? I will say, the only thing that was disappointing to me in Endgame is how they just completely gave up on the Hulk. And I'm not even a big fan of the Hulk. I think the Hulk's a boring character. And I know a lot of people didn't like Smart Hulk, which is fair. I think he was boring. But what I didn't like is that Hulk's arc was just like ruined, because the whole idea was that, like, yeah, exactly, Infinity War set up this Hulk v Thanos fight, and it never happened. And part of the reason, in my mind, when you watch Hulk fight, right, Hulk's a brute, you know, he's a bruiser. And when he fights Thanos in Infinity War, right, on the Asgardian ship, Thanos, obviously being a celestial or whatever, quasi-celestial being, is just as strong as Hulk, or, you know, maybe he's not even as strong, but he's like a skilled fighter. You know, he's like a boxer. You know, he's not just a brute who's, you know, throwing haymakers. And so he, you know, they always say, right, a great boxer will beat most people. So he takes him to work. And the idea is that Hulk is a big brutish character. And so I liked the idea that they would have set up this, you know, payoff where Smart Hulk was able to beat Thanos in a way that dumb Hulk wasn't. But part of the problem with the Hulk is they just didn't know what to do with this character. You know, they tied him to this like romance with Black Widow that kind of really went nowhere, and he ended up just being this secondary character and didn't really pay off. He didn't really do anything in the final battle. It was all pretty disappointing. So that's my one big, but Hulk sucks in Infinity War, unless you're presuming they're setting him up for a big redemption in Endgame, which they never do. Short of Return of the King, I don't think I've ever been more like weepy-eyed and emotional than in Endgame. I think Return of the King tops it, but, you know, Endgame gets me. There's several Endgame moments. Yeah, Hulk definitely kind of got a Gimli treatment a little bit, but even Gimli, right, had his moments. Although, you know, they do kind of cut that out, like, you know, with like him killing more people than Legolas, which doesn't even make sense because the way that they show Legolas, you're like, Legolas is like in that extended scene from the extended version of Two Towers where Legolas is like, I count 36, and Gimli's like, I'm sitting forward on 37, and you're like, Legolas killed like 36 in the 2.5 seconds we saw him on screen. Like, what did he do? Just not fight for the rest of the Battle of Helm's Deep? Which obviously is insane. In any real life, a warrior who's able to take 30 enemies out is like one of the greatest enemies of all time, right? If you take out, what, 3 enemies in, you know, in piloting, you know, Air Force, you're an ace pilot. So, yeah, I mean, Tony Stark was awesome. I, for one, am interested in this. You know, I like that. I actually think it's kind of cool. Again, I like alternate universes, right? Because, you know, if you think about Doctor Doom and you think about Doctor Doom and his Doom bots, what is Doctor Doom and his Doom bots than a corrupted version of Iron Man and the Ultron program, right? Remember, Ultron was supposed to be the, you know, his suit of armor. It was supposed to be these squads of robots that went around and patrolled the world. In fact, you see that in the alternate universe in Multiverse of Madness, right? When they go to the room of the world with the Illuminati, and there's the Ultron robots, which Scarlet Witch takes apart easily. But so I like the idea that like Doctor Doom is like an evil Tony Stark. Like, what would have happened if Tony Stark was evil and the technology, right? And like the way that he saved himself from maybe a catastrophic accident was that he had to like, infuse himself with this technology. Like I think that's really cool. I hope that's what they do with it. But I have not Jacob Online. I've never even heard of that, I think. So Tim makes a great point too. Endgame as a standalone movie, maybe not great. I think it's okay. But Endgame is the culmination of 11 years of movie making and an entire cinematic universe. And, 8, 10, 12 picture deals, unparalleled. I think the first one's okay. I think the second one's awesome. I think the third one is boring. I think Resurrection was okay. And I haven't seen any other movies other than that. So I like the second one, Aliens, because it's more of a military sci-fi action adventure flick, directed by James Cameron, rather than the first film, which was unmistakably, a suspense horror film. And I don't really like horror films, so. Is there really a version to watch other than the extended edition? Yes. I mean, as a moviegoer, there's a lot of scenes in the extended edition that, quite frankly, are not needed. They are kind of like they're completely unnecessary. I love them. But like the scene, one of my favorite scenes in the entire film trilogy is when Frodo and Sam, before they've even met up with Merry and Pippin, when they're leaving the Shire, and they see the contingent of elves heading to Mithlond, right, to the Grey Havens. And there's this incredible song playing. You can go find it, and you can even go. They're singing to Elbereth, right? They're singing to Varda, the Lady of the Stars, the Queen of the Valar, and one of the Arator. And the elves have this special reverence for Varda and the stars. Anyways, it's a great song, beautiful Sindarin lyrics, blah blah blah. But it's this complete just like Tolkien, extravagance that has no bearing on the plot of the movie and really doesn't need to be there at all. But they put it in, and I love it. But it's terrible from like a pacing perspective and a why does this need to be there perspective. And there's a saying, right? Like no line of dialogue is worth a scene, and no scene is worth the movie, right? Like you gotta withhold some of your impulses when you're making a movie like that. So I think they did okay. Well, I've heard it said, Solomon, that like part of the reason that Tony lost in Infinity War was because he did overdo it on the nanotechnology and it wasn't able to like keep up or something. But I mean, in terms of the Iron Man armor, nothing for me will beat like the Mark III armor, right? That's the armor from the first film that he, the first one that gets painted red with that amazing suit up scene before he goes to, what's the name of that war-torn country? Gulmara, and, kicks ass and takes out, everybody. That armor was that's the best armor for sure. The suitcase armor, the deploy armor, but like him with the real armor, that was good. Oh no, I love a good mirror universe. In fact, when we used to do all sorts of superhero campaigns, we would always include. We had the LEL verse was the name of our. Long before there was an MCU, there was the Lake Erie League universe, the LEL verse, and we had mirror universe episodes. We had ones where the heroes went into the mirror universe, ones where their mirror versions came into to their world. Power swap episodes. I love mirror universes. No, I don't dislike alternate universe stuff. I like alternate universe stuff. What's up? What's up?
Edward tipped $20. Daggerheart returns. Thanks for all you do.
Yeah, we haven't even started the stream yet. You can't be tipping yet. No, I appreciate you, Edward, so much. Edward, you've been great, man. Thank you so much. Edward, you're definitely getting it done, my friend. You're definitely getting it done. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to tackle Starfinder until we get back from Gen Con. But I'm hoping to do some deep dives into at least the core book. I mean, obviously I can't show the book unless it's on the SRD, but it'll be up on the SRD. And I'd like to go through each of the classes and really take a look at them. I mean, from what I've seen from the beta, very impressed. I mean, I think most of the classes in Starfinder, I think, are cooler than pretty much most classes from Pathfinder 2. That's just me saying. And I didn't even like Starfinder 1, by the way. I thought it was kind of silly and stupid. But Starfinder 2, I think it hits a good niche. What are my thoughts on the Daggerheart open gaming license? I think it's great. Some are saying it bears similar to what Hasbro is trying to change through the OGL debacle. Curious, since I would like to produce content. I think it's incredible and amazing, and I think most of those people are either full of shit, don't know what they're talking about, or they're just generating clickbait to try to, get views. So that's my personal take on it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with a company saying, hey, we have a license and you can produce content for it. But we might change the license. And if we do, you can still produce, you could still have your content, which you made under our old license that was legal at the time, and you can continue to sell that. But if you want to make new stuff, you have to follow our new license. That's okay. We're not going to take anything away from you, but we reserve the right to make changes to this OGL. And to be fair, the OGL itself was always technically updatable and changeable. But it was backwards, but they couldn't undo the backwardsness of the licenses. Well, the same thing is true with the Daggerheart license. That's fine. The other thing is, I think it's totally fine for a company to say, hey, you can't produce pro-Nazi stuff. You can't produce anti-Semitic or anti-Palestinian stuff with our gaming system license. I think that's a good thing. I think that's okay. And you're like, oh, they're setting a moral standard for that. Yep, they are. And you may not agree with their moral standard, but it's their game and they can do whatever they want. And then the third thing that people had problems with was this. And again, I said something and people called me an elitist fuck. And, but I saw somebody else post it, and it was somebody who wasn't an elitist fuck. Oh, it was Bob Worldbuilder. And I was like, holy shit, Bob, like, did you come up with that take on your own, or did you see me say it and you were like, oh, but I doubt Bob Worldbuilder watches our show. But like, Bob Worldbuilder was talking about, the drama of license. And he said the one thing that people were getting really upset about is that there's a clause in there that basically says, hey, if Derek goes and makes I do a third party release using the Daggerheart license, and I create a class called the Warden. And then a couple of months later, Daggerheart creates a class called the Warden. And, there's some similar ideas there, maybe some convergent gaming evolution. Oh my God, it used, it's like people are like, Derek, I can't believe it. You called it the assassin was going to be Blade Midnight. It's like, no, I didn't call that. That's just like, duh. Okay. But let's say I had created an assassin class, like on the first day. And I made it a Blade Midnight class, and I gave it some sort of assassination ability or, high damage dealing ability. And then Daggerheart comes out with an assassin. The license basically says, Derek, can't go, I'm suing you, Daggerheart. You totally stole my idea. No, they didn't. Don't be stupid. Don't be ridiculous. And control your ego. Check your ego. They have more money than God. The last thing they need to do is to steal from some scrub shit game designer wannabe like me. So. Anyways. Hello, Darius. Welcome. What is the best superhero RPG system? Do you think it's Mutants and Masterminds, or have you found something better? Mutants and Masterminds is the best superhero RPG system, but it's also the worst. But they're apparently coming out with a 4th edition. So who knows? Maybe that'll be the new 1st edition. That's correct. I have had to look into the new license because of Duality Digest. I'm not just being a fanboy. This is I want to publish content for Daggerheart at some point. And so yeah. And yes, I am an elitist fuck. When the open license reserves the right to censor based on a moral compass, it's not really an open license, legally speaking. And you know what, Todd? You're right. And they don't call it the Daggerheart open license. They call it the Daggerheart community game license. They do not call it the OGL. They do not call it the DeHogel. They call it the DHCL, right? The DHCGL. They call it the Daggerheart community license or something like that. So it is not technically an open license, and I'm okay with that. I think more companies should do that. They should protect their intellectual property. It's the best, but it's also the worst. This is a fun way to start the Daggerheart stream. Indeed, we are. Here we go.
RPG! 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 RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and tonight we are back to talk about more Daggerheart. I know we haven't talked about it enough, but to be fair, the last time we talked about Daggerheart, it was really more about like low prep, no prep gaming. It didn't really have much to do with Daggerheart, other than the fact that Daggerheart, and because I mean, it was my strategies and tactics, which I've been using to run low prep, no prep games for years, including many systems that were not Daggerheart, because obviously Daggerheart's fairly brand new. So I can't necessarily say that I have a lot of experience running a ton of Daggerheart campaigns, but and I even said in that stream that I'm not exactly sure. Maybe that once I get 10 or 20 sessions under my belt, maybe I'll have some revised ideas about what it means to prep or low prep or whatever for a Daggerheart game. But I did want to talk about Daggerheart, and as we are wont to do on Thursdays, and so obviously there's been a lot of movement on it. I see that there's the first backer kit has gone up for Daggerheart. It's and I believe Bob, I think they reached out to us and asked us if we wanted to design something for them. But like I said, Bob can attest to this. We get a lot of people sending us stuff and saying, "Hey, we made this thing, or would you back this thing, or would you design something for us?" And we don't really pay much attention to most of that stuff, because most of the stuff is fairly it's minor stuff, and it's not really worth our time. But Incredible Creatures, which is a backwards designed book, it's it's kind of a top down designed book in that they already have the art, and now they are designing creatures for Daggerheart to go along with that art, which I think is kind of a cool, interesting way to approach the game, for sure. But yeah, it looks like it's at $12,000. It's not bad, and 389 backers, and that's pretty cool, especially considering you can get a PDF copy for $15, and that seems like where most of the people are at. And so it's not even a hardcover book; it's a soft cover book. So, yeah, so that's pretty cool. You can go check it out there. Incredible Creatures. Again, I'm not part of it, but I certainly think it's cool, and I support people coming up and do that stuff.
Jenny tipped $25. Missed the EU stream. Now I'll have to sacrifice some sleep.
Well, Gurney, that's your fault. Thank you so much, Gurney. But we did achieve our goal, Gurney, and we are going to do another EU specific stream, hopefully in the next couple weeks. I'd like to do 2 EUs of streams a month. That would be my goal if I could. But yeah, I thank you so much for that, Gurney, and I appreciate you hanging out with us. Even though you did miss the EU stream, shame on you. Yes, Beowulf, right. Also, we have Twitch subs. Remember, you can do that. If you have a Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Knights-of-Last-Call for free. Appreciate that. And we do have 2 tip goals tonight. One is our super chat is Dagger Hype legit? There's a lot of questions. What's going to happen? Now, I've heard I've heard that the Umbra campaign did pretty well, and a lot of people are saying that Critical Role is indeed going to go with Daggerheart. So we'll see what happens when that official announcement is made. But I don't know. I've seen a lot of people play the game who didn't think they were going to play the game and basically say it went really well and I'm having a really great time. So if you have played Daggerheart, if you've kicked off a campaign, let me know in chat, like how did it go? Compared to other elements. And then lastly, the tip goal is $300 because it says, oops, how I thought it said, oops, help. I just spent $300 on cables. That's right. I did post about this earlier just because I thought it was really funny because the new cameras that we're using, it's complicated, but they use SDI cables and they use HDBNC connectors, which are locking connectors. And one of the main reasons I wanted to switch to SDI over HDMI is two reasons. One, because the SDI cables can support 4K at 60, which while I don't necessarily broadcast at 4K resolution, what my camera's sending my capture card can take in 4K resolution. The cameras can output 4K resolution. And so I can use 4K resolution and I can crop in, right? So think about it this way. What you see on screen right now, me, that is roughly HD resolution, right? That's 1920 by 1080. 4K resolution is 4 of these, right? So it's one here, and then it's one over here, and then it's one below me and one over there. So it's 4 of these. And that means I could take a picture, let's say, of Bob and Smith or Bob and Tim, and I have it in 4K, and I can send that to my computer, and then I can crop in on that 4K image. And when I crop in on that 4K image, essentially I'm getting an HD image. And since I stream at HD, it means I don't get any image degradation quality. So the biggest advantage for me to stream at 4K is that I can zoom in and not lose any fidelity. Additionally, SDI doesn't have the kind of signal loss degradation problems that HDMI has. Secondarily, HDBNC connectors are locking connectors. And that's really important and cool because HDMI are not. And if you've ever tried to use HDMI in any sort of workflow where things can get jostled and move, it's not a locking connector. And so things get loose, things can fall out, things can short out. And so, yeah. So technically, the 12G cables that I'm getting that's can support up to 8K resolution, technically. So I don't have an 8K camera, but if I did... we could record it. We could stream it at HK. In fact, my new streaming PC, because a lot of people, I know this is a Daggerheart stream, a lot of people obviously use their capture device through like a dongle or a USB thing, but the USB hub doesn't have enough bandwidth to support that kind of, which is why mine goes directly into my motherboard. My new motherboard has a bunch of Generation 5 PCIe PCI Express slots, and this one needs at least 16 lanes of G4 or something like that in order to maximize all that bandwidth. It's a lot. 8K is an unbelievable resolution. I mean, I can't even. Like if you recorded 8K resolution at 30 frames per second, which is pretty standard here. If you did it uncompressed, it would be 4 gigabytes a second. I had ChatGPT do the math. Yeah, so that means an hour of recording would be roughly 13 terabytes. So 8K resolution is insane. No, we're not doing that. We don't even stream 4K. Sweet thread. Watch out, guys. When Derek is done buying stream decks, our 8K cameras are next. To get an 8K camera, let's see. I know that there's a 6K. Okay, I can get an 8K. I can get an Ursa Mini Pro for, looks like I can get one for like $8,000. It's not actually that bad. I don't think any service even supports streaming in 8K. I don't think it can literally be done. I mean, at a certain point, it's just it doesn't even make sense. Like you can't even display it. So, aw. To be fair, vids, I do have a like 3,500. I do have a 3.5K smile because that's how much my braces cost that I got, whatever, like 2 years ago. Yeah, there's really no really good reason for me to go into 4K, yet. Well, if it's like 12 terabytes for an hour, then, 2-3 hours, you're talking about 30, 40 terabytes, something like that. It's pretty insane. So today we are going to talk about Daggerheart, and we had a poll, and I asked the folks on the Knights of Last Call Discord what things they would like to talk about. Now, the number one winning was to talk about combat, and Jackal wanted us to do an example combat with pre-gens and Owlbear Rodeo, and this won hands down, and I appreciate that. But the problem is, it's hard to do an example combat by yourself. Now, we could use Owlbear Rodeo, but we know that Foundry is coming, which will be cool. I'm all for doing an example combat. I'm happy to talk about combat, but in terms of doing an example combat, I would have to, I'd have to be the players and the GM. And I don't know if that's fair, because part of the fun and part of the challenge, I think, of Daggerheart is people throwing you curveballs and sort of trying to, take a spin from that. Well, Bob, maybe next week we can get you in here and we can do something. Maybe you and Tim or something. Oh no, Tim's out of town next week. Dang. We'll see, Bob. We'll see if the cables are here. We may not have cameras yet, but we'll get there. Make Bob play 4 characters. I think that's fantastic. That sounds great. I will say that, I've talked about this before, but I think the biggest thing that you have to remember, and again, a lot of this is advice that I've already done. So the first advice that I have for combat is to remember that your number one goal should not be to create a tactical, challenging game. It's just not that type of game. That doesn't mean that there is no tactical challenge. It doesn't mean that there's not a fun decision to be made, resources to be managed. Those are things. They're in the game. But your number one goal is to respect and respond to the fiction. And everything else, in a sense, kind of be damned. And you can do this by adhering to your principles, following your agenda, and using your GM moves. So more so than anything else, if something just feels right, then you should go with that. Now, if you want to get more technical about it, as I've said before on this stream, remember that some people are approaching Daggerheart, I think, incorrectly. They see the rules for the game, and they are treating them like it's a new form of initiative. And I think the single biggest mistake, and I've talked about this at length, so I'm not going to completely rehash this. The single biggest mistake that people are making is this assumption that the quote unquote only time you can make a GM move is when the players roll with fear, when the players roll a failure, or when the GM spends a fear point. And the truth of the matter is, number one, the game doesn't even say that. The game says that you can make a move whenever the player rolls with fear, whenever the player fails a roll, whenever the GM spends a fear point, and whenever the player gives you a golden opportunity, and whenever the natural or the inevitable consequences of an action would follow, and whenever the players look to you to see what happens. So even the game, when it does enumerate the lists of triggers, gives not just those 3, but it gives 3 more. But then outside of all of that, the actual rule in the game is the GM can make a move whenever they want. That's the real rule in the game. And it suggests that times when the GM might make a move include when the players make a miss, or when the players fail a roll, or when the players roll with fear, or when they give you a golden opportunity, or whatever. Todd, I to a certain extent, Todd, I think you're right. Right? Because if the players hit, they do damage, they're looking to you. Is the monster hurt? Is it dead? What happens? Did it, how did it react? What's it doing now? Now, there is something to be said about how hard or how soft you make these moves. And this is a big deal for how difficult your Daggerheart combats can be. It's not fudging, because it's all being done through the rules of the game. And you do have to respect, okay, the fiction of the game. But it's kind of like, and we've talked about this on the channel before, is it fudging to have all of your monsters, right, ignore the wizard who's prone and only go after the guardian? There's sort of like a yes and a no to that. Because if you're playing like in a very gamist game where the GM's job is to win, then I would say, yeah, maybe it is cheating or fudging to, ignore the wizard who's prone and go attack the guardian with the really high AC. If the players and you are treating the game like it's some sort of tactical combat system, then you're kind of giving them an easy pass. But secondarily, I think what you also have to respect is that the game world, the fiction presented in most D&D games, is completely ridiculous. Because in real life, if I'm this heavily armored guardian and I'm standing, let's say 10 or 15 feet in front of my wizard, when we imagine that scene, not as a game, but as a real life thing, and we're imagining these orcs, okay, parting around my guardian like the Red Sea and going for the wizard who's prone behind me, in our minds, that something about that doesn't feel right. And you're right, that would never happen, because some of them would engage me or my guardian would engage them. Now, to be clear, my guardian could become overwhelmed. My guardian could become surrounded, and then those other orcs slip past me and start attacking my prone wizard. I think that's very fictionally appropriate. But the problem is, for a lot of people, when they play these grid-based gamist games, they treat the world, the fiction, as an element of the way that the game world is working. And so what I mean is, when we know that when we're playing a game like on a grid-based, round-based initiative system, the guardian isn't going to be able to do anything, right? Maybe he's got attack of opportunity, which extends one square around him. But fundamentally, as far as the game is concerned, and therefore as far as the fiction is concerned, that guardian is frozen in time until his initiative order comes up again. Now, that is nothing like what we would ever experience in real life. So for me, the truest form would be that when let's just say I had a group of minions, and I activate the group of minions, I might have them all swarm forward. And I might even describe it as like, they start swarming forward for the wizard. And then I might so this is where things get kind of weird with the way that I will almost certainly play Daggerheart. I will sometimes create, like in the middle of a move, I might make like a sub move. So for example, the guardian is here, the orcs start swarming forward onto the wizard, and I say, guardian, what do you do? Now, it's still my orc minion's turn. So what are they going to do? I'm not like giving up their turn. I'm describing them activating, but I'm giving the guardian a chance to maybe do something. And the guardian might describe in the fiction, I'm going to raise my shield and I'm going to charge. I'm going to meet them. I'm going to charge into the orcs as they swarm the wizard. And I go, okay, cool. Then I'm going to continue my orc move, and I'm going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 orc minions around the guardian, and I'm certainly going to attack him. Now, If I then spend a fear point to activate another monster, I might describe that as the orcs start swarming over the Guardian, you look in horror, right, as the orcs warg, right, comes lumbering in from the flank and starts, barreling in at the wizard who is prone. And this is not only giving the fight a feeling of simultaneity, but it also sort of indicates to the players that, it's not just a tactical game. We are trying to sort of represent what this battle would look like on film. And on film, we would never see, Aragorn standing still while orcs part around him and go attack Frodo, who's behind him, right? They're not going to, number one, they're not going to ignore a threat that's right in their face. And number two, Aragorn isn't going to be passively frozen in time. He's going to be engaging. He's going to be getting in their way. And so my job as a GM, more so than anything else, is to reflect that in what is happening at our game table. And that's respecting the fiction and sort of trying to, really get into that. Right. Now, or you could solve these problems completely by playing Hackmaster. That's the other option. What's up, Darth? Good to see you. Darth Malicious, not Darth Gorlock. Welcome. Hey, Jack. First-time commenter, long-time watcher. Welcome, Jack. I've been really inspired to make a Daggerheart homebrew content. Is there any merit to review the content and explain what makes good or bad design? I don't really want to get into the number one, Jack. It would be awfully presumptuous of me to start talking about people's homebrew content when I don't have really a ton of experience with the game yet, so it's hard for me to judge whether something's good or bad. So I would probably avoid doing that until Secondly, who am I to shit on other people's homebrew content? Like if in a game like this where balance is merely a suggestion and classes like the Druid exist, there's a very wide range of possibilities for your game. In a game like Pathfinder 2, where I think the balance is far more important because it's structurally part of the game, but it's also a big part of why people are playing the game. They're playing it for that combat as sport. They're playing it for those gamist elements. That I think becomes much more important. So, any word on when the actual play is starting? I think Vin, before he bounced out because he was like, oh, you guys are actually talking about Daggerheart, did ask a question about this as well. For context, how's the studio build going and when's the KLSE game start? So the answer is we are still getting in. So I had sold, again, I didn't think we were going to be doing this actual play. So I sold my studio cameras that we had from the original studio. And my original studio PC that we used to stream everything from the studio was in my garage during the fire. And while it didn't itself catch on fire, it's coated inside with soot and debris and, got sprayed by the fire department. So needless to say, it was toasted. So I didn't have a PC to stream with, and I didn't have cameras. I sold them. And part of the reason I sold them was, one, I didn't think I was going to need them anytime soon. Two, I didn't want to sit on them and watch their value decay into nothingness. And three, I always knew that I wanted to get better cameras. And the only reason I didn't have those better cameras back then is, one, I didn't know as much about what I was doing as I do now. And two, I was pretty financially strapped. I wasn't working, right? The reason this channel started is because my photography business was going out of business because I didn't have any clients because there was this thing called the pandemic. And I kind of, not a lot of people were coming to get really expensive photography done. And so I started the channel and I started, so I bought fairly cheap cameras, relatively speaking. So I knew I wanted to upgrade at some point, and I figured I'll just do it when we get there. Well, this thing rolled, kind of emerged quickly, and people were like, "Let's do it, let's play Daggerheart." And I thought and I was like, "Oh, I could use my room." And so I have been on sort of a whirlwind to get these new cameras in place. I had to buy a new capture card for my PC. Actually, that just came. just came. It just came today. So this is the Black Magic 8K Pro Mini that supports 12G SDI capture and playback. And this is the HDBNC connector. So this is going to allow us to connect these cameras to the computer. So, any case, so we're still in the process of getting all that tech in. So that's long story short. I don't know. Now I do know that next week it will not be done, and the week after that I will be at Gen Con. So we're probably looking at August. Is my answer. Do you think this type of fiction-first combat works only without the restraints of initiative turn order? No. This isn't a Daggerheart thing. The answer, the way that you can get to a fiction-first combat without the restraints of initiative turn order is reactions. And coming up with a good set of reactions that really cover a lot of things. So one of the best examples that I think makes a bigger impact to the way that games play than any simpler move I've ever seen before is from this game right here, 13th Age, which basically has a rule called intercept. And it's not perfect, but what it basically says is if my mini isn't engaged with another monster or another foe, and another enemy mini, kind of tries to go past me, it's not really grid based per se. I can intercept that mini, and then it's engaged with me, and its movement essentially ends, and we're fighting. So that one little change can make a huge impact. And Smith and I played 13th Age many years ago. When did that? It came out like at the end of 4th edition, because we had kickstarted it earlier and we had seen the beta before even that. When did this come out? 2013, 2014? 2013 is when this came out. So, we were probably aware of 13th Age circa 2012-ish. And Smith immediately for his last 4th edition campaign, his last 2 4th edition campaigns, took a lot of the ideas of that and put that into his game. And we always had a lot of fun with our Pathfinder 1 game because I had built this extremely robust reaction system to let players do things dynamically while not being constrained to the initiative order. And it always gave the fight a much more visceral feel and less static. And it felt less like a board game where, you're moving your piece and then you can't do anything until it's your turn again. And yeah, sure, there's attack of opportunity, but the essential, what kind of makes tactical combat tactical is movement. And one of the big problems with most of these games is that people can't move when it's not their turn. And that's kind of the biggest problem, I think. Like I don't even like in a 4th or a Pathfinder 2 game, even if you're including attacks of opportunity, I hate this idea that an enemy can walk past me. And sure, I might get an attack of opportunity, but in Pathfinder 2, I might not even have attack of opportunity, so I might not even get that. They can literally walk past me and then move behind me or go to the person I was standing in front of and guarding. It's a very frustrating experience. And it makes me always get really this just doesn't feel even remotely close to something that would in my head be like what I would see on screen or when I envision reading something in a book. It lacks that dynamicism. Anyways. Lug says, I just think games like Daggerheart are asking far too much of both GMs and players. Most people simply aren't that creative or smart. Well, that's a take. So I'm going to say this. I think you're right, But I think that's only because most players and most GMs have been playing games that, quite frankly, don't ask enough of them. And so they haven't had to become creative or smart because the game does most of the heavy lifting, and or the game doesn't really ask anything of you. So why bother? I don't, quite frankly, I don't know how people, even in a game like Pathfinder 2, I don't know how people sit around and, because again, I've played what I'll call real war games, and I'm not really describing things when I play a war game. You know, I'm not doing any sort of FBT descriptions, right? The models, the minis, they're speaking for themselves on the cool terrain on the battlefield, you know, some Warhammer game or some skirmish war game. But that is fundamentally full and foremost a skirmish game, which means the rules for it are usually very, 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 very good, and you can get a lot of enjoyment out of engaging those rules. I have never found a TTRPG system that was so fun at combat or skill resolution that it didn't need some help. In other words, the idea of playing a TTRPG with just like, we're just going to spam the rules at each other, wants me to, I would never, that game sounds terrible. And I've seen people play Pathfinder 2, you know, and their turn is literally, you know, little highlighting squares on the VTT, and they go, okay. They don't even necessarily say I stride anymore because the VTT tells you where you're going. So it's like, all right, first action, I'm here. I'm going to attack, and I'm going to map attack, and then that's my turn. And like, that's that. That's how they play the game. And that's fine that you find that. If you find that interesting, actually, if anything, I think maybe I'm jealous of you, because that's a very low denominator. That's not difficult at all, and you're getting enjoyment out of that. So, you know, that's awesome. You know, Bob can watch some shitty movie that I think is terrible, and he'll be like, "This was awesome." I'm like, "Yeah, Bob, I'm jealous of you." You know, for me personally, I just can't. I can't get that kind of enjoyment out of it, because I'm like, if I'm going to play a game like that, and I don't want to be playing a 6-person TTRPG. I'd rather be playing a 1v1 miniature skirmish game where I get a lot more turns and a lot more interesting decisions, and the game is built around that kind of level of tactical combat. And most importantly, it's an even game. It's a combat as sport game. They had 500 points to make their army. I had 500 points to make my army. And theoretically, we're both just as likely to win. It's going to be our skill and our adaptation to the luck and the swings of chance that are going to determine who wins the game, as opposed to most TTRPGs where you're like, at worst, you know, we are 95% likely to win this fight, and I'm supposed to act like I care. That's the way most people play TTRPGs. It just blows my mind. Maybe they're all just really good at suspending their disbelief, and maybe I'm just really bad at it. But I just go, the only purpose for this combat being in the game is so that we can describe how cool we are, because there's no chance of us losing. So what's even the point? Anyways. Vids, we're going to do that via session 0. So whenever anybody says I have to put my daughter down, I'm always like, oh, shit. And then I'm like, oh, they meant like to sleep. The chair streams are good streams. Can you name games that are narrative focused but not fiction first? Maybe. I think some of the really heavy narrative arc games like Cortex or a lot of games that are narrative claim to be fiction first, and I don't necessarily know that they are, because the rules take priority, and your job is to sort of make the fiction fit the mechanics, and the mechanics' job is to tell a story. So in some ways, games like Blades in the Dark and PBTA, I think, are more narrative focused than fiction first. In some ways. I never did get a chance to look at Nimble Slatebeard, but I will be streaming session 0 for sure. Beowulf, if you remember correctly, I thought I don't know if you watched that, but I thought the way the One Ring second edition handled combat was awesome. For being an abstract game, I thought it felt very cool and very tactical. I have been a backer of 13th Age second edition for so long. I can honestly say I have not looked at a beta document in a very long time. So I do not know what changes they are going to put into the game. I know that they're tweaking some of the numbers and some of the math, but I don't know if they're making any other core assessments or changes. Ilya says, ideally, I'd want combat to be both fiction first and a bit crunchy. I don't particularly love initiative. It's more like it's the method I dislike the least. And I think a lot of people want a combat to be fiction first and crunchy, but those oftentimes are kind of counter-purposed to each other. Yeah, that's probably a safe bet to assume. Can't be slack. Sarak, so excited to be hanging out a bit for hopping one of the four Northern Reaches games coming tonight. Can't be slacking on Dagger Reaches prep though, right? Exactly. Think about how huge Dagger Reaches would be, right? Hey, what's up, Horace? You found the stream. Enjoy the Twitch Prime. Signed, an old friend from Cincinnati, Horace Jones the third. Did we recently share a drink together, Horace Jones the third? I don't know if you're still around, but it's good to see you, man. If you are who I think you are. Ah, well, fantastic. What a name. What a name. Great to see you, man. It was awesome hanging out with you, and all the love to you and the fam. And I definitely need to spend some more time with you guys here in the future. Jacob, thank you for the super chat. Do you know how you would rule a player in Daggerheart who wants to stop an enemy from moving past them? Thank you. Yeah, Jacob, great. So again, it's all about the fiction, okay? And it's all about how I plan on sort of telegraphing or reacting or working in those triggers in those games. So the first thing you have to realize is I am going to make a lot of fictional adversary moves that aren't mechanic adversary moves. All right. So Beowulf got it exactly correct. So what I mean by that is we know mechanically that I can take a GM move. I can activate a monster by spotlighting it, take a spotlight adversary, and then that monster gets to make a big move. And, not only in the fiction, but also mechanically, right? Like I could pick up its mini and move it across the battlefield. And then it can make an action. It can make an attack. It can do something, right? We understand that is the mechanic and the fiction. What I am very likely to do is to, let's say that the player, and again, this has to do with the fiction, it has to do with the tide of battle. It has to go, there's a lot of intangibles here, people. There's a lot of, what am I feeling? What's the raising stakes of in the encounter? What feels right? And I might describe, so a player just went, and let's just say for the sake of argument, they succeeded with hope, right? So that means that, there's no spotlight. And let's make it perfectly clear. I have no fear. Okay. I have no fear. And the player just rolled success with hope. Okay. And I describe, and and again, you're like, oh, so the GM can't make a move. No, because when the player succeeded with hope, they are almost certainly going to look to me to see what happens. And I might describe how the battlefield is changing and there's new opportunities and new threats and new of these things shifting. And in fact, I might even phrase it in a hopeful way, which is this. As the enemy falls to the ground just in time, you see our friend, the large ogre, is beginning to make several large strides headed for the wizard. Now, did I just spotlight the ogre? No. In fact, mechanically, the ogre didn't do anything. In fact, the ogre can't. I can't spotlight the adversary. Now, I could technically because I can take a move whenever I want to. But I am sort of respecting the momentum and the efficiency and all that other stuff. Well, Lugs, if that's the case, you should point straight to the rule book where it says the GM can take a move whenever they want, and there's no ifs, ands, buts about that. That's straight up the rule, and they can do that whenever they want. So there shouldn't be an argument for that. It clearly says in the book the GM can make a move whenever they want. So there's that. But I don't want to. This is not about tactical combat. This is about me sort of showcasing the fiction. The ogre in our dynamic environment is moving. It's not just standing still. That ogre is a threat, and that ogre currently isn't engaged with anyone. Now, what I might do on our battlefield using miniatures is I might pick up the ogre mini and I might move him like, a couple of minis lengths forward towards the wizard, right? I'm sort of indicating, I'm spotlighting, I'm highlighting the future danger. What I am doing here is making a soft move. I am indicating to the players that the ogre on the battlefield is starting to charge for the wizard. But then I'm going to go back to the players because I don't have any moves to make technically and say, what do you do? And I might spotlight the guardian, or I might spotlight the warrior. I might spotlight the rogue and see what they do. But the fiction of our game is that this ogre is charging across the battlefield, or he's starting to work up a lumbering charge to head to the wizard. And if they don't respond to that fiction, then this is where the rules for golden opportunities and the rules for whatever else that other thing was called. I can't remember. They use a term here in the book. I'm going to try to use the same rule, which is okay, come on. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. I can never find this fucking thing in the book. All right, here we go. Thank you. It's does something that would have consequences. That's it. Okay, sorry. Thank you. So in my mind, it's immaterial. But if I then, say, okay, rogue, what do you do? And the rogue says, I don't have time for the ogre. I'm going to race over and I'm going to do something, else. And I'm going to say, okay, great. We'll deal with the rogue's movement in a section. But, and again, this is another thing that you're going to say that I'm going to do, which is that like the consequence might be that my ogre is going to make a move. And I might telegraph that to the rogue and then let the rogue finish their move. So everybody knows now that the ogre has sort of got this like move, this golden opportunity move sort of in the queue, and that they're about to take it. Now, let's say, part of the problem with a golden opportunity is, do I have to respect, the golden opportunity? They had their opportunity to do something about it, and they didn't do it. But I do want to sort of respect, again, the players, the momentum of the game, what people are doing, and everything like that. So would I move like back halfway? What's happening? Sorry. That's good telegraphing. They look to you and so a lot of people are asking me questions and they're like spotlighting different things. My concern is players don't get to take a golden opportunity. So as a GM, I may spend my fear to take an action, but players can't stop me. Jacob, absolutely. Players can stop you. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. In fact, if anything, what you should do, Jacob, is phrase your move in a way that isn't a spotlight adversary, except for the fact that it triggers a golden opportunity. What the hell did Derek just say? Okay, so what you should do is you should use you should spend your fear, not to take an action. You should spend your fear to reveal an unwelcome truth or unexpected danger. The ogre is charging the wizard. Full stop. That's the end of my move. I did not spotlight an adversary. Then I say, players, what do you do? And the guardian says, I rush to engage the ogre. And I say, cool, you do that, no check, but that triggers a golden opportunity. You're rushing into battle with an ogre. That golden opportunity is going to allow me to spotlight an adversary. And that is when I'm going to attack the guardian with the ogre. Does that make sense? I know that seems kind of like 4D chess, but like that's the way that you need to think about it, right? It's in a really weird way. I will probably not use this move a lot because what I want to do is put players' agency in the forefront and allow them to sort of make tough decisions and interesting decisions and blah, 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 right? Now, another thing might be tell them the cost and ask, okay? So, for example, on my turn, I say, the ogre begins charging the wizard, and rather than just spotlight the adversary, now, by the way, it depends on how hard you want to dig it in and how, if you make because one of the differences between a hard move and a soft move is, do the players have time to react, right? A soft move is the bomb is ticking down and there's 5 seconds left. A hard move is the bomb is blowing up. What do you do? Do you dodge? Do you take cover behind a wall? Do you put up an energy shield? Right? The hard move is bad stuff is happening and we're past that point, right? You can't do anything about that. So this list is written in a way that these things at the bottom are harder moves because they do not allow the players a lot of agency to take actions. Because they're immediate, they have immediate consequences, they have immediate costs, and usually, by the time you're using these moves, it's kind of too late for the players to have done something about it. But this is not a game about reality. This is not a game about verisimilitude. This is not a game about the villains or the protagonists. It's a game about spotlighting the protagonists and creating interesting decisions for our players to make while showcasing how cool their PCs get to be. And that means I tend to want to make a lot of moves in the middle. And I consider these to be sort of semi-soft, soft moves because these put a lot of choices into the players' decisions. So going back to the situation before, the ogre is charging across the battlefield. And I reveal this unwelcome truth or unexpected danger. And I haven't actually spotlighted the ogre, but I have sort of used a soft move, and I'm going to sort of maybe move the mini halfway to the to the wizard. And then I might go to the players and say, what do you do? And the guardian says, can I get there? And I say, yeah, it's a really far run. Mark a stress if you want to be able to intercept. And the player might say, yeah, I'm marking a stress. I'm going to, and I go, cool. What does that look like? And the guardian describes how he just books it across the battlefield. Maybe a couple of creatures hit and bang him on his armor. He stubs his toe. He's full sprinting and then slides in just as the ogre begins to raise his club. And in that case, where in the fiction, the guardian had a long way to book, I may then follow that up with, again, a golden opportunity. The guardian is now, getting into to bat with the ogre, who is clearly coming into an attack. So I'm going to then spotlight the adversary and attack with the ogre. But I'm going to maybe move the ogre really close to the wizard, and I'm going to have the guardian at the last minute, right? There's even a tactileness to this, but not tactical, tactileness to it. I'll have the wizard mini here, and I'll have the ogre mini over here, and I'll ask the guardian, who is far over here, what they're doing. And then I will move the ogre mini, right next to the wizard mini. And then I'll have the guardian mini come in and push the ogre mini back a step, and then put the guardian mini in there. And that is going to immediately, it hits it on the mental level, it hits it on the visual level, it hits it on the physical level, that the guardian just did the thing where they spent the stress, they pushed back this unexpected danger or this unwelcome truth, all right, in order to, woman up and push back the ogre. But actions have consequences. And as a GM, it is not only my right, but maybe my duty that when a player takes an action which does something that would have consequences or gives me a golden opportunity, you could, kind of mix and match these as you see fit. My opportunity then is to make another GM move. And that's, again, going to be how I'm going to do that a lot of times. So that's kind of like from a combat perspective, that's my biggest advice, which is don't spotlight adversaries. Because I think spotlighting adversaries is kind of a boring move. And to be honest with you, to be completely honest with you, as someone who has run a lot of PBTA games, this move doesn't exist in PBTA. So I'm not used to running it. So my natural instinct when I run this game is to describe the soft move and then see what the players do and then move to a hard move as a result. Because monsters don't get turns at all in PBTA games. And they don't technically need turns in this game kind of either. What do I spend fear then on? Any of this stuff. When I feel, Jacob, that I want to push the game a little bit harder. Okay? To your point, Jacob, I might still spend fear if I feel like this is an encounter or a situation where I want the players to feel like they are on the back foot. Like they're not, because here's one of the things, and if you've played a lot of RPGs, you know that this is true. One of the worst feelings that can occur to you in D&D or Pathfinder 2 or whatever is the feeling like things are happening and I can't do anything about them. A big part of what I do when I run these type of games is I want to give players choices. Sometimes they're not great choices, right? Sometimes it's a rock and a hard place, but you're still getting to make a decision. When you make a hard move, okay, you are doing this as a way to signal to the party, you don't get to make a decision. Bad stuff is just happening. And that's why if you're one of my players, you should really start to fear a fear pool. Because that means I'm going to start shifting the environment, capturing things, breaking things, destroying things, spotlighting adversaries, and not giving you say in the situation. As long as, again, I'm respecting the fiction. I'm not going to just do something just to be a dick, right? But if I have a bunch of fear, and I want this to be this is supposed to be a scary, tough fight. Yeah, Phil, that's a great opportunity for my fear to come in and try to shake things up and to try to maybe get some fear into the PCs and get them sort of worried that something bad is going to happen. But also, again, like I said, once we're sort of at that sort of danger close location, once the fiction has dictated that we've gone past the point where people can help out and people can intercede, then I'm going to start using fear or using hard moves off of failure or rolling with fear in order to create immediate problems. And a lot of what you do as a GM is going to shape the feel of a combative encounter. It's going to be two things. One, are you making soft moves or hard moves? And two, how are you handling spotlighting? Now, we've talked about on this channel before that the way the rules in the game are written is the GMs, it's the player's turn, and they can decide who goes, and then someone else can go. And if they roll with hope or whatever, unless the GM interrupts, then they can go, okay, you go again, and then, rogue will go, and then, thief will go, or whatever, wizard will go. I personally do not like that. especially in a combat, because I think it erodes the tension. It erodes the verisimilitude. It erodes the fiction first. Spotlighting, I think, especially should be a GM tool. And I think there are times and places when the party, like for example, if even in the middle of a combat, if a bunch of monsters just came in and you threw them back and the rogue did some cool move and killed a bunch of minions and the ogre that we've been talking about gets taken down, but there's still threats. There's still battlefield things. I might go to the players. All right, the ogre collapses and falls to the ground, dead. The enemies look unsure on their back feet. All right, what do you guys do? That's me basically saying, I'm giving the spotlight to your choice. It's almost like narratively, there's that moment where the players have, or I'm sorry, in the fiction, the players have that moment to sort of share a quick glance with each other. They have the momentum. They're on the, they're starting to win. And so giving the players free, carte blanche to sort of decide who goes next is me indicating from me, you're not under immediate threat of danger right now. When I put somebody on the spot during a combat by shifting the spotlight to that one specific person, I'm doing that because I'm indicating to them they don't have the time to sort of do, war room with their fellow players and sort of figure out what is the most optimal strategy. You don't get to make that optimal strategy. There's an ogre charging across the battlefield. The bridge that is your escape route is on fire. And another group of minions have just, dug their way up from the ground and are scuttling towards you in service of the Shellfather. You don't have the time. And I'm indicating that to you by saying, Wizard, what are you doing while this is all happening? And remember, another thing that I will do frequently is, again, I will cue moves. I will describe a situation. And then I will say, Wizard, what are you doing? And he'll say, I'm casting Fireball. And then I'll say, Guardian, the wizard begins casting an arcane spell. What are you doing while he's doing that? And then the Guardian might describe what they're doing. And I'll say, all right, Wizard, who are you targeting? And I'll go back to the Guardian and I will ping pong their turns back and forth one another to keep the simultaneity going. Is that something that's officially in these rules? No, but it's a way for me to reflect the fiction and to give that sense of, dynamic and sort of fictional positioning, which I think is really good. That increases the tension of a game. Elia. All right, Elia. So the idea behind not highlighting adversaries is that adversaries should act and react organically rather than because they are being spotlighted. Yes, that's correct. It's more like the monsters should go when it makes sense in the fiction and when it makes sense dramatically. And that's the long and the short of it. So even when I spotlight an adversary, Elia, I want it to feel like it makes sense in the fiction, because at all times we should be in service to, I could totally imagine what that would look like in a book or on screen. And if you can't do that, then you failed at some level. Thank you. We got a €5 super chat from Sam. That sounds like Blaze in the Dark, only combat is fixed. I can see why you like it, and because of you, I am slightly interested. Yes, Sam. And I wouldn't even say fixed, Sam. When I'm playing Blaze in the Dark, I enjoy it, and I love it. But sometimes I miss, having hit points and cool little attack powers and, fun little attack things and AoEs, and you just don't get that stuff in Blades in the Dark, which is fine. That's what the game is. And most of my combats in Blades in the Dark are, hey, make a group skill check roll for, not Prowl. What is it called? It's not Prowl. What's the fight skill or the fight action? Something with a P. Is it with a P? By the way, I love you, John Harper, but your book is one of the worst written books of all time. Oh, Skirmish. Okay. Or edited, laid out. Skirmish is the game I was thinking about. Yeah. So it's usually a group check with Skirmish, and that, that's fine. It's quick, but it does leave, it leaves you a little like, yeah, I kind of want more. And then usually what happens after I play the Blades in the Dark campaign is I go and play like Pathfinder 2 or 4th edition D&D or, whatever. And then I'm like, okay, I remember why I like Blades in the Dark so much. This takes forever. And it's so grindy and it's so long, Right, exactly. Now, to be clear, part of me spending fear is a meta currency, Elia. And part of me spending fear is this indication to the players that we aren't running a simulationist game, right? There is a meta construct here. When the fear pool is heavy, it's like when you're watching a movie and you go, I know from pacing and from things like that, that some shit is about to go down. So the fear pool is a meta construct. Make no mistakes about it. Andrew, love the Daggerheart content on how to GM this type of game. Would love to see a stream focus on the player's job and responsibility to enhance play. Yeah, Andrew, I mean, we could certainly go into that. I do want to focus on GM stuff on this stream, but it's pretty simple. It's pretty basic, I think, mostly. What I'm doing right now in my Daggerheart games is a mix of you play style of DM spotlighting players and the normal play style of players decide who goes first and shift. Yeah, and again, I think it depends on what is going on in the fiction. If the players are in a low tension situation, then of course I'm not gonna spotlight any individual player because they would literally have the time to figure out, okay, you're gonna do this and you're gonna do this and you're gonna do this. But in a combat or any sort of other tense situation, like a chase scene or an escape scene, some sort of action scene, I don't like the players having that sense of complacency. Would you still use Spotlight and Adversary if you had a villain in the Fab U sense make your grand entrance? That's a great time of when I would use Spotlight and Adversary. Is when I want a creature to make a big impression, right? Perhaps maybe that's a better way to describe it. It's not an adversary goes. I'm going to have in technicality in the fiction of our game, okay? In the fiction of our game / hybrid world, the adversaries are always going, right? They're never just like until a spotlight hits them and then they suddenly gain, remove paralysis and now they're free to move. No, in my mind, in the fiction, the monsters, the adversaries, they are always going. And if the players do something or don't do something, then I'm going to make a golden opportunity and they're going to take an act. The move of spotlighting an adversary is quite literally shining a spotlight on them and pointing out to them that, the monsters are always going. The monsters are always doing something, but I'm going to call out special attention to this monster in this moment and really highlight that it's going to go and do something and cause problems. So that's kind of where my thought process is. Because even look at this list. Remember, these moves go from the softest moves to the hardest moves, including taking away opportunities permanently. So we are like 3 from the end. So spotlighting an adversary is actually one of the hardest moves that you can make. It's definitely in the top 25%, right? To be clear, Darth, it's not about me literally setting an egg timer and saying you have 25 seconds to decide what you want to do. It's more like there is a desire in me as a GM in these type of games to have the fictional reality reflect in the actual reality. I want the players to feel some of that tension, and I want the players to feel some of that emotional engagement. Fun, as defined by Mark Rosewater, is an emotional experience to a game. And especially with games like this, I really want to tickle the emotional centers of my players. And I'm not as concerned about tickling their intellectual centers, which typically is something that you might do, say, in a very procedural strategic war game, or it's something that you might do in, say, a writer's room where you're trying to come up with the perfect quip or the perfect, scene. I don't want either of those. And it's one of the reasons why I've said many times on this channel that the games that I run, even the ones that you might see on YouTube, might seem really lame because I'm not creating them for an audience. I'm creating them for the 3 or 4 or 5 people who are actively at my table. And my only real concern is that they are having an experience, that they are having, and right, that's like the Timmy idea, right? The Timmys play games to have an experience. And if you gain something from that, great. But, real creative writing, and I would argue the way that Critical Role approaches their game is they are not thinking like that, like I am. They are thinking about it like, right, they want to create pathos in their audience, right? They, in a sense, they're doing a job, right? They are acting. They don't feel that way. They're acting that way so that you, the audience, feels that way. That's not the way I GM. I'm GMing for the people there. And that's why a lot of times I'll say, I don't care. My story doesn't have to be a good story as long as it created the kind of emotional response or created an emotional response in my players and that they had fun as a result of that emotional experience. Or to use this, Mark Rosewater, that they experienced something. I don't know what that experience is. I can't control that. That's not within my capabilities. But that is what I'm aiming for. And that's what I think cinematic to me means and feels like. Yes. Alia, that is exactly right. It's like when you just know that someone doing something dumb in a horror movie is about to get killed. That's the GM spending fear to make a hard move. Absolutely. And let's be very clear about this. When the girl who used to be a whatever but is now transformed into a monstrous god creature, right, comes down, there's some sort of Latin choir music playing, and I'm making this really big grand entrance for this sort of big bad evil guy. You can bet your ass that every time the players roll with fear or the players fail a roll, I'm going to spotlight the adversary and have her attack. And then I'm going to spotlight the adversary. And then I'm going to spend, the player rolled with hope. And, okay, but before you go, I'm going to spend a fear. And the monster's going to go. And, this monster has relentless. So I can actually spend 2 fear and it's going to go twice. And the reason is because that monster is fulfilling the role of, I want the players to feel overwhelmed and afraid. And I want the players to feel like, they're on the back ropes and feeling like they're sort of being taken out of it. So again, I personally believe that given the context of how and when you can make a move in Daggerheart, which is anytime, but even if you follow the advice of, you should do it when the players look to you to see what happens, when there would be natural consequences from an action, golden opportunity, my general rule of thumb is you should almost never have to spend fear to make a move, because the players are going to be doing that constantly. But my rule of thumb is if I'm making those moves because the players looked to me to see what would happen, I am going to, keep it fairly light, aka soft. Because if the players look to me to see what happens, and then I go, and then he smashes you in the face, and he attacks you with his ultimate attack, I think that creates a sort of tonal disconnect and isn't really, it's not really in line with my GM principles, which is that the players are the heroes of this game. So fear is my way to make a hard move, even if the players didn't fail a move or the players didn't roll with fear. But outside of that, I'm going to make a ton of soft moves. And when I make soft moves, those can lead to hard moves if that is the natural progression that follows. If something happens as a result of your soft move and your players are looking at you like, wait, what? there was a miscommunication. You know, you needed to reset those expectations. You need to sort of figure out what's going on and how it's going, because the whole idea of a soft move is that when a soft move when a hard move comes from a soft move, everyone should be like, oh, right, that makes total sense. That absolutely makes sense. When a move comes out of nowhere, it can feel a bit weird because it doesn't come from the fiction. That's where the fear point comes into mind, because the players, not the PCs, the players will go, wait, where did that move come from? It didn't come from the fiction. But the players will have seen that you spent that fear token, and they go, okay. And I'm not saying that you should do this all the time, but as a GM, you have several objectives. One is to respect the fiction, but another is to fill the players' lives with adventure, danger, and excitement. So I have to balance those things. Fear is my ammunition so that the players go, wait a second, Derek, this didn't make sense. This didn't come from the fiction. But then they see the fear token and they go, oh, it didn't come from the fiction. It came from the fear pool. And the player still, it makes sense to them because in our meta fiction, it still came from the fiction, right? It came from the meta fiction, which is that we're playing a heroic adventure excitement game, not a realistic simulator game. We're playing a cinematic adventure game. And so they understand that there's not just the fiction, there's the metafiction. And the fear sort of represents the metafiction. And that is a tool that I really like to have. Because in the past, when I was running a game like Dungeon World, I may want something to happen in the metafiction, but it doesn't really make sense in the fiction. And that puts me in a tough spot because I'm like, how do I make this make sense? I kind of have to wait until the players roll a 6-, following the rules of the game. Daggerheart gives me this fear tool, and it says, your players might call you out on bullshit because some horrible thing just happened. And if it followed from the fiction, the players would be nodding along. Like, yep, that makes sense. But if something terrible happens and it didn't come from the fiction, and you would have players going, what the fuck? What the fuck, GM? But instead, if they're nodding along because you just spent a fear, right? Then now they're nodding along, but they're nodding along for a different reason. They're nodding along because they're like, yep, this is a horror movie. Yep, of course the guy with the chainsaw is in the garage, right? And they understand that I'm making this really hard move because this is the context of our metafiction. And that metafiction is represented by our fear pool. So thematically, if the fear pool is full, my players should expect for things to get nasty. And I would argue I have a responsibility at that point to fill their lives with, tension and all this sort of stuff. There was no giveaway, Hold Up, so you did not miss it. Cheers. Right. The other thing too, Hardrick, read the room. Read the room, read your players. Read the room, read your players. Now, do they have it here in this list? No. Okay. Wait. No. Okay. There is a missing move. Now, remember, the moves aren't, this is not literally the only moves for all time that you can run with this game, right? Like there's plenty of you can kind of make whatever move, you need to make. But one sec here. Let us learn from the games that have inspired this game. And I want to highlight. I mean, they kind of hint at this, right? So I don't want to like say that these things are completely out of craziness, but they hint at this. But these are the GM moves from Dungeon World, and I think we should. Now you'll see that a lot of these are very similar to ones that we've seen from Daggerheart, which is great. Like show signs of an approaching threat and reveal an unwelcome truth. We've just been talking about these. But use up their resources could be thought of as like it costs them a stress. But these ones here, like offer an opportunity with or without a cost. Tell them the requirements or the consequences and ask. These are, in my opinion, missing from Daggerheart. And to a certain extent, depending on how gamist or how narrativist you want your game to be, I think you should really consider and highlight these. And the reason I say that is because sometimes in the fiction, a player is going to make a move and they're going to fail. They're going to fail the roll. And that means, okay, that their effect doesn't come into place. Let's just say it's a basic attack for intents purposes. You have two options at that point. They failed, so they do nothing, and now you get to make a GM move. Or they fail, they do nothing, and then you make a GM move. And the GM move you make might be offer an opportunity with or without a cost, or tell them the requirements or consequences and then ask. And that might be something like, sure, you miss the ogre, and you're like, but you miss the ogre because he begins falling back. If you followed his retreat, you would land a blow, but that would leave you surrounded by all the minions. Do you do it? I am offering the player an opportunity to turn their miss into a hit, but in exchange, it's going to cost them something. It's going to cost them their position. It's going to cost them hope, stress, armor, hit points, any bullshit thing that I could come up with, right? So you could use this even outside of combat, right? Like, the players look to you to see what happens. You don't even have to fail a roll, right? They're looking to you to see what happens. So you get to make a move. And you could say, yeah, you could make camp here, but it's going to take a lot of time. If you do it, I'm going to tick some clocks. Do you do it? You could absolutely do that in a tactical game like 4th edition Lugs. But the problem with doing that is 4th edition is a game in theory where the players and the GM have an understanding and an agreement that the way you beat this game is through playing and engaging with the game mechanic elements. You can do it. You absolutely can do it. I just question whether that sort of undermines the inherent premise of 4th edition, which is you need to beat the GM at the game, not in the fiction. Could you do it? Yes. Should you do it? No. Not sure I'm a fan of offering an opportunity. Sounds like GM railroading combat to me. Absolutely not, Jacob, because the player could say no. You're giving the player an option. That's why it should never be it should never be a situation where the player is forced into a situation and they must do something. It's choice. However, Jacob, this is more of a PBTA thing. Just remember though, when a player fails, it's not railroading. The game rules are very specific. The players are the kings of the world. When a player fails the roll though, that's your turn to play. You have respected the rules of the game. Now the player has failed. And in PBTA terms, when a player rolls a 6- on a move, the GM is allowed to make as hard of a move as they like. That is my time to kind of railroad. And I don't want to say railroad, but it's my turn to put my finger on the scale of the game, right? The idea is that I am there to shake up the game, to shift the game, to make the game more feral, more exciting, more maybe the way I want to see it. But I am agreeing to the pantheon that I'm not just going to do that 100% of the time whenever I want, whenever it doesn't go my way. Instead, I'm going to offer you the opportunity. Look, you can have whatever you want as long as you keep succeeding. But when you fail, okay, rather than it just be, well, nothing happens and then the story continues, you are giving me an opportunity to shake it up. You're giving me an opportunity to put my 10 cents into the story. And, you know, I'm going to be following my agenda and my principles, because those are the only moves, or those are the only rules in this game that truly matter for the GM, which again are to create I would read them to you, but of course the PDF loads like it's 1982, because nobody can make a PDF that isn't like, and by the way, I have like a monstrous computer. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But my job is to collaborate at all times, especially during conflict, to fill the world with life, wonder, and danger, to make roles important, right? So, Herb, you could totally do that. There's the possibilities are endless, Herb. You can do whatever you want, whatever feels right and whatever feels appropriate for the drama. And as long as you are incorporating it and building from and to the fiction, right? It's not just from the fiction, it's to the fiction. You describe something, the situation has to make sense. Through the fiction, it totally makes sense that this situation could occur. You give them that opportunity, but this happens, and then describe it in the fiction, right? Start with a description. In the middle, mechanics. End with more description. There's a lot of truth to that, Todd. In fact, I would argue that that is very true. I mean, a lot of the so-called GM move stuff is just stuff that GMs do. It's just giving it a name, and it's giving it a way to frame it. Your players would just always go for the bait. Yeah, maybe because they're excited. They're playing it like they stole it. You know, they want cool things to happen. You know. But yeah, it's not always it's not always the clearest how exactly that's supposed to go down, but that is, you know, how it's supposed to go down. So we talked a lot about combat. So one of the other topics, we'll kind of change tack here a little bit. One of the other topics that came up, which were one of the other topics about Daggerheart that that got voted, is can it D&D? You know, and someone asked me, like, you know, that we would do that as a stream. You know, can Derek convert a D&D adventure to Daggerheart? So I will say this: you could absolutely convert a D&D adventure and run it with Daggerheart. However, 99%, in my opinion, 99% of D&D adventures, old and new, are going to have way too much combat for a Daggerheart game. So one of the things that you need to do if you're going to reformulate a D&D adventure to a Daggerheart game is to do three things. One, you probably have to strip out like at least half of the combats, if not more. A lot of combats, especially in 3rd edition, 4th edition, 5th edition, are only there to pad XP totals so that you can get enough XP to get to the next level where the game expects you to be. So obviously we don't need those. And even if we did need them, we should probably be cutting them anyways, because why, you know, we don't need to pad the XP, you know, with all this stuff. So really think about it's better to have 3 or 4 or, you know, really interesting combat encounters, say on a level of the dungeon, than it is to say, you know, maybe to highlight an area and to really set the tone for an area, rather than have it endlessly. And so, like, you know, one of the classics that, you know, people talk about here is like Sunless Citadel, which of course I think is a great sort of newbie adventure. And, you know, if we look at the Sunless Citadel and we look at the map, okay, so this is the map of the first level. Right, when we enter the dungeon, right, we fight rats at location 1, and then we fight more rats in location 3, and then there's skeletons in location 4, and then there's skeletons in location 6, and then there's kobolds in like 13, 16, 18, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22. We don't need to fight that many kobolds. You know what I mean? Like, I think, fighting, like, you're entering the Sunless Citadel. I mean, this is for first level adventure, You're entering, I mean, to my mind, this is one of the coolest fights of all time. You're entering the Sunless Citadel, an ancient, collapsed, ruined fortress, which is sunk down into the earth, brought down low, literally pulled down into the earth by ancient magics, centuries or whatever, millennia ago. An ancient winding staircase hanging out on the side of the rock wall, with the ledge falling into the abyss of nothingness. A very, very Bridge of Khazad-dûm is what leads you down this kind of collapsing roddy-wacky staircase. And you're going down this series of staircases. And you have a fight against giant, vicious dire rats. That's a cool fight. The scene of it, the mental image of it. I mean, I wouldn't have the fight here at 1, right? I would have the fight here at 2. Have staircases and people losing their balance and, the evil rats lunging, people throwing rats off of the thing. You could use the minion rules, which didn't exist in 3rd edition or 5th edition, to really maybe sell that there's a lot of these things. It's a normal creature like a rat, but, it's a dire rat. It's taken to that extreme. And it's just a cool way to set the tone. I'm happy to have that fight. Similarly, once we get down into the fortress proper, I don't need to fight the rats again. And when we enter into area 4 and there's all these dead people and the dead monsters, having the skeletons come to life and attack you, that's cool, right? The ancient evil magics that permeated this place that led to its downfall are still very much alive, or perhaps dead, if you will, because the ancient evil here does not sleep. Cool. Let's have that encounter. But I don't need to fight more undead in 6. And when we move into the area with the kobolds, I might be content to just have the one big fight in area 19 with all the cool pillars and Eustrail, the kobold sorcerer's queen. And that's a cool fight. We don't need to have all these individual small fights, right? So, you have the fight against the kobolds. You have a fight against the undead. You have a fight against the dire rats. I don't even remember. I think there's more dire rats up here. There's like the dire rat queen. Cool. Have the fight against the dire rat, the big dire rat, the dire rat mama, maybe she's a solo, like this horse-sized dire rat, and she's got all these minion rats, right, that are scurrying around or whatever. Cool. But we don't need to have the other dire rat fights that lead up to that fight. So spread it out. And then when you do that, you're going to discover that this entire 41-room dungeon is, maybe 7 fights. If you really look at it from that perspective, right? If you just say, okay, we have a fight against the rats, undead, kobolds, the big dire rat, some goblins, the chieftain of the goblins, and maybe that's it. And while I do sometimes like the 3-act structure, if you really want to do, I think it could be a little bit over much in this particular setting, Daggerheart, that is. You might want to have one fight with kobolds, okay? Normal kobolds. And then have the next fight be some of those same kobolds, which you just fought, not like literally the same monsters, although they maybe they ran away, but like, okay, from like a Daggerheart perspective, if the first fight against kobolds that we fight is, and I'm just going to pretend, you know what? We're going to repurpose, and our kobolds for our purposes are going to be Jagged Knife. But they're not bandits now. Now they're kobolds. So our first fight against some kobolds is a couple Jagged Knife lackeys, which is a minion, and a Jagged Knife bandit, and one Jagged Knife Kneebreaker. That's our first fight. And then we have another fight against kobolds, and we still have some of the lackeys, all right? And we still have the bandit. So, like, the players are like, okay, we know what some of these monsters are, but now we add in the Hexer and the Lieutenant, right? Who maybe represents the queen or whatever like that. Maybe she's maybe she's the bruiser, or maybe, I don't know, you know what I mean? Whatever, you get my point. We have 2 fights against the kobold. One, so you're like, oh, there's kobolds here. And then the second one's like, okay, and this is like the kobold's power structure. We don't need to have 5 different fights against the kobolds to make this a thing. And then the same thing's true with the goblins. So if we do that, what do we end up with? We would end up with 1 fight against rats, and then a second fight against rats in the mama rat in area 29. And then we would have 1 fight against undead in area 4, and maybe we could have another fight against undead somewhere else, maybe area 26 or something. Maybe we don't have to, but maybe we could. And then we would have a fight against kobolds twice, so that's 7, and goblins twice, so that's 8, 9. And that was me giving the undead 2 bites at the apple. We don't even necessarily have to give undead bites 2 bites at the apple. So there you go. It'd be 8. And then we only have 8 combats over this entire dungeon level. And I mean, obviously this is D&D. It's not Daggerheart, but I think, if that ends up taking you 2 or 3 sessions to go through this big area, and you get if you get 2 to 3 combats per session, and I think Daggerheart fights are a little quick, I think that'd be pretty good. Now, this unfortunately leaves you with a problem of what are we doing with all these rooms then? If we don't have to have individual fights in all of these rooms, how do we do them? Well, this is another problem that I would probably solve by collapsing this into a point crawl. And I would not be as concerned about the exploration element of the game. Or if I did, I would use it as an environment, and I would have scenes that represent sort of a montage of your characters moving through the dungeon environment, rather than focusing on, literally going room by room by room. Now, this is just my personal take. I totally believe that you might have a group who's really interested in doing room by room dungeon crawling. You could do it in Daggerheart. I think some of the elements are there to support that, especially if you had a campaign frame that was well set up to support that style. But that's given the game has a goal of sort of cinematic, emotional driven narratives. I think, going SWAT team door by door, room by room, which is what we typically do in sort of quote unquote dungeon crawling games. And most of the time these rooms are either empty or have a fight, and we're getting rid of a lot of those fights. And ideally we're not going to waste time with these empty rooms. I think doing it as a environment or a series of environments with adversaries linked into it, I think is as a point crawl, I think would be a much better approach to how you deal with that. Raj, I'm not going to say it's a bad idea. I just think that I am unlikely to want to waste the player's time in that way. If a fight is that kind of low stake, Raj, I would probably represent it as a skill check, rather than actually busting out the full ass combat moves. Or I would do it as some sort of environmental attack or environmental event, rather than dealing with it as a kind of specific, we're going to pull out our minis, or we're going to start using our domain cards and spotlight rules and all this other stuff. Does that make sense? Darth says, so Daggerheart is just a narrative table talk adventure where the GM's expected to sprinkle it with gamey stuff for a Las Vegas experience for make-believe tactical adrenaline for dice junkies. Yes, I think so. I think it's I think the element that is missing there, Darth, is that the outcome is still not clear what it's going to be. And so there's an element there, dare I say, the best element, which is we don't know what the outcome is going to be. The player's choices are going to drive where we end up. And so while it is a narrative game and you say table talk, I'm not sure exactly what table talk means, but what I want to really clearly state here is this is not a railroad, It is and it is a narrative-based game trying to create a cinematic experience with emergent storytelling opportunities from a ton of different, players and input from collaborators, from the GM and the players. And there is, again, this is assuming that you're converting a D&D adventure. To be fair, converting a D&D adventure does have the problem of being a little bit railroady, because most D&D adventures are a little bit railroady. But yeah, I think that, I know you're being kind of, I don't know if you're being kind of tongue in cheek or if you're being kind of trying to be a bit of like a meanie or a jerk, but I think you're inadvertently actually doing kind of what it is supposed to be. Because again, the gamey stuff is being added to the game because people like to play gamey stuff. And that has always been the case. I mean, yeah, I know there are people who like, their old school games, and I like my old school games too, but there's a reason why most people like choosing feats. There's a reason why most people like choosing that stuff. Some people like the gamey elements. Even Powered by the Apocalypse games, which I love, has this idea of, getting in advance or leveling up and choosing a new move or raising one of your ability scores or raising one of your traditions. So the gamey elements, that's most games, Darth, As for tactical adrenaline, yes, but I will also say, Darth, that this is a game that you can actually push in a way that most games don't. Because I don't know if you're trying to be flippant here, but the fact of the matter is, I actually think most Daggerheart combats are going to be more real than most D&D 5e and most Pathfinder 2 combats. And the reason I say that is because Pathfinder 2nd edition and D&D 5th edition, to a certain example, is the combat math is designed so that the PCs win, because there is the failure state is someone's dead or that there's a TPK. And that's the way that this game, unfortunately, is sort of is stated to be, that you have to do better. You can't, the game is like, oh, you can lose this fight, but you really can't lose this fight, right? Because it'll create a lot of problems. And so a lot of people put a lot of effort, into making these fights just balanced enough so that the party thinks they're going to lose, even though they're never going to lose. If I'm playing a Daggerheart game, I can go as hard in the paint as I want, because maybe in the fiction, the players actually fucked up and they did summon the entire goblin tribe onto their position because they acted like a jerk, and I am respecting the fiction. And here comes the entire goblin tribe. Now, you could do that in any game. You could do that in BXD&D. You could do that in Pathfinder 2nd edition, okay? But if you do that in Pathfinder 2nd edition, it's probably going to be a TPK. And if you do that in old school D&D, it's probably going to be a TPK. Now, the players might retreat and fall back and might do something smart, and that's all good. But to be clear, a lot of times that's going to result in a TPK. In Daggerheart, there might still be consequences. There might still be a quote-unquote TPK, but the players can't die unless they choose to, or they put those characters up for that situation. And that means as a GM, I think most GMs are going to be a little bit more, freeing with being like, I could push as hard as I want. I don't have to worry about the game causing consequences. The players are ultimately going to be more responsible for what happens to them than anything I did. Now, to be clear, there are very mature people I play with. If they went and did something like an asshole and the entire dungeon descended upon them and they all died, my players would go, yep, we deserve that. In my experience, that is not always the case. Some play groups have a hard time with that. And so if that's the case, this is a great game for you, because you can let them suffer the consequences of their actions without actually having to make them die, So again, I think for me personally, I think Daggerheart has this really weird set of circumstances where you might actually have people feeling like the game is harder than a game like PF2, because PF2's combat encounters are designed explicitly to be winnable not just winnable, but like winnable majority of the time within the context of the balanced math, you know? And I think that's really, really, really important to understand that a lot of players who play these games kind of, you know, expect to win. Now, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying it is what it is. Runehammer is here. What's up, Runehammer? I think that I mean, Daggerheart definitely is espousing a certain philosophy, right, through its agenda and its player principles, right? It wants your game to be full of danger and excitement, and I'm trying to think of the core guidance here. What does the core guidance say? You know, to begin and end with the fiction, to collaborate at all times, to fill the world with life, wonder, and danger, to ask questions, incorporate the answers, make every role important, play to find out what happens, and hold on gently. So outside of that, I would agree with you. I don't think that there is a specific principles or agenda outside of that, but it does technically have something of that. What does Daggerheart do to have failures stated other than dropping to 0 hit points? Well, anything, Boyko. I mean, as the fiction dictates, if the players fall back and they don't complete the necromancer completes their ritual, then the necromancer gets a undead army, and maybe that causes a lot of problems. And the problem, like I said before, is there's a lot of people who would struggle with that, let's say from Pathfinder 2, because they're like, wait a second, if the necromancer gets a necromancer army, that's going to be way higher level than the players are capable of fighting. How am I supposed to handle that? And believe it or not, there's a lot of people whose brains kind of, break at that point, so you could put them into a situation where it's like, no, you can't beat this encounter. And it is too tough for you to fight. This is the Twilight Zone right now. Why is this the Twilight Zone, Runehammer? These vapid hot takes, straw man comparisons, and contrarian comments are so far from the spirit of the hobby. Runehammer, are you talking about me, or are you talking about my chat? Or is there some other comment section that I'm not aware of? Thanks, Runehammer. By the way, I like to think, I don't know if they took this from Runehammer or not, but like the whole like difficulty thing, which is like monsters just have a difficulty. It's like, it's like straight out of Index Card RPG, which is just like, hey, let's just use one number for everything that this monster has. And it's like, wow, hey, look at that. It makes this thing way more playable and way more interesting. Yes, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, a game system, like anything, is a tool. And you can use, like I said, I'm technically a woodworker, even though my wood shop burned down. And there's a lot of ways to make the same thing using different tools and different approaches and different techniques. And there's pros and there's cons to different things. And it's certainly the case that there are some systems and settings that I think are better at producing certain types of results. But at the end of the day, the group of people who are playing a game are going to set the tone, and they are going to set the style of, what you're using that game for. And again, there's no reason why you can't take Pathfinder 2 and be like, oh, and when players get to 0 hit points, I'm going to have them make a decision. Do they fight on, or, do they avoid death? You could add that to Pathfinder 2. There's no reason you couldn't add that to Pathfinder 2. There's no reason that you couldn't make a Daggerheart game that was, maybe you really like the combat in Daggerheart, and maybe you really want to crawl through dungeons, and you want to do all 41 rooms of the first level of Sunless Citadel. You could do that. I do think that sometimes there are games, though, that are better for certain styles than others. And one of the things that I have been disappointed with in the hobby Again, I don't want to be a gatekeeper because I don't hate 5th edition D&D. But I have seen, and again, and to be clear, I actually side with the people from 5th edition D&D, by the way, because when people were just like, just play Pathfinder 2, I thought that shit was annoying too. When people would come out and basically say, how do I make 5th edition D&D do X or do Y or do Z? And a lot of people would say, well, what about this game? And what about this game? And what about this game? And that's valid. But as someone who, again, did woodworking, I've seen a lot of people who will go on the internet and they'll say something like, how do I make this thing, how do I do this glue up? How do I do this wood project? And someone would say, in fact, there was a lot of, here's some woodworker YouTube controversy. There was a lot of pushback on woodworkers making YouTube content, because a lot of the times the woodworkers would do their projects. A lot of times they would use this thing called a Festool domino, which was a patented device made by Festool. And I'm not going to get into what it does, but it was very expensive. Now, I owned one. It was great and it was awesome. But realistically, most people didn't have one of those. And so while it's good advice to say, well, I want to make this type of thing, and someone could go, well, just use a Festool domino. That's the best tool for the job. Realistically, most people aren't going to buy a domino machine because it's very expensive, it's very niche, and maybe they only need to use it for this one project. It's just, there's no way it's going to be worth the answer. And so while I do think there is a place for different systems, clearly, we have a lot of systems here. So while I think that there's a place for different systems, I also think that we need to be aware that sometimes people are playing 5th edition D&D because that's the tool that they have. It's the tool that they're comfortable with. They don't have the time or the inclination to go and, learn a whole new system just to solve one problem. If that makes any sense. And again, I don't want to fault people for doing that, because at the end of the day, these game systems are just tools. Now, I do think there's a certain, you get to a certain point with which Darth Melissa is saying, because there is a certain point where it's like, hey, how do I plane this wood? Or how do I joint this wood? Do I need to get a jointer? And you're like, no, if you make a jointer sled, you can joint on your table saw and using a planer. And then at a certain point, somebody goes, well, how am I supposed to hammer in this nail? I don't have a hammer. And, at a certain point, you're like, yeah, you could use a screwdriver, I guess. But at a certain point, we do have different tools for different crafts, and I'm not going to, I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Right. So, I would rather never play an RPG again than PF2. I don't think you're telling the truth there, but yeah, some rule tools work better for some styles. And I think that what's most important, now this is true. This is why I do think you should experiment and why you should try different systems, is because you should find the tool that fits best in your hand, that causes the least amount of hurdles for you personally. As I've said before, I'm all for house ruling. I'm all for it. But understand that you're just making work for yourself. All right? If you find the right system, it should be very painless. It should be very seamless. It should feel like, wow, this is great. I'm not ice skating uphill against this system. If the system does what you need it to do, or better yet, in some cases, if the system gets the fuck out of your way, okay, for other parts of the system that you don't care about, then at a certain point, I think you've I think you've hit like a sweet spot. Now, okay, so Runehammer says making work for myself is my jam. Okay, but you're also a professional game designer, so you have a natural interest in that. And that's fine. For some people, the system itself is the fun part. So I could get that. But for most people, they aren't interested in the tools. They're interested in the product. They're interested in the outcome. And yes, the ice skate uphill is a Blade reference, ERB. And I have seen people, by the way, who I think have a certain, this is like a, I don't know if this is a good comparison or metaphor or not, but like I said, I used to play Magic the Gathering professionally, or at least I tried to, which is to say I played competitively at a professional level, and I went, around the world and played in tournaments, paid a lot of money and played competitively. What kept me from being a top competitor, aside from not being very good, was this vanity that I had, where I felt like it wasn't enough for me to just take the best deck that everybody knew was the best deck and play that deck better than anybody else and get good with that deck and play that deck against that meta. There was this sort of narcissistic quality, this vanity that said, I wanted to win, but I want to do it on my terms. I want to do it with my deck. I want to do it with my brew. I want to be different than the other people. I want to show them that I'm smarter than them. I see sometimes elements of this in certain RPG home ruling, where players, or GMs, I should say, it's almost like they're like, if they play the system as is and don't make changes to it, it's like, it's not satisfying this like intellectual, you could call it curiosity, but you could also call it superiority, where like, they're sort of like, I have to make a change to the game because, I have to put my mark on it. I have to put my stamp of imprimatur on it, right? Where I have to make sure that like, I could say, oh, well, I changed this and this and this and this and this. It's not just Legend of the Five Rings. It's Legend of the Five Rings, but I changed this and I tweaked this and I updated this and I tweaked that. And it's really because, there's this like kind of like, I don't know, there is a healthy side to it, but I also think that there's an unhealthy side to it where people are maybe like, I can't just play it out of the box. I have to put my stamp on it. It's not enough to just play the system and be like, yeah, it was good enough and I didn't do anything. So I do think that there's that. I felt like I was fighting a bear for most of the 18 months I ran D&D 5e, and that it shouldn't feel like that, So there's like this weird gradient where I see people come online and they have clearly a problem with, let's say, the 5e game that they're running, and they want some help and suggestions. I think that's totally fair and valid. Even if, quote unquote, another system would be better, that's the system they're bought into. At the same time, there's no use being a damn fool about it. Like if playing this system is like physically and mentally painful for you, and the amount of stuff and work that you would have to do in order to get it working to the way that you like it so that it doesn't have that pain points is that much, man, just give it up. Go play something else, or start from scratch and build your own system, right? Which is what ultimately some people do. I remember there were certain procedures that were I didn't like doing them in the wood shop. And I got a tool that did that procedure for me. And then I liked doing it because now it was like, oh, look, I've got a good tool that does this job for me. It does it well, and I don't have to worry about it. And now I'm not sweating that procedure anymore because I've got a good tool that works well and it feels good in my hand and it does the thing that I needed to do. This is like really super deep and tangenty, but like I was really shitty at turning a burr on a card scraper. And it's like, there's like an art to it and a science. And I just couldn't do it. I was just shitty. I was shitty at turning a burr on my card scraper. And so I bought Veritas Edge burr maker. And it's a specific tool that just does this one thing, because I really liked using card scrapers, but I really was bad at sharpening them. And I was really bad at turning a burr. So I just got a tool that did it for me. And suddenly now I could use that tool, and it was a joy to use because something else took it off of my plate. And you're like, a lot of people are like, Derek, you should have just gotten better and learned how to do it the old fashioned way. And I was like, yeah, I could have, but I'm doing this for fun. I'm not a professional woodworker. So why am I going to waste this time and bang my head up against the wall trying to make this happen, when I could just go buy this thing that works? Oh, Tim, I'm in Magic terms, I was a Spike Johnny. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Derek. House rules are great when you need them. It becomes a question of where that line is in terms of how much pain it's going to be for you to decide to use a different tool. Yeah. Beowulf says, I just have certain things I love in games and certain things I hate. So as soon as I open a new RPG, I start ripping out the shit I hate and adding in the things I love. And Runehammer says this is the way. That is one philosophy. It's like it's like people that buy a new house, brand new house, just finished. Contractors just finished. You sign the ink, The ink's not dry yet on the mortgage. You get a brand new house, and like the first thing you do is you like come in and start tearing down walls. You're like, is that load bearing? That's the only thing I need to know. Is that load bearing? No? Good, it's going down. It's like, why'd you buy this house then? Don't you just want to sit down and enjoy the house? You just want to go straight to work? Maybe I'm just lazy. I think that's what it is. You guys are very hardworking. You're very diligent. Yeah, Runehammer. That's even more my point. It's a game. Like, I don't play video games. Let's be clear. But I see people who play video games, and then and they're like, "Oh yeah, I spent 30 hours like finding mods and then like getting the mods to work, and then like basically they like put in like a full work week of work into the game that they're playing just so that they can mod the game that they're playing enough so that they can now play it." And I'm just like, yeah, like modding the game became the game. And I remember Smith one time, Smith loves like Skyrim, and he's like, I may have spent more time modding Skyrim than I have playing Skyrim. And I was like, why? He's like, I don't know, because I'm looking to make the game everything I ever wanted it to be. So yeah. But hey, listen, everyone can take their no one plays a Bethesda game vanilla. See, like this is mind shattering to me. But then again, remember, like most of the video games that I have played in my life, were like Super Nintendo games and PlayStation games, and you didn't mod it. That you got the game that you got, and you put it in the cartridge. You put the cartridge in, and you played the game, and that was the game. So maybe that's where I got out of video games before like the heavy modding stuff really took over, kind of, like it was starting to become a big thing, but like I think it's much bigger now than it used to be, at least like on a mainstream level. Maybe like really super hardcore people were doing it, but like in terms of like the general public doing it, like it was just not something I was doing. But again, if you enjoy that process, so yeah. What is that sound? There is like, I'm picking something up in my headphones and I don't see. Oh, I think it's an ad from that damn. It was. Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry. No, I was like, I was hearing this ad and it was like for GM Truck Month. And I was like, what is going on? And I was like, where am I playing something? And I was like, oh, it's one of the ads from that Dungeon World Wiki thing that I opened up because it's on one of those damn sites with all those ads, Kaiser. Could you compare the rules for failure with fear in the SRD with the core rules? They seem wildly different. The SRD is more in line with your interpretation. Sure. I believe that there is differences between the SRD and the core rules. In fact, I believe the SRD is more technically, quote unquote, up to date anyways. But we could take a look. Sure. So Kaiser Sose said 150. And the core rules. So the core rules say, come on, come on. How to choose a move. Okay. Yep. And then on the SRD, Daggerheart, page 36. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it's super difference here. All right, so let's take a look in the core rules here. This is how to choose a move. And it also notes here the obvious moves, player-driven moves, social moves. And in the SRD, we've got action roll. Now, to be clear, when it's talking about the moves here and taking actions, this is specifically talking about actions as it relates to the player taking action. And what happens when the players roll dice, right? Because even the SRD we have here on GMs make moves as well. They should consider making a move when a player does one of the following. By the way, it says consider, means you don't have to. Roll with fear on an action roll, fails an action roll, does something that would have consequences, gives them a golden opportunity, looks to them for what happens next. So this is the most important thing. Now, what the core rules go into kind of detail about is this idea of the kind of the real rule behind the rule, which is, again, same thing. Consider making a GM move. But the truth is, the rule of thumb is make a GM move whenever you want. That's right. You're the GM. Your job is not to crush the PCs or to act in adversarially. It's to help tell a story. You should be making moves whenever you see an opportunity to do so. So that's the most important takeaway there. In the SRD, if you fail with fear, you fail with a major consequence and the GM gains a fear. Then the spotlight swings to the GM. In the core rules, the bad consequence should be introduced as part of the GM move and not in addition to it. And there's no mention to the spotlight changing. If you fail with fear. So, well, we know that okay, you said failure with fear. Nope, no, that's failure with hope. Okay. Describe how things go wrong by introducing a major complication or consequence as a GM move. Maybe they receive bad news and the information puts them in immediate danger. They become the focus of multiple adversaries. They are separated from the party, or an important opportunity is lost for good. So, yeah, so when you fail with fear, the GM can make a move, and they get the spotlight to do that, and they also get a fear token, right? I don't see, is that different from what the SRD says? Went straight to went straight to ancestries, huh? Okay. You fail with, when I keep in mind here, you fail with a major consequence and the GM gains a fear, then the spotlight swings to the GM. Yeah, but I think that this is being more presumptuous. A GM move is the spotlight moving. Yes, thank you, Kyojin. Yeah. The whole like GM, the spotlight swinging to the GM is not really something I think you should be really thinking about or worried about. Quite frankly, it doesn't really matter. This saying that the GM gets to make a move is the GM getting the spotlight and starting what the game refers to as a GM turn. Arn says the problem is that a lot of GMs are going to take that as they are versus the player. So they're going to move no matter what the players do. And Arn, that is a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. And the game says it is a problem. This is not a game that is going to, in my opinion, handle that particularly well, because that's not a good attitude to have. This is not a game that's designed to be balanced as a sort of adversarial game. I think there are some game systems that do that better than most, although I think most of them break down. If you truly want an adversarial game, you should go play like Descent 2nd Edition, where the GM is literally, the antagonist to the party, but they are bound by rules to do so. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of, problematic. Well, I think there's a difference between being a fan of the PCs and also trying to kill them, because you could be a fan of the PCs and still fill their lives with danger. And what you need to think of when you need to think of being a fan of the PCs, being a fan of the PCs means you're going to put them into tough situations that are going to potentially allow them to be a badass hero. It's up to the players, though, to take that opportunity. You are not under any obligation to guarantee that happens, nor are you under any obligation to assure that there's going to be zero consequences for that. Your job is to merely give them the opportunities to be great. That's how you are a fan of the PCs, for sure. What is Severs? Oh, so for Severes. Got it. Do you think it's possible to be a fan of the PCs while also trying to kill them? Absolutely. 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 I think maybe, honestly, truthfully, that if you can internalize that idea, then you will have reached like the next level of GM, I don't know, enlightenment. Because, and I'm not even saying that like in a like sort of PBTA Buddha. No, I just think any version of the game Buddha. I mean, there have certainly been times in our hobby when the GM was definitely kind of seen in a more adversarial role. And there have also been times where the GM has been sort of seen as a very neutral role, right? I am but the arbiter, right? I'm not trying to kill you. The world is trying to kill you, which is fine. And you're like, and I am unbiased, and I have no stake in the outcome of this. My job is to be a referee and to merely relay the results as the dice and the established whatever's written in the book say to kind of come true. I don't think this game really wants you to be either of those things. I think this game wants you to be someone who is like, it's more of like the wise old master, right? Who puts their student into a difficult situation, knowing that they may fail, but understanding that they will only reach their true greatness, if they face this adversity and overcome it. And if it wasn't for your actions, the student would never get that opportunity to truly test their greatness. And in a true emergent gameplay experience, what makes these games fun is that there isn't a guarantee that your person will succeed. Case in point, Luke Skywalker, Empire Strikes Back. He goes to the cave. And the idea of the fight in the cave is, can he master the dark impulses within him? And he fails. And even like, Yoda says, remember your failure at the cave, right? Luke failed that opportunity. But it didn't mean that he had to die in order to suffer from the consequences of it. But after that point, he has to go do it again. And this time it's up on the Death Star, right, where he must confront Darth Vader again. That's the only way that he can do it. You know, at that point, his masters almost don't want him to do it because they understand the consequences for this could be extremely dire. And we're very invested in this outcome to see how Luke can navigate this because we've seen him fail before. So in that respect, spoilers for the 40-year-old movie. Edward, thank you.
Edward tipped $10. Come on, y'all. Show some love for these pearls of wisdom and expensive cable sport for our benefit.
Edward, the chat and the patrons have all been very, very supportive of us. And again, when I put a $300 goal, I'm expecting that to not be hit immediately. We did hit that one immediately, which was crazy that one night, but that was an insane night, Edward. But thank you so much. I appreciate you being my cheerleader. And throwing your money where your mouth is. I appreciate that too. But thank you, Edward. I really appreciate you. Oh yes. What is steel compared to the hand that wields it? Look at the strength in your body, the desire in your heart. I gave you this. What a pity. Contemplate this on the tree of woe. Crucify him. But see, even Thulsa Doom was wrong about the riddle of steel. Because, you know, his father said you should figure out what the riddle of steel is. And, you know, Thulsa Doom tries to tell him that, you know, it's the, well, you know, first he thinks it's the actual strength of the steel. And then Thulsa Doom tells him, like, no, it's the strength of the body. You know, it's the strength of desire. But, you know, the sort of the premise of at the end of the sort of the movie, right, is that it's neither of those things, right? It's will, right? It's the and you know, the movie at least starts with a quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? And you know, who wrote The Will of Power, and it's this idea that, you know, that sort of seizing your destiny and not being a cog in destiny's wheel, blah 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 blah. And Xenosaga was a weird game. Any case. I do like the movie version. What can I say? Although I will say that while I love Conan the Barbarian, and it is a fantastic movie, and I would never say anything otherwise, and obviously Conan the Destroyer is technically a worse movie, I do enjoy Conan the Destroyer a lot because it feels more like a D&D movie for sure. Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. Hear the lamentation of the women. Oh, that's so good. Conan the Musical is one of my favorite all-time videos of all time. Yes, Boothby. Conan the Barbarian, better movie. Conan the Destroyer, more fun. I would agree. What the hell is that, Derek? You assault my ears. What are you talking about? That's classic. That's classic music right there. So as we get into the wrap up here, I do want to cover sort of a third element, which I want to talk about, which is reward systems. I have said before that Jared Sorensen's big three questions are how I usually judge an RPG, which is, what is this game about? What are the mechanics? And how do they support that? And then how does the player get rewarded from playing the game? Now, this game does not have a reward system as written. And I would say that that is a mistake. But we see in the game, in the thing that I can't show you, because it's not part of the SRD. But we could see in the campaign frame. Now, by the way, what am I talking about? I mean, like, basically, how do you level up? One of my things that is, for me, kind of a deal or no deal is I absolutely despise games where the GM just says, oh, and now you level up because it's been enough time, or because I feel like it, or because it's the right time to do it, or you beat that monster and I've just decided that you level up now. I don't like that because I think that the players should be able to sort of drive their own destiny. Now, this is the mistake that a lot of people make, like Northern Reaches. And Beowulf, to be very clear, this is one of the no, Beowulf, you're 100% correct. This is one of the reasons why I was so hesitant to take care or to change Northern Reaches to the leveling that we have, where you just level up once a week. Because in my brain, that would sap all motivation out of the play pattern. Now, there's a couple of caveats to that. One, you still earn XP in Northern Reaches, and you can use that XP to earn perks and vanity things for your character, or, you know, to buy a resurrection and things like that. So there is still a reason.
The underscore ERB tip $10 for the Blade and Conan chat, and I guess cables.
Thank you, Herb. I appreciate it so much. So thank you, Herb. The cables appreciate it, but the Conan the Blade is very important. So the thing that I can't show you, though, is the Colossus of the Dreadlands. And that's one of the campaign frames in the book. And one of the things that they add to this campaign frame, okay, is this idea that you level up as you take out the Colossi. So this is an example to me that shows that there is a way to sort of proceduralize and reward certain player behavior in a campaign frame. Now, before anybody else says this, says, Derek, you hate milestone experience. No, because do you know what was the original milestone experience game? I actually don't have OD&D on my shelf, but this is the 1979 J.R. Holmes version of BASIC, which is about as close as you can get to OD&D. Okay, let's just pretend this is OD&D. This was the original milestone-based experience. What was the milestone? Get 2,000 gold. When you got 2,000 gold, you got 2,000 experience, you leveled up. Now, sure, experience points gives us a way to granularize it, but experience points didn't do anything else. So we might as well have just said, once you get to 2,000 gold, you level up. There was really no reason to like track it individually. Now, the way you got gold was you went to the dungeon and you got treasure, and that's how you leveled up for the most part. Later editions of the game got rid of that. But if we look back at third edition, where did you get experience points from? From encounters, from fighting monsters. So the game was milestone. The milestone was beat enough monsters. Once you've beaten 10 on-level monsters or their equivalent, you level up. That was the milestone. That is a milestone type experience. The difference between what most people call milestone and what I call milestone, correct, as long as the experience points are tied to definitive actions that you take in the game. The thing is, a lot of people say milestone. They don't mean milestone. What they mean is GM fiat. Like the GM just decided that you get to level up, and you didn't know what it was that you needed to do in order to level up. So if you're playing Colossus of the Drylands and the GM says, you know, there are, these 10 walking colossi that roam the lands, every time you guys take one down, you're going to level up. The players now know what they need to do to go level up. And that's no different. That's a milestone, but that's no different than the GM saying, all right, you're starting off in the dungeon. You're level 1. Okay. If you can get 2,000 GP worth of treasure, you're going to level to level 2. And then after you get to level 2, you need 4,000 GP of treasure. And then you need 8,000 GP treasure. And as long as you can keep doing that, you'll level up. And the players go, okay, we understand the premise. We know what decisions that we have to make, that we need to go do, and that will level us up. So that's where the incentive system comes in. Now, Boyko, I happen to disagree with you here. I think that I mean, I don't think leveling has to be the only one. There are games, for example, where they don't have levels, but instead you get awarded with experience points for doing certain actions or playing your character in a certain way. And as a result, like Forbidden Lands is an example of that. And, you know, as Ayla says here, one of my favorite things about XP buy progressions is that I don't have to think about when my players level. I just give them XP. What they spend it on is their problem. And that Forbidden Lands works that way. But the thing about Forbidden Lands is you are still incentivizing your players to take certain behaviors. So, for example, if we were to play Forbidden Lands, at the end of the session, if your group fought a monster, recovered a great treasure, explored a new hex, added something to their stronghold, something else, they might earn 5 experience points. But if your players sat in a tavern, they fought a bunch of people, monsters, or they fought a bunch of adversaries, NPCs, but not a monster. They just fought like cultists. They didn't earn a treasure. They didn't explore anything on the map. The GM at the end of the session might go, you only earned 1 experience point. And from a scoreboard perspective, the game system itself is telling them, you didn't do it right. You may have had fun doing it, but the game isn't going to reward you for that. If you had gone and explored and gotten treasure and fought monsters and added to your stronghold, you would have gotten more experience than you did playing it the way that you did choose to do it. Now, some people feel differently, different ways about this. But I think that the problem with that system is that Forbidden Lands, that system of gaining experience points, is hard-coded into the way that Forbidden Lands works, because this is a game of rogues and raiders in a cursed world, and thus the reward system is designed to support that premise. What's a better idea, not that this is a bad idea, but a better idea is to say, what do you all care about? What do you want to do? What do I want to do? And then as a GM, what do I want to encourage? As players, what are you interested in doing? And let's build an XP system that supports that. Now, I don't mean goals, Beowulf. I don't mean goals. I mean fundamental meta concepts in the game. Now, one of them could be personal goals, I guess, but I mean that I want, as a group of players, what do we want our game to be about? Do we want our game to be about slaying a monster? Do we want our game to be about exploring the lands? Do we want our game to be about finding treasure? Do we want our game to be about overcoming our personal demons? Right? Then that's what we should incentivize. As I say on this channel a lot of times, what gets rewarded gets repeated. And I have played games that don't have any sort of reward system in place. Legend of the Five Rings. And in Legend of the Five Rings, you get 1 experience point per hour of playing the game. So if you play the game for 5 hours, you get 5 experience points. What did you do in that 5 hours? I sat in the tavern drinking sake and waxing philosophical about the nature of karma and whether or not honor is a price that we should pay for the safety. What is more important, the honor of one man or the empire? That could be our entire 5-hour session. Or you could have a 5-hour session where you fight back an Oni army and prevent them from overthrowing the empire. Well, in that game system, as written, they're both worth 5 XP. And that's because that game system is very specifically trying not to reward behavior, because it wants you to feel encouraged even to spend the session doing whatever it is that you want to do in that world. So my takeaway from this is, as tied to your campaign frame or as tied to the premise of your game system, in Daggerheart, you and your players should work out a series of understanding And even if it's not like written down in stone, at a certain point, the GM might say, okay, sounds like you guys have a goal, okay, which is to drive out the bandits from the village, to end the raids on the village. Okay, cool. Now here's the key. This is the takeaway. You have to phrase it like this. Because if you say, once you drive the bandits out of the village, then you level up, you've created a problem, because now you've said that the players must drive the bandits out of the village or they'll never level up. What if they fail? What if they encounter the bandits and they don't succeed? All right. So what you need to sort of understand is that thing could be mutable. The players say, yeah, we really want to drive the bandits out. So for the next couple of sessions, the group is working to drive the bandits out. They're doing this because in character, they want to do it. And as players, they want to do it. But now they understand this is the goal. This is the thing that we need to do to level. And if we can drive the bandits out, we will succeed. Let's say the players lead an attack on the bandits' hideout. Things go really bad. The players get really beat up. 2 people get taken out. They avoid death. And the players get beaten back, and bad stuff happens. And the bandits come in and they take over the town, and the players are kicked out, and they're still level 1. Now, as a GM at this point, we have to have kind of a conversation with our players and say, do you guys want to change your goal? Have you lost? Do you guys just kind of give the town over to the bandits and move on to the next thing? Alternatively, you could also phrase your goal as, right, that's the get good model, get good or get out. The other way you could phrase it is to say, you all need to confront the leader of this bandit, find out who the leader of this bandit camp or bandit group is and confront them. And after your confrontation with them, for good or for bad, your characters will level up. So this is a little bit more of a softer advancement option. The players know that wherever they're going, whatever they're doing, it's leading towards a confrontation with this bandit chief. Now, the outcome of that is kind of irrelevant. What's important is the confrontation. And again, I want to reiterate that I'm stealing this from better writers and better creative dramatic people than me, namely George Lucas. Because Obi-Wan tells Luke Skywalker that in order to become a Jedi Knight, he has to confront Darth Vader again. He confronted him once in Bespin. He has to confront him again. He doesn't say beat him. He doesn't say kill him. He doesn't say convert him back to the light side. He doesn't say convert to the dark side and strike him down and take his place at the Emperor's side. He says he needs to confront Darth Vader again. The outcome is irrelevant. What's important is that he shows up. And Luke, right, in the middle of his confrontation with Darth Vader, right, he stops and, puts his lightsaber away because he tells the Emperor, he goes, "No, you failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me." He basically leveled up in the middle of that fight, because as soon as he confronted Darth Vader and, made the realization of what he was and what he was becoming and what he could become and what he's in danger of becoming, he realizes that anger and violence and whatever isn't the way, and that pivotal choice is what makes him a Jedi. So it wasn't about beating Darth Vader. It was about confronting him. So you could also set up your situation like that. The other way to do it is like Colossus of the Drylands, where you set hard factored goals into the game. Like, for example, a game that I've talked about doing this forever. We could have a game where we go, hey, we're going to play a 2-tier game. We're going to play tier 1, tier 2, and then a little bit of tier 3. So in Daggerheart world, that's we're going to the whiteboard because we haven't gone to the whiteboard, and we got 30 minutes left. So, excuse me. Whiteboard here. I mean, yeah, we're not going to. Lucas does have editors, but the fundamental ideas were still sound. So, like, you could have. Remember, we have tier 1, which we know is level 1. And then we have tier 2, which is levels 2, 3, and 4. And then we have tier 3, which is level 5. So you could have, I call this the Warriors of Light campaign frame. Okay. The world is in darkness, and 4 crystals must be relit before the evil of chaos can be destroyed. And so you basically have a thing where it's like, okay, there are 4 crystals in the world, and they are currently dimmed. There's the earth crystal, there's the water crystal, there's the fire crystal, and then there's the air crystal. And you're like, okay, so you guys are level 1, and maybe this one of the crystals is like near the starting town. So one of the crystals is tier 1. The rest of the crystals are tier 2. The earth crystal is the first crystal, and the players go and like once you have successfully reignited and restored the spark to the first crystal, you guys will level to 2. Now at that point you can go and do whatever you want. You can go, hey, we're gonna go to this crystal next. Cool. Now you're level 3, and now you're level 4, and then after the 4th crystal, you guys advance to level 5, which is tier 3, and that's in time for our last few sessions, or maybe even our last session, where you'll fight at tier 3, and you'll fight chaos. And then our game is over. And, it's not going to 10. It's through tier 1, it's through tier 2, and then we'll play a little bit at tier 3 at level 5, and, so that you can kill chaos. I'm just here to kill chaos. Somehow people went Dark Crystal with this, but essence of Gelfling. Right. Thanks, Final Fantasy 1. So this is Final Fantasy 1.
Edward tipped $5. Please put this group create your own goals XP system homebrew in the Duality Digest. Folded hands emoji.
Edward, we have so many ideas for Duality Digest. Whoever, it's unknown how much time and space we have to go to it. I will say this, Edward, it is very, very, very difficult to publish things. And my shout out to all the people. I actually told Stephen Glicker the other day, I said, I don't know how you guys do it. They publish so much stuff in a year. It's just him and Mark. It's honestly, it's humbling just to think about these people that actually get stuff done. I know Runehammer was in here earlier. For those of you who don't know, Runehammer, amongst many things, made like Index Card RPG. Runehammer was one of the big inspirations and one of the big helpers for Kelsey to create Shadow Dark. And there's a whole litany of stuff that Runehammer has made. But I don't know how they do it. It's honestly, it's quite humbling. Anyways, oh right, they also did Crown and Skull, which I think is like their newer game. Anyways. Oh yeah, well, I'm actually really excited. I'm going to be getting my first ever design credits in some of the upcoming Roll for Combat books, which is really cool. And then I'm also going to be helping them a little bit, in theory, with their new Legends of Eldamon book, which is pretty sweet, which is cool. So anyways, I could do this system, and then my players, but again, part of this is buy-in, right, from the players. We have agreed that our campaign is about restoring the 4 crystals to light and then ultimately defeating chaos. And so by me saying at the beginning of the game, this is a milestone-based experience, every time you reignite a crystal, you get a level up. That's me sort of giving the players the ball and saying, you all make the decisions to how you're going to advance and what you're going to advance. Now, in an ideal, there's a couple of different theories about XP systems, okay? One theory of XP systems, and I don't think they're not right or wrong, but one theory of XP system is that what the players and the PCs want to be doing anyways is what desire is in line with what gets them XP, right? Our players and the PCs want to ignite crystals. So, you know, we're rewarding them for doing something that they want to be doing anyways. The other way to think about doing it is to have your XP system either be tangent to their goals or actually to be opposed to their goals. Where what the players want to do is reignite the crystals, but what they get XP for doing might be getting gold, you know, from like from an old school D&D system. And so now they have to make tough choices, right? Like, hey, there's rumors about a big treasure, but also, you know, Golbez is getting away with the fire crystal. So which do we go after? The treasure or the guy with the crystal? And this really comes down to like, how painful do you want your game system to be? Do you want your players to be having to make really difficult and tough choices that are diametrically opposed to one another? Okay. Or do you want it to be easier and just kind of have the thing that the players want to do anyways be the thing that gives them XP? And in fact, I would argue that part of the problem, part of the shift that occurred with D&D is that, you know, in what we'll call it old school D&D, you know, old school D&D, the players got a lot of XP for treasure and just a tiny amount of XP for monsters. And so this actually created an incentive system where the players, the ideal thing would be to get treasure and to avoid fighting monsters at all. If the players could sneak past them, if the players could trick them, if the players could do anything but fight them, that would be awesome, because you would get all this experience points for the treasure and not have to face any of the consequence and avoid fighting the monsters. Well, then the 80s and the 90s happened, and people started playing video games, and video games gave you XP for fighting monsters. And the RPGs that we were playing started giving your characters all these cool combat feats and combat powers and combat this and combat and tactics. I've got power attack as my feat, and I've got weapon focus as my feat. And that's what my character is all about. And so now this pattern was problematic, because they said, well, now we have players and PCs who want to fight the monsters. And so if we have people who want to fight the monsters, but we are still using an XP for treasure system, those things might be opposed to one another. So what we should do instead is award XP for encounters, which really meant killing monsters. And that's what you got in 3rd edition. So this was a way of supporting the style of play that people had sort of became indoctrinated for. It's funny, because if you think about it from an old school perspective, if you were fighting a bunch of monsters, and we think about the modern, right, the modernist person, right, the bunch of monsters, and they're guarding their treasure chest, and the party has to fight them, and that's unfortunate. And the party rips off and they kill 2 of them, and then the rest of them run away, leaving their treasure unguarded, and the party gets it. To an old school player, this sounds like the best possible outcome, right? And then we think about the modern thing, which is, when I say modern, I even mean like the last 20 years, where you always hear these people going like, oh, my party hates it when the monsters run away. They're like, no, we have to chase them down. We have to get the experience, and we can't let any of them live, and blah, 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 blah. And it's funny, because to an old school player, killing 2 of the monsters and having the other 7 or 8 run away and leave their treasure behind was awesome. You're like, cool. I didn't want to fight those monsters anyways. So there was a lot of vagueness, Beowulf, about this. And I would say that 95% of people either did not award the experience points for this, or most people were not going to sneak past the ogre anyways. But that's also because 3rd edition sort of failed in this respect, because 3rd edition tried to basically state, because here's the problem with 3rd edition. Okay. 3rd edition, it used to be about this idea that, like, okay, the party has a goal, right? And there might be a series of encounters that are standing in the way of achieving that goal, right? And one of those challenges might be the ogre. Another one might be a trap. And another one might be, let's just say, a riddle, a puzzle. And the idea was that if you could overcome these challenges on your way to getting the goal, you would have gained 1,000 experience points, and now you would be level 2, and you have succeeded. And in this way, these obstacles were in the way of your goal. And so if the players did, quote unquote, sneak past the ogre, as you say, they would get the 333 experience points. The problem is, what happens if the players don't sneak past the ogre? What happens if the players bypass the ogre encounter entirely? What if the players bypass the ogre and the riddle, and they go straight to the goal? They got 333 experience points. They encountered the trap. They overcame the trap. But then they didn't sneak past the ogre. They didn't outthink the riddle. They bypassed it entirely. Maybe they, I don't know, dug a hole through a wall, or maybe they came in from another stairway, or maybe they used some bullshit dimension door spell. When they get to the goal, they have achieved the goal, and they will have earned 333 experience points. So now Beowulf says, if they intentionally bypass it by finding another way, then I give them the XP. And that's the problem, Beowulf. In this scenario, what you just described, the trap should not be worth 333 XP. The ogre should not be worth 333 XP. And the riddle should not be worth 333 XP. The goal should be worth 1,000 XP. And it doesn't matter how you get to the goal, whether you go through all of these encounters as designed, if you beat the trap, sneak past the ogre, and cheat the riddle, or if you get hit by the trap full on in the face by a fireball and then use some stone-shaped spells and dimension doors and just bypass your way immediately to the goal. The point is, these things were all in service of the goal. Most GMs had a really hard time just awarding the players all that experience points for encounters that they just completely skipped or missed. And that's why the GM started railroading their players into, like, no, you must fight that encounter because I gotta have to give you that experience points, because the next thing in the adventure assumes that you're going to be level 2. So you have to get that 1,000 experience points somehow, blah, 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 blah. And this created a whole host of problems. Boyko says, D&D used to be about avoiding combat is a revisionist nostalgic myth. Maybe, Boyko, but all the groups I played with in the early 90s and late 80s pretty much told stories of how they would be very clever and avoid combat pretty much at all notices. And most of the books that I have read about old school and the old school approach to D&D, even Gary Gygax himself was very focused on the treasure. Now, it can't be stated that there are some people who really liked to kill monsters and they enjoyed the combative part of the game. Of course they did. But I believe fully, truth be told, is that most of those people were probably fudging anyways, because D&D was so deadly that I think that if you were regularly engaging in combat, you were probably getting killed at a regular basis. So there's that. We did that in 4th edition. We missed a few levels and we got TPK'd. Right. So in that case, Edward, your reward for being clever was to get TPK'd. Right. And so if you tie the XP to the challenges and not to the goal, you are encouraging your players to engage with the challenges instead, because the challenges are what are going to give you the XP that you need. And that's potentially problematic, because that's either going to kind of force the players to want to go through all the challenges. Like if your players are ever in a situation where they're like, well, we have a really clever way to get the goal, but if we do that, we're going to be under-leveled, so I guess we need to go through the encounters anyways. Something is pretty fucked up about your game system. I kind of feel like if I get XP anyway, whether I bypass the challenge or not, my choices matter less. I would say your choices matter more, right? But again, this is the beauty of old school D&D. In old school D&D, if there was 1,000 GP in this room, and outside of this room was a Hydra. I'm sorry, let's make it 10,000 GP, make it really worth it. And there's a Hydra, but there was also a room here and a room here. And some enterprising player was like, hey, can I use a pass wall spell to get from this chamber to this chamber? And they get the 10,000 GP. I feel like I don't need to give them the Hydra's experience points, and I wouldn't give them the Hydra's experience points, but they don't care about the Hydra's experience points because they do miss out on the Hydra's experience points. But the Hydra's experience points might be like, I don't know, 120 XP, whereas the 10,000 GP is worth 10,000 XP. So, that's... Now, granted, if the players wanted to get maximum XP, they would go fight the Hydra. But from a juice for squeeze standpoint, you're much better off just getting the money, getting the treasure. This, to me, is the beauty of the old school D&D model. If they know about the Hydra and get past the passing wall, then they get the Hydra XP too in my games. Yeah, I think that is. I think that's bad. That I wouldn't do. I think that's silly. Because then that's weird because they only get the XP if they know about it. So what about there's a ghost over here? It's another entrance into the chamber, into the treasure room. And there was another way to get into the treasure room besides the Hydra. There was this chamber and it went through the ghost room. Do they get the XP for the ghost? You're saying they don't because they didn't know about the ghost? Do you see how weird that is? So now they're like, oh, so we need to explore everything, but not encounter it before we cheat. That's a really weird system to incentivize. So, yeah. I actually don't see that they're overcoming it. They did not overcome the challenge of the Hydra. They overcame the challenge of the treasure. And that's why they get the XP for the treasure, but they don't get the XP for the Hydra. Did we learn? You're talking about how would you qualify Dungeon World's end of session moves? Did we learn something new and important about the world? Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy? Did we loot a memorable treasure? For each yes, everyone marks XP. Those are meta XP in treasure encounters. Those are just like my brain's stopped. That's just like Forbidden Lands. So I have a problem, Victor, with these moves. My problem with these moves, or my problem with the problem with these in Dungeon World. Let me be very clear. The type of moves that Victor's talking about are these like PBTA style moves. These give you some form of XP. And in most PBTA games, that XP, after you get a certain number of XP, let's say 5, you get an advance. The thing is, every other PBTA game doesn't have levels. So this, in my opinion, works fine. This approach to XP works fine in games that do not have levels, like most PBTA games, Avatar Legends and the like, or Forbidden Lands, which doesn't have levels. I don't think this style of system, or Blades in the Dark, I don't think this style of system works for a game that has levels, in my personal opinion. I think it works well for games that do not have levels. That's just my personal take. Hell yeah, go back. You should go back and kill it. Especially in those old school games, that Hydra would be worth the same amount of experience points, and now you need 8 million experience points to level up. Well, Beowulf, that's what I'm saying. So by your stake, you have this weird like Schrodinger's experience points, and that's what I don't like about it. Like if you don't know about the challenge, then you can't overcome it, even if you are overcoming it. And that's what's really weird about what you're describing. But yes, what I like the facility has a certain amount of experience point. You get it if you beat the facility. You get all of the experience point, because that whole objective of that was to overcome this one goal. Where that fails is in a traditional dungeon crawl where the dungeon has no goal. The dungeon just exists. It has challenges and treasures and monsters and threats and puzzles, and it's, there is no goal to overcome. So even if the players do sneak past the Hydra and get the treasure wasn't the goal. The treasure was just another thing that was in the dungeon. I would be okay with getting XP by just getting to the goal of the treasure no matter what. The way Beowulf describing would make me want to quit playing. I don't know that I would quit playing. Yeah, maybe I'd quit playing. I think that would be terrible for me. I think that would be terrible for me as well. How would you set up a leveling system for Daggerheart? I was thinking of using the encounter pricing for XP calculations and awards. No, I wouldn't do that at Darius. I think what you should do is have your players set a concrete goal and then tell them that if they achieve that goal, then they level up. This is going to give you the most flexibility, for sure. For sure. Because if you set up a situation where you're using encounter pricing and XP calculations and awards, it's going to create really bad incentives, and it's going to lead your party to feel like they're priced into doing certain types of calculations, and you're going to feel like you're in a situation where the players have to earn enough, a type thing to overcome it. What does goal achievement have to do with levels? What does killing monsters have to do with levels? What does getting gold in a treasure chest have to do with levels? Correct. It's a reward, Boyko. We are rewarding our players for achievement. And I believe that rewarding good behavior leads to better play outcomes. It incentivizes and motivates our players to think about the challenge from a perspective of, we need to overcome this challenge, not just because it's important in the game world, but because we want to be rewarded. Wow, you got 40,000 XP. Why? Oh, I don't know about it. Stuff you didn't know about. Well, to be clear, experience is a bullshit concept that doesn't actually stand for experience. I mean, why'd you get experience points? Why'd you get 10,000 experience points for getting 10,000 GP worth of treasure? I mean, well, what does it even mean? Why did your wizard who didn't cast a spell go up in level because they fought a bunch of ogres? What does that have to do with casting spells? Nothing. Well, I hope you weren't playing old school D&D then, because I don't know how you possibly could have ever leveled up. I mean, experience is a meta concept. XP is meta. XP is meta. Oh my God, how did you play AD&D 2nd edition? You needed thousands of experience, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of experience points to level up. I bet you did. I bet you did do it slowly. Holy shit. That would be awful. AD&D 2nd edition used the same XP tables as AD&D 1st edition. Holy shit. I mean, experience points don't make any sense at all. The only thing that really makes sense would be like like you would need like hundreds of thousands of XP, and like you would spend most of your time training, and it's like trying to make XP diegetic, I think it's a tough stretch. Even in Forbidden Lands, like the training action takes 6 hours. So like it's not even like it takes a quarter day to do a training action. So it's not really that makes that much sense. I might have too much Monster Hunter Wilds on the mind. That game uses equipment for passing content gates. That's fine. I mean, that's a milestone system in its own system. So where would XP from roleplay equals, I mean, finding your family come into play? I think that's kind of tough in most level-based games, because unless you are fine. Well, there's a lot of like, that is exactly what I'm saying, Derek, by the way. I'm saying experience points or your leveling system or your reward system should be something that encourages the player's behavior, whether it's aligned with their behavior or opposed to their behavior. It should be a tool that you use to sort of set them on the right path. If I recall correctly, Kyle, I think there was an optional thing in the DMG that said if the players role played, they might get like 100 XP. Well, right, Woodland Fellowship, and in that respect, right, it's still very emulationist, right? You're like, well, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, so I should get rewarded, and what gets rewarded should get repeated, and what get repeated should get rewarded. And so, yeah, they're like, I'm doing adventuring stuff, so the game should reward me for doing adventuring stuff. But it's a very gamist trope. I don't think that it's very simulationist at all. I think it's emulationist in that respect. But like I said, all of that is really milestone-based experience in that respect. Why should it what, Boyko? Yeah, I mean, I played AD. I mean, that's what I grew up on. I grew up on an AD&D 2nd edition. I agree with you, Pumpkin. The problem is people convince themselves gamist concepts were actually simulationist. I do agree with you. There's an outdated mode of play where when level exists only to unlock new mechanics and modes of play. What else would level do? Isn't that, I mean, a level is just a gamist concept. So a level has no meaning outside of the game mechanics. And typically the only thing that does is unlock new mechanics and unlock new modes of play. Right? Traveler has simulation XP because you spend months training because you spend most of your life in jump space with nothing to do. How I don't know what the hell was going on in your games, Beowulf. That is, I mean, I don't want to do like I'm almost tempted to do the math here. Here, let's just do the simple math. Okay, let's just do the simple math. Okay. Monster. Do we have a 2nd edition? Monstrous. Oh, do I have an AD&D 2nd edition? Now I'm like, oh, this is like a fun way to waste our time. Hold on a sec. Loading, please wait. Okay. All right, we're going to go to 2nd edition specifically here. Core. Monstrous Manual. Okay. I do have it. Perfect. All right. So if you're level 1, let's say, I mean, depends on the class that you are, but like a fighter needs 2,000, a wizard needs 2,500, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let's just say cleric needs 1,750 or 1,800, a rogue needs like 1,500, but let's just say 2,000 is the average. By the way, remember, if you're a multi-class character, you need basically twice as much because your XP gets split between your 2 classes. An orc is worth 15 XP. Now, that's not 15 per player. That's 15 each. Or sorry, 15 total. So if you had 5 players and you fought and you killed an orc, you would earn 3 XP, right? That's 15. This is an orc. So a 15 XP orc would grant each player 3 XP, which means in order to earn 2,000 XP to level up, your character, your party, would have to kill 666 orcs without dying to level up. And keep in mind that this orc is going to do 1d8 points of damage by weapon. Their THAC0 is 19. So, against your AC 8 wizard or AC 7, thief, or your, whatever, AC 5, fighter, they're going to be hitting 30, 40, 50, 60% of the time. And there's a good chance, by the way, you didn't start off with 10 hit points or 8 hit points. You rolled your D10. Even if you were a fighter, you rolled your D10. So your character might have 6 or 7 hit points, which means anytime you are hit, there was a very reasonable chance that you would just be instantly killed. And that's not impossible that you might, but you'd have to kill 666 of these things. And that's just to get to level 2. I find it almost unbelievable that anyone that was playing 2nd edition was either cheating, they didn't know what the rules were and they were making something up, or they were using treasure, or I don't know what. But that's just like impossible. And again, I should point out that if you were let's say you were an elf. So if you were an elf and you were a multi-class character, because you basically multi-class characters, you had to be a multi-class character from the beginning of the game. So if you were an elf, okay, and you were a fighter magic user, okay, you needed 2,000 experience points to level 2 in fighter, and you needed 2,500 experience points to level 2 in wizard. And so when your character got that XP, it got split between their fighter and their magic user. So that means that in order to get 2,000 experience points in fighter, which would also be 2,000 experience points in your magic user, you would need to kill twice as many orcs. Okay? So you would need to kill 1,333 orcs just to get to level 2 in fighter. You would still be a level 1 magic user. You would still have some time to go. That's crazy. Albestein says, take care, Adarius. Yeah, we're going to be dropping out here soon myself. I didn't want to go past 10. So Kyle says, so looking at Final Fantasy Tactics, you get XP JP, where XP went to your job, but JP went to buying abilities. How could that fit into a tabletop system? You get XP to level up, but you get JP to buy your abilities. That's kind of what the new Warhammer game does, Kyle. The new Warhammer game, you level up your skills by training them, but you level up, but you get new abilities by getting XP or something like that. And a lot of people thought it felt really good. I mean, yes, Ken, Earth Dawn, again, solves all these problems as well. Platinus, and that I think is ultimately the correct takeaway, which is that the idea of Daggerheart is it has this milestone-based system, But that milestone-based system can be whatever you need it to be in the campaign setting. In Colossus of the Drylands, it's taking out Colossus. And Colossus of the Drylands says, I don't care that your players are going to go and, save a village from a bandit overlord. The way that game is set up, you wouldn't level from that. That campaign is about fighting the Colossi. The players might still choose to do that, but that's putting their, personal objectives at odds with the campaign objectives, which might be interesting for some players. Other players would say, oh, this is a campaign about killing big monsters and we should focus on that, which is also fine. Sometimes it's fine for players to make a decision that doesn't earn them experience points because they think it's the right thing to do. But some people don't like having to make that choice or making that decision, So I think that's what's really important about that. Second edition did go to 20th level, Albustine. Correct. Yeah. I mean, the problem is people try to make XP simulationist, and I just don't think it. Ultimately, I don't really think it makes that much sense, and I just accept XP is a gamist trope, and exists because we like to have progression systems and they feel good, and we like seeing the number go burr. What's up, Travis? Thank you so much for that. Keep the Dagger hype train going. Love your videos. Running session 2 this Sunday. Awesome, Travis. I'm curious, Travis, how's it been? I mean, have you found it challenging? Have you found it easy? Have your players responded well? Like, how are things feeling? I'd love to get people's feedback on that. And same thing, if you're watching this, put in comments below. So, anyways, if you could play Daggerheart and just decide at random times the players level up and just be like, hey, by the way, guys, level 2. You could do that. I don't think you should do that because I just don't think that is cool. I think it's cool when the players have the destiny in their own hands and they know what they need to level. Now, you can be very hard and strict with it, like in my Warriors of Light campaign setting where I said the only way you can level up is by reigniting crystals. And I don't care how you do it or when you do it or why you do it, but when a crystal gets reignited, you gain a level. And once all 4 crystals are reignited, you will fight chaos. Or you could have the players as a group say, wow, we really care about this village and we want to save it from the bandits. And then the GM will say, okay, guys, that sounds like a cool party goal. How about this? Once you guys have sort of dealt with the bandits for good or for evil, once you've dealt with the bandits, you guys will level up. And the players can go, cool. And then maybe they mess with the bandits for a long time and they, get some sort of victory or they get some, and everyone agrees that they level up. I just don't like it when the players are just like leveling up. I don't feel like should be a surprise to the players. That's all I'm saying. I just think it shouldn't be a surprise. I don't mind milestone-based experience as long as the players understand whether their action is in support of them getting leveled up or in them supporting not getting leveled up. The other option is the players just level up automatically every 3 sessions. That's the Northern Reaches model. They literally level up every 3 weeks. You could do that too. I just find that to potentially be more problems than it's worth. The only reason we're doing that in Northern Reaches is because we're playing with, 80 players and 40 GMs. So that is to solve logistical issues, not player issues. Your players are loving Daggerheart. Sweet. What do you think about a system that locks character abilities and powerful items behind role play and completing character goals? Yeah, Andrew. I mean, that's Torchbearer. I mean, Torchbearer to level up, your characters need to earn a certain amount of fate and earn a certain amount of I was going to call it Arda because I've been thinking about Burning Wheel. Your characters need to earn a certain amount of fate and persona. The way you earn fate and persona is by playing to your character's beliefs and your character's goal. And the dungeon is just a means for your characters to really struggle against what their beliefs and their goals are. It's a crucible. It's a difficult environment, right? It's easy to live up to your beliefs and your goals when you're safe at home and when there's no threats. But when your character has to choose between, living up to their belief or risking dying or grabbing that extra treasure, which might make the difference between them starving to death or not, versus, going for their goal, then that becomes a compelling decision. And so Torchbearer and Burning Wheel games in general, like Mouse Guard, are structurally about that. And so their XP system rewards that behavior. So in that case, that XP system is defining what that game is about at a fundamental level. And, in that respect, if a character writes a goal of, I will get the big treasure, I will recover the ruby eyes from the demon statue, then they have made the game, for them at least, about getting treasure. But another character might not have that goal. And so that's a very player agency driven game where the players get to decide what's important to them, and then they have to fight for those beliefs. Because the way that game is set up, if multiple players have the same goal, only one of them gets the reward. And that's because it would be very easy for everybody to have the same goal. Hey, I want to get the ruby eyes from the demon statue too. Hey, turns out I want to get ruby eyes as well. And so everybody goes, cool, we're all in agreement. We can all go do that. That game says, no, that's too easy. We want people to have to fight for their right to level. So in order to earn those rewards, you might have to make certain tough decisions. And so maybe one character wants to get the ruby eyes, but another character wants to end the threat of the demonic cult once and for all. Now, there might be some overlap there. You're like, okay, look. How about we sneak in, we kill the demonic cult, I'm with that, and then we loot the ruby eyes. And everyone's like, yeah, that all sounds cool. But then maybe there's a scene where you're like, hey, we could totally get these ruby eyes and get out, and no one would be the wiser. And you're like, well, that's really good for me because I don't give a shit about the cult. I only care about the ruby eyes. But the other player is going to be like, no, like, I don't care about the ruby eyes. We need to take out this cult because that's what I care about. So that's where the tension of that game comes into play. Some people don't like that. Some people like everybody's on team party, Now, I'm interesting here, King Hodop. You said they're enjoying the narrative, talking about Daggerheart. I would guess they haven't found it all that challenging, though. Combats have been mostly spectacle without threatening them. Now, I'm curious, King Hodop, in other games, D&D 5th edition, DC 20, what's your TPK kill rate? Is it like, 20, 30, 40%? I'm just curious. Is it like, at least 20, 30%? Like, how many PCs are you killing, let's just say a month, in your games? Like 4, 5, 6, 7? Because I've noticed people say this a lot on Reddit. They go, oh, the fights are so easy. And I go, okay. And I go, well, how often do you kill people in D&D or Pathfinder 2? And they go, oh, never. And I go, so how are those fights hard? And they go, oh, well, no, but they are. They're hard. And I go, but nobody's ever dying. And they're like, no. I'm like, so the players are winning all the time? And they go, yes. And I go, okay. Make it make sense. And if the answer is because the HP goes low, that's why. I mean, that's illusionism at its best. And in fact, that's, one of the things that we always talk about with Pathfinder 2. We see all the time people who are new to Pathfinder 2 will be like, oh my God, this game is so intense. That game was, we were almost dead. And then like veterans, people who've played a lot of Pathfinder 2 will look at that situation and go, they were so not close to dead. Like they felt like they were close to death, but they weren't, they never were. It's not only is it the emulation of challenge, Ilya, it's the illusion of challenge. It makes it seem like, oh my God, it was the biting edge. This Boothby says it's hard in quotations because it takes an hour to play out 3 rounds of combat. This is from the man who is just, didn't you just start another Pathfinder 2 group? So Also, I think Hodop is very self-aware here. It's mainly because of the way I'm making GM moves. I think the GM has a lot of say in how difficult and how threatening their game is, depending on the type of moves that they are making. If a GM is making a lot of hard moves, then the game will be more difficult. And if the GM is making a lot of soft moves, then the game is going to be easier. I mean, that's just the end of the day, you know? Sweet Threat, I think it depends. It depends on how big your group is. It depends on, are you playing on a VTT or are you playing in person? It depends on how well or knowledgeable your party members are. It depends on the complexity of some of their classes. Some classes are much more complex than others. It also depends on how many monsters the GM is fighting. Now, if you're fighting 4 PCs versus 2 PL0 monsters, I think you could probably get 10 to 15 minute combat rounds. I think that sounds very reasonable. But if the GM has 5 monsters and there's 5 party members and maybe some people don't really know what they're doing, now you might be talking about 20-minute rounds or 25-minute rounds, you know? But yeah, it depends. My group is also very good at going, like, even when I'm playing or when I'm GMing, like, we'll take out one monster and then we'll kind of all look at the math and go, yeah, we can wrap this up, right? And we're like, yeah, that's fine. And then we'll just say our party members won. 5 party members that don't know what they're doing is my standard group. So there you go. Nowadays, I think you're safer assuming that people don't know what they're doing than you should assume that they do know what they're doing. Yes and no, Sweet Threat, right? Pathfinder 2 is a more complicated game. It's part of what makes it fun. Part of what makes it alluring. I don't know why people who don't want to learn the system play a game like Pathfinder 2, because to me, the whole point of playing a game like Pathfinder 2 is because you want a complex and engaged system with lots of nuances and lots of numbers and dials, and you enjoy that. But a system that is more complicated is going to have a higher percentage of people who don't know how everything works. I mean, I've been playing Pathfinder 2 pretty much nonstop since it came out in 2019, and even I don't necessarily know what everything does on my sheet, you know. Anyways, so all I want to say about Daggerheart, about the advancement, is you just need to be very aware and very cognizant of, do I want leveling to be part of the motivation of my game? And if it is, tie those leveling milestones to a system that you and your players can agree on is good. You could even, use a clock if you want something that's more granular than that, because that'll be really, then you basically created an XP system, right? It's an XP countdown. And holy shit, Era. Mr. Era Vulgari.
I am strong.
Look at that.
Strong.
Cracking the orange super chat with a massive $100, proving once and again for all that Daggerheart is indeed hype and that Dagger hype is indeed real. Era says, toot toot, all aboard the hype train. My first Daggerheart session is next Friday. Looking forward to taking some of your insights to my table. Ready to return to GMing after taking a long play in a long-term Delta Green game. Well, Era, that is definitely going to be a hard 180 degree, going from running a Delta Green game to running a Daggerheart game. I can't wait to hear about it. Tell us all about it on the Patreon, Era. I'm really excited about people in our community who are starting these games because that's the kind of resource that I want, that I need for me to be able to maybe try to make some good content for this thing, because me and my one table are not going to be enough to learn about Daggerheart, to be able to test ideas and get feedback from people. And the nice thing about having my patrons is these are quality gamers, people I've had many conversations with. So, I mean, I can't trust everyone intimately, but I have a much better read on how educated and responsible and engaged these people are with the quality and content of their discussions, because I have that opportunity to engage with them on a regular basis. AKA, I trust my patrons a lot more than I would trust even just my own gut instinct, but also just random internet people. And that means that if I have an idea or something that I want to publish, I have a quality group of people that I can run my idea past, who can play test it, put it in their game, beat it up a little bit, run it past their players, or in some cases, those players are also patrons. And we can kind of get a good feel for it before we ever take it to a wider audience. So having that kind of community of people, and that's the same thing true for Pathfinder 2. It's the same thing for Daggerheart. It's the same thing for a lot of games that my community has really, really engaged with. And so while I do not feel like I would ever be qualified to make a Pathfinder 2 thing, I do feel that Daggerheart is simple enough that even someone like me might be able to make a few things that could be fun for people to play. So that's the goal. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And, you know, we've always wanted to get into the business of making, you know, publication content for our patrons. We did it for a couple of times, but it was a lot of work. And you know, we need to get better at it. And that's what we're hopefully going to do here for Daggerheart. So Dagger Hype, indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Era. That was very, very nice of you. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Because these super chats and tip goals keep the wheels going. Well, I appreciate you, and thank you, King Hodot. But yeah, that's awesome. First session. I'm excited. Tell us how it goes. So Dagger Hype, indeed. One of the reasons I need to get this stuff going up and running. Okay. Well, we have another Daggerheart stream in the docket because we were going to do an EU Daggerheart stream. We might do that next week sometime before I leave for Gen Con. I'm kind of excited for Gen Con. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm hoping to run into some people I know. I always like I said, I always get the opportunity, love to get the opportunity to hang out and chat with, you know, with Professor Dungeon Master and Kelsey Dion and actually, you know, again, Dungeon Coach Alan. He's great people, and hopefully we get some opportunities to hang with them. I usually get lunch or dinner with Baron DeRop from Dungeon Masterpiece. So some of these people are just like, they're a lot of fun, and it's really cool to get their take on it, you know, because they're from these much bigger channels, and they have like just a much better, you know, their fingers much more on the pulse of the gaming community. So it'll be a lot of fun. And of course I get to hang out with, you know, Steve Glicker and Mark Seifter, and they're a lot of fun. And, you know, Steve and I at this point, we're con buddies. So, you know, it's fantastic. And we got a lot of stuff coming up out after Gen Con, Thaddeus. So we're getting a unicorn book. I'm hoping the book is there. So we got a unicorn book coming out. I want to talk about Legend 5 Rings unicorn book. Draw Steel should be coming out in the weeks following that, give or take, or at least something that we can show, the PDF available. So we're going to have Draw Steel. We have a unicorn book for Legend 5 Rings. We're going to have Starfinder 2. We're going to have Battle Cry. We're going to get the GM guide for the Old World RPG, so we can finally actually look at the second half of the book. So we have got a ton of games. I don't know when Broken Empires is coming out, but I've got that one kickstarted too. But we know that there's going to be a lot of first looks, and not just first looks, but deep dives. Like for Battle Cry, I definitely want to do a stream where we talk about the classes and maybe just one on the Commander, one on the Guardian. Same thing with Starfinder 2. I want to talk about the rules, some of the equipment changes. I want to talk about the classes, because I think the class design of Starfinder 2 is really, really cool. Again, I think it's really, really interesting. Speaking of your Discord, how active is it outside of the U.S. time zones? I'm in Japan. Would I be able to find games or people for games? Kyojin, as with all things, it kind of depends and it kind of matters. We do have people that run games all over the time zones and all over the place. Some people run games literally in the morning or in the evening, because we do have people from like Australia and New Zealand. But to answer your question, currently on the Discord, we have 130 people with a European role. We have 20 people with an Asian role, 40 people with an Oceania role. So that's like Australia, New Zealand, and the like. And then we have like 500 people with a North American role. So, you know, I would say, you know, 80% of the people are North American, and then 20% are European or East Asia, or you know, Australia, New Zealand. So it is obviously very North American focused, but we have had people who, depending on the time and the zone, can find those games. But, you know, I would say at worst, Kyojin, sign up for a month. You know, you can sign up at like the $3 or $5 level, and, check it out, engage in the conversations, see if there's some games going that you might work for your time zones. Maybe try to run a game. I don't know if you're trying to run or play. It depends what type of game you want to play. There's obviously some games, there's a lot more of them being run. But and then if it doesn't work out, no harm, no foul, and you can chalk it up as, paying $3 to us because we're cool and, it didn't work out. That's fine. So we're going to have a lot of games to talk about on top of that. On top of that, we are going to be starting up our actual play for Daggerheart, which is going to be awesome. And, hey, Edward, coming in.
Edward tipped $5. So, what I'm hearing is that it was a good thing that you lost your job so you can cover all these new books. He kids.
Well, yes, but no. You guys have done a great job. Our Patreon has been, doing very well. You guys have really been remembering to support us over on Twitch, with the Twitch Prime subs. So that's been, hugely helpful. Again, just even this time, shout out to Kaiser, shout out to Therians, shout out to Nikki. We had a bunch of people, Asking Ouija, Henrique, who all, sent in their subs. And those are, a couple bucks here, a couple bucks here. But, when 200 people do that, that's suddenly $500. Well, $500 is, my groceries. So, everything is kind of just very discreet for me. Losing my benefits has probably been the biggest hit. And, my current insurance that I got sucks. And I still haven't gotten dental. So, we're figuring that out. But it's been a lot of fun. And now that my life's, unfortunately, I lost my dad and, we had these fosters and it was a mess with the dogs. And so even though I lost my job and it was bad, it was crazy. Like things were so crazy and hectic. So I haven't really had a chance to get to my new normal now. So I am really looking forward to that and trying to figure out what that looks like. What does my life look like as a full-time streamer? So I appreciate you. I know you're just kidding. No, I appreciate the kidding. I mean, that's fine. You can bust my balls all day. But that's fine. Kyojin needs some Daggerheart. All right. Well, I like I said, I think that'll be a game that is going to get some pretty good, some pretty good movement under a thing. And it also depends on whether, we can, if you want to play earlier or later. But yeah, we'll have a lot of content that I think will do really well. Pathfinder 2, Starfinder 2 releases. Some of the stuff, old world, probably not as much, but, still it's new and topical, relevant. Draw Steel, more Daggerheart stuff. I'm still very much in love with my Project Shadow Deep and wanting to do a Shadow Dark Mega Dungeon. For those of you who don't know, this game is still probably easily one of the top selling RPGs that is being published right now. Obviously, Daggerheart's been mostly sold out, so who knows? But the level of support that Shadow Dark has is crazy. It's actually insane. James Introscano or whatever. Wojo. I mean, we've reached out to people, and they've obviously been on their show. We've had Luke Crane, we had Tor Olvesrud, we had Tomash from Free League. So we've had people on, but I'm always a little nervous because I don't want to insult anybody. Yeah, I'm gonna track down Matthew Lillard. Exactly. That is a deep cut Scream callback. When do we get to rename the dumpster fire to something less Derek centric? Derek, the dumpster fire will be officially renamed to something less Derek centric when my income pays all my bills for the month, and also gives me a couple, some money that I can save away or spend on something silly, not like a new car, but Derek wants to, I don't know, buy a new paint set or buy an airbrush so he can get back into miniature painting, which I want to do. Well, a good airbrush and a compressor is going to run me like $250 combined. So, do I have $250 that I can just drop on an airbrush and a compressor? No, but I used to, but now I don't really have to. Hell, I still owe people for contests. I still have to give payouts for the monster design contest because I just got things. Speaking of Daggerheart being sold out, when's the next giveaway? Well, we're gonna do a Patreon giveaway before I go to Gen Con. So we'll do a Patreon giveaway probably next week. And then I think I have one more book to give away that we'll give away on the EU stream. And then after that, I think I have one more book. So we'll see what we do with that. Maybe we'll do 2 giveaways on the Patreon. Yeah, the dumpster fire on the channel is called Fire Derek's Life, aka the Dumpster Fire. He can handle some jokes. I mean, it was like a comedy of errors at that point. I mean, actually, we just had like the 1-year anniversary of my fire, so that's kind of when everything started to go south for me. Was when I had the fire, but yeah, good times. For those of you who don't track at home, here's what happened to me. Last year in July, I had a garage fire. Now, we had just moved out of our studio, so I had moved a lot of my studio stuff into the garage because I was moving out of my studio, so I needed to store it somewhere, so I put it in my garage. Well, my freezer chest caught an electrical fire, which lit a garbage thing on fire, and that started the whole thing on fire, and then my garage caught on fire. The fire department came, and I had to go to the ER. That was the first ER visit because they were like, oh, you had all the smoke inhalation. Because I was trying to put out the fire, and I couldn't do it. So the fire department had to come, and they had to put out the fire. So everything in my garage pretty much got ruined, including all my woodworking stuff. Then I couldn't stay at home because they cut the electrical power because my electrical box had melted. My electrical box, breaker box, was above the fire. It got completely destroyed. So then I had to stay in a hotel. My insurance paid for it. That day, the next day after the fire, I was already scheduled to go take my dog to the vet because my dog had been limping. And I had feared for this because years ago, my dog had a knee surgery. It's called a TPLO. It's basically the equivalent of an ACL tear for a dog. And they told me when one goes, another one usually goes, but we'll see. So I was fearing that this was going to happen because it's a very expensive surgery. So the day after the fire, I take the dog to the vet because the dogs are obviously with us in the hotel. And sure enough, they say, yep, he's going to need a TPLO surgery. And I'm like, okay, that's a $6,000 or $7,000 surgery. Okay, great. So I'm like, now I got to get that surgery done. So meanwhile, my fire situation is happening. So that's when my condo HOA tells me, by the way, we're not paying for this. And I said, well, don't you guys cover stuff that happens to the building unit and you just don't cover my stuff? And they said, yeah, we used to, but we changed the language on that last year. Didn't you get that memo? And I said, no, I didn't get that memo. And they said, yeah, we sent it out in the monthly newsletter. And I was like, so what you're telling me is you're not covering that? And they said, no. And I was like, okay, well, my insurance that I bought for my house 10, 12 years ago, 14 years ago, was predicated on the idea that you guys would be covering that. So I didn't need a lot of coverage. I needed coverage for my stuff. I didn't need coverage for like my walls because you guys covered that. And they're like, yeah, no, we changed that. We sent that out in a memo. And I said, oh, okay, well, I didn't get the memo. And so, yeah, I'm grossly underinsured. So I was grossly underinsured. So while my insurance covered the damage to my stuff, it did not cover the damage to my physical building, which included the walls, the electrical box, and all this. So then I was out like another $20,000. So that brings us through like into late August. Then I go to Vegas, as was my plan, and I start having crippling panic attacks. And I end up going to the ER in Vegas because I think I'm dying of a heart attack. And I'm there in Vegas, and that was ER visit number 2. I get back, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I schedule a doctor appointment. I go to my doctors, and they basically say, yeah, we think you're having panic disorder and panic attacks. I said, they're like, yeah, you should get a therapist, and we'll get you on some meds. So I start taking the meds, and then I had the worst panic attack I've ever had. And even though I knew that it was panic disorder, I went to the ER again because I really did think I was dying. And of course, I wasn't. funny story about that third ER visit is the second ER visit was in Vegas, but the third ER visit was here. And I went on a Sunday night. And so when I went on a Sunday night, it was the same ER team and the same doctor who had seen me when I went for the fire. And they were like, "You're not having a good year." And I said, "No, I'm not." So finally, I get on my meds, and it took a little while, but then eventually it was a SSRI med, and my panic disorder started to go away by the fall. But that was a horrible, like September and October were like the worst months for me ever. And things started to get better. And then my dog had a surgery, and it was really expensive, as expected. And then I was like, I really want to sell my house. So I started getting my house ready to sell. So I put a bunch of stuff in storage, and I didn't have any of my stuff anymore. And then my dad got really sick. And he was in and out of the doctors, and they were saying things were really bad. And then in like February, he went into the hospital. 6 weeks later, he died in the hospital. While that was happening, we agreed to foster 2 dogs, a big pit bull because of a friend's sister was involved with drugs and got arrested. And the mom was like, "I'm just going to let these dogs out in the woods or drop them at a pound. I don't give a shit." And I'm like, I can't let that happen. So I'm like, I'll hold on to them until they get adopted. Well, of course, until you guys get them adopted. Well, they didn't try to adopt them. So I was like, so we were stuck with them. No one would take them. So I was like, okay, we got to get these into a humane society. Okay, well, the wait list is unknown. Could be months. So now I've got this big pit bull. Well, the night my dad died, my dog, my little 30-pound dog, attacks the 85-pound pit bull, bites his in the cheek, rips his skin open. So I have to take that dog, which is not my dog, which is my foster dog, the big pit bull. I have to take it to the pet ER, the same ER where my dog had surgery, and get him stitched. It's like a $1,800 bill. I'm sitting in the ER 4 a.m, covered in this other dog's blood when I get the call from my mom that my dad has died. So I come home with the dog, with a dead dad, and I'm like numb for like a week or 2. And then they lay me off a job. Then my job lays me off along with like 30 other people from a company. So that was basically the end of April. And yeah, so then the 2 weeks with the Fosters turned into like 4 months. And we just got them, the Humane Society finally took them just a few, like 2 weeks ago, I think, lastly. Because again, we just, if it was up to me, we love them. We fell in love with the dogs, but I just cannot keep them. They're too expensive. I don't have a job, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's been the, oh, and wait, is he in chat? Are you still in chat? And Roll for Combat goes, "Hey, you got fired from your job. You got laid off from your job. You're not doing anything. You want to come work the booth with me at PAX?" And I go, "Sure." He goes, "Okay, sweet. Yeah, you can crash with me." I go, "Sweet." So I go to PAX, go to Boston. I work the booth with Steven Glicker. We get into the room, one bed. Where does Derek sleep? On the floor. After working the booth all day, work up. I love working the booth. Yes. Now, you're here. Tell me. I worked that booth all day. I had to stand. I was outside the booth talking to every single person, engaging with them. Did I complain once? No, I did not. Now, how much XP did I get for all that? Ken, I feel like I got nothing. I feel like my life has been on pause for the last year. Edward, they got to mail that to you several times. That's what I said. And the fact of the matter is they didn't. And I actually feel like they should have like put a flyer on people's like front doors. Instead, it got sent out in the monthly flyer where they also talk about like whose birthday it is this month in my neighborhood. Like I give a shit. And there's a backyard barbecue happening at 3762, like shit I don't care about. And then like randomly at the bottom of it, by the way, amendum to the insurance. And I finally saw the letter and I read it. And even then it was like written in very legalese. And I talked to several of my neighbors who had read that, but weren't aware of what it really meant. And they were underinsured as well. So it was some shit. Yeah. So, yeah, dear God, indeed. There's failing with fear and there was whatever it was. Yeah. That was failing with fear. And my GM had built up like 12 fear. And they decided to just spend it all in one year. They just kept going. They kept going. They kept going. So I think there was something about a fire hazard and the cot or something. I remember asking at the front door or front desk, and they gave me some bullshit answer, you know. I would have completely thought there should have been individual acknowledgement or something like that. But, you know, my homeowners association takes this really bullshit, lackadaisical thing where they pass all these laws. They pass all these amendments and laws, but in order to do that, there's like 120, let's say there's 120 units in my development. They need a majority. So they need like 61 people to vote for this. The problem is what they do is they send out notifications where you can like sign it that you just agree to go with by proxy, because they can't legally pass anything unless they have like a plurality of voters. So they need 61, but they only get like 10 people to show up to their quarterly meetings. So 50 plus people sign this paper that comes to us ahead of time that basically says, I agree. I vote in proxy yes to whatever anybody who's there actually votes. And so the only people who show up are like the people on the HOA committee. And so they vote for whatever they want. Then they get it passed by proxy. Literally 10 people out of 120 people vote for this. And yes, we could, all the rest of us are being lazy homeowners, right? We could go to the HOA meeting, but who the fuck goes to their HOA meeting? You know? Don't get me started. In fact, when I was looking for a new house, my number one priority was, I don't care if it's the best house in the world. It cannot have an HOA. I refuse to have an HOA. My sister bought a house and they have a very, very, very minimal HOA. Like it's like $5 a month in terms of the fee. She wanted to put up a fence. She has dogs. She wanted to put up a fence. They said, you can't put up a fence. She said, my neighbors has a fence. Well, they have a pool. So why can't I put up a fence? Well, you can't put up a fence unless you have a pool. Why can't I put up a fence just regardless? Clearly, you don't care if people have pool or fences. Why does it matter if they have a pool or not? It's ridiculous. Like, I could understand. It's stupid, but I could understand if there was just a flat out rule, no fences. But no, you can have a fence if you have a pool. She literally thought about installing a hot tub because a hot tub would qualify as a pool and then she could put up a fence. But she didn't want a hot tub. She just wanted a fence. That's how stupid it is. Exactly. What is the definition of a pool? HOAs are terrible. They're horrible. And they have ungodly power. I actually talked to an attorney and when all this was happening to me, and they said, you're not going to win. Like the HOAs they just have you. They just have you. Of course you went to every meeting. Yeah, HOAs are terrible. And they have the most inane, insane rules. It's just, it's totally a popularity contest. And, you know, like people, it's the whole thing. They're terrible. It's horrible. It's absolutely, and it's even worse. No, you know what? I don't know if it's worse for me because I live in a condo. So there's already this idea of like kind of like communal ownership. So to a certain extent, I guess I get it. But if I had my own fucking house with my own fucking yard, my own fucking property, and you somehow go, you can tell me what to do, and you're not the government, you're not the city, the state, the county, you're not the government. I get that we have a certain amount of civic duty. You're just some pseudo organization that's sort of supposed to represent me, but you get to tell me what I can do with my property? Go fuck yourself. Anyways. It's horrible. It's horrible. At least for the most part, they don't really tell me what I can do inside my house. Like converting my home into or my bedroom into a studio. Anyways, this is a long rant about HOAs. So, well, thank you, everybody. And big shout out to Era Vulgaris for that massive super chat there right at the end. I really appreciate that. The Dagger hype is real. And, you know, again, I know. Hey. Let's see what Cal has to say about HOAs. Thank you, Cal.
Calderi Arc tipped $5. The idea behind HOAs is good, But the problem is they are run by people that never had power in their life, so they turn 60 and want to nag everyone else cause they have nothing else going on in their life.
Every single person that is on my HOA committee from this community is a senior citizen with nothing else going on in their life, and they just enjoy. They literally walk around with their clipboards and they just ding people on everything. It's unbelievable. And I agree. Like, I'm happy to a certain extent, right? That like, hey, you know, my next door neighbor can't put a car up on blocks in his front yard. You know, I get that affects the neighborhood value and all this other stuff. And I get it. I understand to a certain extent why they do it, but it never works out well. And it's just a way to just punish and penalize people. If you watch, Last Weekend Tonight did a great news segment piece about HOAs. So go look up Last Weekend Tonight HOA and watch it. And just, it's fantastic. It's very well done. That is possible, Boothby. That could happen. That could happen. Now, I mean, to put this into perspective, my HOA does do all the things that you're talking about. They do my snowplow, they do my yard, and that's all great. I'm happy to pay for that stuff. Sorry, Last Week Tonight. Yeah, sorry, I said Last Weekend Tonight. Last Week Tonight. Derek for HOA president 2026. Actually, Roman, I was so mad about this, and I was like really mad about this. And I was like, you know what? I am going to get elected. I'm going to get elected to this. I'm going to campaign. I'm going to bribe. I'm going to get elected to this HOA. And the first thing I'm going to do as the president, when everybody sends in their proxy votes and I get to just do whatever I want, is my very first and only piece of legislature is going to be to disband the HOA. Yeah, you're not allowed to park on the street in my HOA, and we don't have a parking lot. So if you want to have more than 2 people visit your house, they have to carpool. It's crazy. You enjoy the plan? All right, Roman, I appreciate it. So, but yeah, hate HOAs, and I will never live in one again, as far as I am concerned. This one's particularly bad. And so now we need to make sure that they don't think, now they're like, oh, Derek's running a business out of his thing. I think that's actually allowed in the byline, in the guidelines. Like the garage, which used to be my wood shop, they used to have a big problem with it because the bylaws say you have to park in the garage. Well, a lot of people don't park in the garage, but the bylaws actually say you have to have the capability to park at least one car in your garage. But they don't actually care if you actually park in your garage. They just want you to have the capability to park a car in your garage. So there are people in my development who have a stacked garage and then one spot is open for a car and they don't park in it, but it's open. And then they park 2 cars in the driveway and the HOA has no problem with them. But when I park 2 cars in the driveway, mine and my roommate's, Amanda's, but my garage didn't have a spot to park that car. They took umbrage at that. Oh, yes. After my fire occurred, I got several notifications of imminent, what are they called? Fines from my HOA for the following. 1, for keeping my garage door open. 2, for having a dumpster, which I had rented to bring into my driveway so that I could throw away the majority of my possessions in my garage so that I could clean out my garage, which had been burned down by a fire. They gave me a notice of a fine for that. They gave me a notice of a fine for having my garage door open, because I was leaving it open because, inside was burnt to a crisp and I was airing it out. There was a third thing that they gave me crap about, and I don't remember what it was. But anyways, it was outrageous. And my rage could only, it's like I was maxed, I was maxed on rage. I couldn't get any more rageful. So yeah, it was wild. It was crazy. What's really funny about it is, this just tells you how messed up it is. The fire happened. I saw that, I come downstairs. the smoke alarm starts going off. I come downstairs. There's like a fog of smoke in my house. I'm trying to figure out what it is. I look immediately in the kitchen, nothing. And then I look, and it seems like it's coming heavier from my laundry room, so I assume it's the furnace. Even though it was the summertime, I assume maybe something happened. Hot water tank or something. And I immediately look in there, and it's like, I can't figure it out. And then I see the door to my garage. It's got a lot of smoke going through it. And I touch the handle, and then it doesn't feel hot. So I open it up, and sure enough, my garage is full of smoke. So I was like, oh, shit. So I run in the laundry room to under the sink where I have a fire extinguisher. And I get the fire extinguisher, and I open up the door, and it's just so smoky and hot. And I'm just like, psh, with my fire extinguisher. It does nothing. I know I have another fire extinguisher under my kitchen sink. So I run and get that. I try it again. Shh, and then I go, this is not working. All right, time to get out. So I take my dogs. I get them outside, put them in the thing, call 911. Police arrive. Five fire trucks arrive. They get into my house, they go up into the attic, they check the heat, they put it out with the fire, with the hose, and all that other stuff. No bill. I got no bill for that entire thing. 5 fire departments, the big trucks, the hose truck, the water truck, the things, 20 guys checking the house with the infrared meters. Not a single charge. Now, because I had been standing on the threshold of my garage and trying to battle the blaze, they showed me my phone. I was like, oh, like I had smoke all over my face and my hands, and they were like, you probably breathed in a lot of smoke, and who knows what was burning in there. You had chemicals and plastics. You should probably really go to the ER and get checked out. And I was like, I don't know. They're like, and they did an EKG on me there, and they're like, you seem like you're fine, but it's better be safe than sorry. Better be safe than sorry. And I said, fine, I'll go to the ER. So the ambulance, which is just a box with a truck, and I wasn't having a heart attack or anything like that. I just like sat in the back, with a EKG thing stuck to me. They took me to the hospital, which is like 10 minutes away. That bill was like $18,000. So, no, not the hospital bill, like the ambulance and the EMTs. So all the fire trucks, all the whatever, free. Well, free as in paid for my taxes. But the ambulance ride, $18,000. So, it was, and of course, I had a high deductible plan. So like my maximum out of pocket was like, 2,500s or something like that. So yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I got the bill. It was incredible, GM Scott. Now, granted, I only paid quote unquote $2,500 for that because my insurance, but it was crazy. And then the ER bill, don't even know what that was. Insanity. To be clear, GM Scott, that includes the ambulance. It included the tech. It included the whatever heart test they did on me. It included the oxygen. It included the EKG. It included all the stuff that they did to me in the ambulance and the ambulance trip itself. So it wasn't literally just the ride. It was just the EMT/ambulance process before I ever got to the hospital. Like I remember I got charged, I don't even remember how much, for however many liters of air because they had me on like an oxygen mask. And it was a very high price per liter of air. So yeah, good times. And of course I knew that, I didn't know it was going to be that much, but I knew it was going to be maximum out of pocket. So then once I got to the ER, I said, yeah, do whatever tests you want. I'm going to be out of pocket. I'm going to be at max on this. So go for it. Enjoy yourself. But that was the start. That was the start of my, that was the start of my crazy year. Well, to be clear, my insurance did cover it, but I had a high deductible plan, GM Scott, so I was still out of pocket to the max of my HR, max my high deductible on that. So, but anyways, that is neither here nor that. Yeah, it was very year of hell. So now as we come to the end of it, I had, Origins was a lot of fun, and it was very relaxing. And it was a lot of fun. And, I came home, and shortly thereafter, the dogs got adopted, which, took a lot of pressure off of us. And I'll be honest with you too. I've been feeling a lot of pressure from the channel because I missed having the studio. I missed having the ability to play games and, get to have people over and, get games on the channel and find excuses to play with friends. And so getting the studio together has been really good for my mental health. And now I'm going to Gen Con in a couple of weeks. And, but we got to figure out, PAX West, Mr. Clicker. But yeah, it's going to be, maybe, who knows, maybe PAX U. So we'll see. Obviously some of it depends on my financial situation, on how much, Roll for Combat is willing to help pay for my expenses by me helping them out as much as I can. Shout out to Stephen Clicker and the Roll for Combat crew. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it because I would love to share my love for this hobby with you all and have as much fun with this channel as I can. And if I can scrape by and make a living doing that, awesome. This is not a way to get rich, full stop. But it is a way to, if I can pay my bills and do a little bit more than just live paycheck to paycheck and do that while providing a lot of value to you all, then I think that's going to be amazing and awesome. So, well, this last hour was definitely not what I expected it to be, but I appreciate you guys all hanging out with me and watching as I'm sure people plummeted off because who cares about that? Let's see here. Analytics. Yes, we were at 160 and now we're down to 96. So there we go. Well, no need for that, Kyle. No need for that. Now you just need to go watch the actual video you just got here. Well, we talked about Daggerheart. We talked about, we spent a lot of time talking about combat and the sort of structure of soft moving into hard moving and spotlight management and how people need to get away from this idea of spotlight and adversary equals activate an adversary. Like you can use the adversary in the fiction, even if it's not actively activating. And that can really set up a lot of really cool, interesting places, or a lot of interesting decision points for characters, as well as making the fiction and the combat feel really savage and feral and alive and chaotic and a lot of fun. So that's what we spent the most of the time on. We also talked about reward systems in Daggerheart, but also in RPGs in general. So we spent a lot of time on that. And then we also talked about dungeon and like how would you convert 5e dungeons to Daggerheart? And we talked a little bit about some of the pros and cons and some structures, and basically it boils down to cut out a lot of the unnecessary fights and make it a point crawl and use environments, which we didn't get as much into as I wanted to, but yeah. Yeah, we even did some stuff about 2nd edition AD&D and how the hell did Beowulf's group level up? I still don't believe him. He said they fought a lot of monsters. Well, I did the math. You saw the math. He had to have fought a lot of monsters. But again, Daggerheart is not only is it good for the channel, and you guys have been really supportive of it, which is good things both ways. I really think the game is cool, and I'm legitimately excited about it. There's a lot of games I'm excited about. I'm excited about Daggerheart. I'm excited about Fabula Ultima, which I'm excited to get my Natural Fantasy book. I'm excited about the Bestiary, which is going to go Kickstarter at some point. I'm excited about the One Ring 2nd edition, which is even a new game, but I just think that game is so cool. I'm excited about the new Warhammer game, the new old Warhammer game. But the truth of the matter is, only some of those games can also make me money. So Daggerheart has kind of this nice advantage where I'm actually interested in it, and I think it's really cool. But it's also, popular.
Anonymous tipped $50. Man, That's definitely sounds like a challenging year. Now it's time for some good things.
Well, thank you so much, Anonymous. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, whoever you are. It's been a challenging year, and I hope I have not trauma dumped too much on you guys. This is a channel about TTRPGs. It is not a channel about my, problems. In fact, my patrons yelled at me the day my dad died. So my dad had died at night or late at night, early in the morning. And the next day we had a stream with 2 patrons who were on, and we had the stream and we did it, and we did the stream kind of normal. And after the stream, I told everybody that my dad had passed that day, earlier that day. And people are like, why did you do that? And I said, because, it was cool to have the patrons on. And if I told everybody, it would have harshed the vibe, and I didn't want to ruin the stream, and I didn't want people to feel weird. And, it was a big scheduling thing to get these 2 guests on, and I didn't want to ruin that for them. And I meant it, I meant it. I wanted to be a professional about it. So I have tried, as not to make this a big, to cancel a bunch of streams. And look, don't get me wrong, mental health is a real bitch. But I try not to let it control me in that way. That's just my personal way of dealing with it, perhaps. And I also find that, one of the things that, again, I respect the hell out of a lot of content creators. But the one thing I cannot agree with them on, and it's not because they're wrong, it's because I don't feel it. A lot of content creators, a lot of people I respect, talk about how stressful they find this experience, and how their mental health suffers by engaging with the channel and stuff like that. For me, it's the complete opposite. Talking RPGs, talking with you about RPGs, this is better than therapy for me. This has always been my hobbyist escape, and it's a passion that I've had since I was 10 or whatever, 9. This is what I would be doing anyways if I had my druthers. Unfortunately, most of my friends now are busy adults with kids and families, so they can't talk to me 24/7 like they used to. Well, now I have this community, and this community it allows me to indulge in my love for this hobby at pretty much any time I want. It's like I have it on tap. So for me, I have never found YouTube stressful. I have never found the process of dealing with my community stressful. I have only ever found that to be a source of strength and community and solidarity and support. And yeah, I mean, to be fair, GM Scott, you're right. Trying to win the algorithm would be stressful. I don't give a shit about that. Dumpster fire, dumpster fire, dumpster fire. Yeah, that is probably it. I joke, I look at metrics. I'm a data guy. I look at metrics. You all know that. But it never really informs my decision. I might make a joke. Somebody really wants me to do a first look on some game, and I'll joke like, oh, we'll be lucky if that gets 800 views. And I'll be like, oh, shit, it got 75. But I don't actually care,
Thaddeus tipped $20. The down payment for the GM guides for Old World. Love the stream so far and hope to catch you at a con sometime.
Absolutely, Thaddeus. Thank you so much. Oh, you guys are great.
GM Scott tipped $50 for not giving a shit about the algorithm.
Right. Thank you, Thaddeus, for the Old World. I'm really excited about that game. I don't even know how I'm going to play it, Thaddeus. It might have to be a Patreon game. I got to figure something out, but there's a lot of cool stuff happening in that game, and it got me excited about the Old World in a way that I haven't been excited about the Warhammer. I'm sorry, it's got me excited about Warhammer in a way that I haven't been excited about the Warhammer universe in a while. So that's kind of cool. And I feel bad that I'm not playing the Old World miniature game. So I'm like, maybe this is a way I can double dip. So I'm excited. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. And then GM Scott for not giving shit about the YouTube, about the algorithm. That's right. I do care. In fact, one of the things that people say about me, they're like, wow, Derek really does care about this stuff. And that's very true. I do care about this stuff. And I think even somebody said it the other day. They were like, who was it? It was I don't remember who it was. It was some creator. It was either some publisher or creator who basically said, I don't always agree with Derek, but Derek always has like an opinion, you know, and it's like a legitimate one. Like I don't have an opinion just for the sake of making a video. Like I feel the way I feel. So yes, I do not give a shit about the algorithm, but I do give a shit about this game and about this hobby. I said talking about RPGs is therapy. Playing them, I don't know about that. So yeah, I mean, everybody should be passionate about something. RPG PhD. I find that I'm always very enthusiastic to share my love of this hobby, and this is a community that's really excited and interested in hearing it. And so that's a great combination because I like to talk about it, and you all like to listen. You all like to participate. That's the other thing that's huge about me. I do mostly live streams. I can imagine that. Again, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody because this is most content creators. It's my understanding that most content creators are, one, they don't do a lot of live streams. So that's full stop. They don't do live streams, or they don't do many. Two, if they do live streams, they don't really interact with the chat the way I am. You all have seen my setup. You know how important it is for me to highlight people's messages. I have my chat in a teleprompter, so I can pretty much read most of the chat, stay up to date with the chat. I try to talk to everybody, cover everything. I know you, I talk to you. Three, and this is a big one. People that have Discords or Patreons and Discords don't really go on it. They might post a newsletter, but it's very impersonal. They have a Patreon, they don't go on their Patreon. I'm on my Patreon a lot. And then fourth, you know, people that I really respect were even like, wow, really? We were at Origins and we had our Patreon meetup and we had like 20 people there. And JP Couvert stopped by along with Michael Putlak. And JP, Couvert's like, what's going on? I was like, oh, these are my patrons. He goes, you meet up with your patrons? And I was like, yeah, of course. This is like our third annual we do this at Gen Con, Origins. We meet up, we play games with each other, we hang out, we get food, dinner, we go big group meals. We have a special like celebration night where I like buy people drinks and we give out the t-shirts. And, Michael Putlak to JP Couvert was like, wow, how come you don't do that with your patrons? He's like, I don't know. I never thought to do that. Maybe I should do that. It's like, for me, that just makes, no. JP Couvert's a great guy. Michael Putlak, great guy. They were both great guys. They gave everybody free zines. It was really cool. They were more like, they were just blown away at the level of community that we have. So when I think about my experience with this channel, and I think about my experience with the chat and communicating with people and talking to people and focusing on live streams and being engaged with my Patreon and being engaged with my Discord community and meeting up with people at cons and doing all this other stuff, then I think about most content creators who do none of that. I get where this could be a very solitary, lonely, dreary, even existence where you're making videos alone. You're not talking to anybody about your channel, about the game, except for, I don't even know who, that would be very depressing, I think. So for me, not only is this community what allows me to do this channel because they financially support it, but also this community is why I do this. Because if I was just talking into the void via a 10-minute message that was like fine-tuned for the algorithm, yeah, I'd probably get really shitty and really bored with that really quick too. So, and that's, I guess, is my long way of saying thank you for being so interested and so engaging, but not just that, for being not just interested, but for being interesting. You make this fun for me. I don't always agree with everybody. You guys don't always agree with me, and that's okay because we can learn from each other and bounce ideas off of everybody, and it doesn't have to be one size fits all. RPGs are not a monolith. Neither are RPG players. And so, yeah, I've never experienced that kind of pervasive loneliness that so many people seem to talk about when they talk about burnout and they talk about that type of stuff. I've never felt like I was chasing the algorithm or anything like that, Jim Scott, I think I speak for many when I say we're here because you care about this stuff and you have a perspective and background that not many other content creators simply do not have. Yes, I am, in fact, a mega nerd. So that does help a lot. Yeah, I would hope so. I think that's a big part. I mean, not only that, we've had folks like for example, Elia has been on our show a couple of times to talk about her favorite games and to help me fill in the gaps with games that I don't know about. And the same thing has been true of, people for Pathfinder 2 and people for Call of Cthulhu and people for, a whole litany of games. That's important to me because I'm like, hey, look, I'm not the expert on this. Other people are playing these games too, and they have valuable opinions. And I think we should share that opinion because they have valuable insights that I don't have. And I want to share that with the community in a mission to entertain and educate as many people as possibly have. Yeah, I bet it is kind of like, wow, like no one's talking to other people. You're just talking to the camera and a void. That's crazy. That's great. Pumpkin. Therapy was kind of good for me, but also not good for me. And I say that in the sense that like my therapist was kind of like, wow, you're really introspective and you seem like you're really thinking about a lot of this stuff anyways. I don't necessarily know that there's a lot that I can do for you. I think you just need time. And we kind of both agreed that, after like 5 months of therapy that I was kind of like, I don't know that there's anything you can help me with. I just need time to process and sort this stuff out. And from my PTSD and the fact that everything kept happening. Right. And then my dad and all this other stuff. So it's like, I just needed time, but I mean, I would never, having been to therapy, even before I went to therapy, I would definitely never poo-poo anybody for that. And I think mental health is extremely important and it's something you don't know that you don't have until it's gone. Cause that was damn tough. Well, Cardboard Enjoyer, I appreciate you appreciating our streams. Also, I still love your name. The Dead Role-Playing Societies. OGM, my GM. Well, thank you, Edward. I really, really appreciate you. Our peasantry is Derek's fuel. No. Some of these people, I mean, look, I respect everybody in my Patreon community. Everybody has something to offer for sure. Even people who lurk a lot. And there's always somebody, even people who are pretty new to the game, they all have little nuggets or little things that they'll say, and I'll go, that's actually an interesting point. But there are some people who blow me away with how much they know and how good they are. So, Volcanic Shepherd.
The Volcanic Shepherd tipped $50, sending love and appreciation. You care and it shows.
Well, thank you so much. I didn't mean to turn this into like a sad sack type thing and me trying to like beg for this stuff, but it's it's true. It's true, Volcanic Shepherd. It's been very good for me to have access to this, especially during the last year. It's something that, I'll break it down. One, it was immensely helpful for me to get financially solvent after years of trying to make my businesses work and failing. So even when I went back to work, I pretty much had run out of savings because I had been trying to start a business and it failed and COVID and failed. And so I was pretty much dead broke. So, while I did invest a lot of money in the channel, the last couple of years with the Patreon and the tips helped me get to financial solvency. So that was awesome. 2, especially the last year, it was a great place to come and talk and share my thoughts and feelings, which was huge. And 3, and this was a big deal, when my company got bought last year, I was kind of like, I don't know how confident I am that this company's going to be around in 12 to 18 months. Either the company will fold up, it'll get sold again, they'll do some, departmental reorganization. I'll get fired, I'll get laid off or whatever. And it put a lot of stress, as anybody who's lost a job or been fearing losing a job knows. But I knew in the back of my mind and in the bottom of my heart that I could lose my job. And because admittedly, I am in a very, very easy financial situation. I don't support a family. I have very very limited lifestyle. I live a very non-extravagant lifestyle. I don't have any debt. I own my car. It's got 130,000 miles on it, but it's still running like a champ. And, my house is very modest. So I knew though, that if I lost my job, that the channel would put me a good, huge chunk of the way of basically being financially solvent. So when you have that kind of, not golden parachute, but maybe a silver parachute, it makes it a lot easier and a lot less stressful. And so when the day came that I saw this meeting invite appear on my calendar and I went, oh no. And then I hop into the Zoom call and the lady from HR is there and I went, oh, here we go. I didn't freak out. I didn't stress out because I kind of viewed it as like, well, shit. What? I got the channel. Maybe this is an opportunity for, doors opening, doors closing, windows opening. Maybe this is an opportunity for me to put more emphasis into the channel and all this other stuff. And obviously when that happened, I had a lot of stuff going on. My dad had just died and we were still taking care of those foster dogs. But I told myself, this too shall pass. And eventually my family will get out past it. My mom will be in a good spot and, the dogs will get adopted. And then I'll have my time and, my mental energy close to what it is. And I'll be able to maybe put some emphasis and focus on this channel and do some stuff with it that I have wanted to do, just haven't had the time or the ability to do. So it's a long way of saying much. Thank you, Volcanic Shepherd. But, I my appreciation for you is true because you guys allow me to have afforded me a lot of opportunities that I would not have otherwise had. So I'm not talking about you, Beowulf. Mostly. Yeah, and I'm happy about that too. One of the things I struggle with, Pumpkin, is I like a lot of things, and it's hard for me not to want to just talk about them all. I could talk a lot about nutrition and sailing and fitness and exercise and woodworking and a lot of Lord of the Rings. I love it. Yeah, I believe it. It was just hell. Absolutely, 100%. So this has been, and so, yes, obviously financially it was a huge hit, but, in some ways it kind of made me less stressed because, the uncertainty was what was stressful for me. Now I know, okay, I don't have that job anymore, and this is what I need to do going forward. And obviously that does change some of my plans because now I have more time to devote to certain projects, but it also means that there are certain projects that I normally wouldn't have really gotten engaged with because I was like, well, it could make me a lot of money, but do I really need that money? And do I really want to go down that road? No, because I'm busy and all this. Well, now it's like before, I never really thought about how do I, can I do a Kickstarter? Would that make me any money? And I never really bothered to think about it. But now I'm like, well, I have a lot of time. If I have the inclination and the initiative to do it, I wouldn't mind. If a Kickstarter went and made $40,000 or $50,000, that goes a long way towards paying the bills. So that becomes more of a concern as well. All right, folks, I've taken up enough of your time. You guys have been super awesome and great. And Trevor, just every time I want to sign off, somebody comes and tips me.
Trevor tipped $10. Let's get the cables paid for.
Well, thank you, Trevor. Yeah, This is a classic move, Trevor. So to be clear, when I bought the original cameras, they weren't the ideal cameras that I wanted to. And I think I bought each of them for around like $900, give or take. Or maybe give or take, maybe 1,000. I don't know, somewhere between 900 and 1,000. I don't remember exactly what they were originally, but we bought 5 of them. Let's just call it 1,000. That's $5,000 of cameras. Now, obviously, that was many years ago. So I've been selling them. I actually sold some of them to a new member of our community who's trying to get their own channel started. So I sold them at a pretty good rate because I wanted to help somebody out. But let's just say that I sold those 5 cameras for $2,500, and I did because I did want to upgrade.
DR Steve will tip $50. Game room needs cables. With hope.
Dr. Stevel. It's weird that I'm almost irritated. Whenever I make these big goals, you guys come out and complete them in one night. I'm like, because believe it or not, one of the hardest things for me to do, Dr. Stevel, is coming up with a good tip goal. I'm always like, I don't know what to put, so when I finally am like, okay, this is a legitimate goal. It'll help the channel. I'll put them up there. And then you guys go and fill it up in one night. I'm like, guys, come on. Dr. Stevel, thank you so much. Yes. Thank you for that. So long story short, I sold the cameras for $2,500. I bought 4 new cameras that with the lenses. You guys are crazy.
Edward tipped $40. Fuck it. We ball.
I am making that shirt. I know some people don't want to wear it, but I'm going to make the Trevor/Noah shirt. Fuck it, we ball. It's actually the Noah shirt. Edward, you get one for sure. Thank you so much, Edward. I really appreciate it. We do. We ball. Everything's done. Never let Derek leave. All for last. Thank you so much. Well, that's everything. Now everything's done. You guys completed it all. You guys are crazy people. It's funny that you say that all for last. Let me finish up with Edward, Dr. Stevel first. So, again, thank you, Dr. Stevel. Thank you, Edward. You guys are incredible, amazing. Oh, right. So I sold it for $2,500, and then the new cameras. Okay, these are like $1,100 a piece. But when you buy a camera like this, it doesn't have a lens, right? Because these are interchangeable lens cameras, so you have to buy the lens too. The lens is like $400. So this whole camera kit is about $1,500 to $1,600. Now we're getting 4 of those, so that's about $6,400. Now I spent $2,500. I got $2,500 from selling the cameras, so that put me in the hole about $4,000. But I sold one of my old light fixtures from my lighting setups from my old photography thing, which I'd been sitting on for years. I haven't used it. So I got like $2,500 from that. So I was really in the hole, call it, about $1,000, $1,500. Now we had a goal, which was $750 because I guesstimated what the prices were going to be. And we hit that goal one stream. That was crazy, right? And I was like, okay, that pretty much covers everything. Good. I don't feel too bad because even though I made this investment in the studio of upgrading these cameras to a much higher quality, I was like, figured out a way to make it mostly financially solvent. But then I had to buy new cables. And I was like, okay, how much are these cables? Well, the problem with these cables, GM Scott, is they are 12G, 7780 50R, and the connectors on them are HDBNC. And it's my understanding that even if you buy the connectors, they're like $12 a connector. So each cable is $24 just for the connector. And then when you add in the length of cord, it's about $40 or $50. So each of these connectors or each of these cables is about $80. So I bought 4 of them for 4 cameras, and that's $320. So that's how we got to $300 on cables. So all for last, people have joked with me for years about like doing a 24-hour stream and just people keep tipping. And I'm always like, that wouldn't work. But then people like you tip like this, and I go, maybe it would work. We had 100 bits come in from GM Scott. We had a $2 super chat from Kyle who said, fuck it, we ball indeed, keeping the hype train going. Braveflock's getting in on it with 75 bits. You guys are crazy. I feel bad because I still have to figure out this Twitch thing. And I even told Bob and Tim and Smith, like, come to me with ideas and let's get you guys twitching so that, because we can put more stuff on the channel, especially if it's on Twitch. I don't feel like that'll fuck with our TTRPG message. And there's a girl I know, she's a barista at Starbucks, but she like used to be a Twitch streamer or still is, I don't know, whatever. And she was like, I was like, oh, I need to pick your brain and figure out a bunch of stuff. And I just haven't gotten around to it and just figure out like, what are my options? How do I set stuff up? I don't even necessarily know what triggers I can get set up in or whatever. I think I need to do more with Twitch, not just streaming on Twitch, but like getting the guys onto Twitch and all this other stuff, Yeah, I got to get them twitching. I want to Twitch too. I got it. Now that things are, trust me, once I get back from Gen Con, things are going to be a lot different, because I'll be in a much more stable place. I'll have my life figured out a little bit more. A lot of the pressures that I've had for the last 2 months since I lost my job will be gone. I mean, I didn't get a job, but because I want to play like Final Fantasies, and I'm really excited about the Final Fantasy Tactics remake is coming out this year, and I'd love to play that. And obviously, I don't think that's a TTRPG thing, but it does very much for me a Twitch thing. So I think that'd be a lot of fun. And of course, I want to play Final Fantasy 1 because I think that'd be a lot of fun, and it'd be great to go through those classic games with people and stuff like that. Crushing.
Boothby tipped $5. I'd tip more, but I'm still owed a Coke Play stream. If only there were a fully equipped in-house studio for it.
Well, okay. First things first, okay? 2 years ago, we didn't do it. We did the Dread instead. Okay, we did Dread instead because Vin was coming in, and we had Bob and Smith. And at that time, Bob was like hesitant to play Call of Cthulhu because he was afraid of it. So we did the Halloween stream. It was just Dread. Last Halloween, I didn't have a studio, so that's my excuse. This year, we will probably play because I will have the studio. We'll have the people to play. We'll get some people in. We'll do a Call of Cthulhu. Mark my words. We will do a Call of Cthulhu. And if you know what, maybe you just need to show up. Maybe you need to make the 12-hour car ride, Bruce B. Come play Call of Cthulhu. Or maybe Scott can come down because we might need some players. I don't know how many people locally want to play Call of Cthulhu. So thank you, Bruce B. 24 hours drop in, drop out, dungeon stream, law players rotate quickly. That'd be pretty sweet. That would actually be pretty cool. I would love to do that. In fact, actually, Pumpkin, that's one of the things I want to do at NightCon. By the way, that reminds me, I have an email out to Gamma. So Gamma is the Game and Manufacturers Association, the people who run Origins, and I have requested a quote to see how much it would cost for Knights of the Last Call to get their own room at Origins. I do think that's a really cool idea.
Jackal Torn Moons tipped $5. Future FFT Remaster Fund.
Yeah, well, we don't need a fund for that, Jekyll. I'm playing that regardless. I haven't played Final Fantasy Tactics since it was on the PlayStation. So I've never played any of the remakes or anything like that. So that is awesome. I mean, it's one of my favorite games of all time, and I love it. And yeah, I'm excited to play it. I mean, my favorite Final Fantasies are Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy Tactics. All the rest I can kind of leave. I don't really care about. I mean, they're okay. Some of them are okay, but like 8. No, I don't like 8. I don't like 8. I don't like. I can't never remember which one I didn't play. I didn't play 2 or 3. One of them. I didn't play 3. I never played 3. I played 2 because 2 was on the Origin CD for PlayStation, but I never played 3. And I played 5 because that was on the Anthology CD or Chronicles CD. There was some release for PlayStation that was like Chronicles. And then, of course, there's Final Fantasy X, which is the only Final Fantasy game I ever gave away because it was so bad. Final Fantasy 11 Online I played for like 2 months, 3 months. Final Fantasy 12 is the last Final Fantasy I played and beat because I never got a PS3, so I never played Final Fantasy 13. I didn't play MMOs, so I didn't play Final Fantasy 14. I bought a PS4 to be able to play Final Fantasy 15, never opened the package. And then obviously Final Fantasy 16 came out, and I wasn't even aware that it came out. So, 3 wasn't even released in the US until the DS. Okay, so I definitely didn't play it. Yeah, so I played, let me take a look. Final Fantasy. So I had, okay, yeah. So I had this for PS1. This is how I played 5 because Final Fantasy Anthology had 5 and 6 on it. And I never played 5 until this came out. And I had this. And then there was like Final Fantasy, was it called Chronicles? No, that's the one with 4 and Chrono Trigger. I definitely had that one, but I don't recall which one it was. Final Fantasy Origins? This one. Okay. I also had this one, which was Final Fantasy Origins. And this is how I played 2. So I've never played 3. But I didn't play 2 and 5 until much later because obviously they had to come out on PlayStation for me to play them. I did play Mystic Quest. Obviously, it was a children's game. But you know, is Mystic Quest the one with Phoebe? Yeah, Phoebe. The only reason I remember that is because Aaron Smith pronounced it Phoebe. He used to pronounce it Phoebe. And I was like, what is wrong with you? 24-hour Shadow Dark Gauntlet. I don't necessarily love the idea of a gauntlet. If there's something else we could come in. 4, 7, 6, 1, whatever. Final Fantasy Tactics is its own class and goated. I do kind of consider Final Fantasy Tactics kind of different than Final Fantasy in that respect. I never played Crystal Chronicles on the GameCube. The only JRPGs I played on the GameCube, I think, was this one. I played, whatever. There were a couple Tales games that were released on the GameCube, and these were the only JRPGs I remember playing on the GameCube. By the way, I never owned a 64. I technically didn't own a GameCube. My girlfriend did, but I basically had it the whole time I was with her. I love the GameCube. I think the GameCube is an awesome system. I loved the form factor. I loved the little micro discs. I love that you still had memory cards. I love the controller. I love the GameCube controller. Hate the N64 controller. Love the GameCube controller. And I liked, the little handle. It was designed to be portable. And I thought that the graphic style of it came. For example, I know people think I'm crazy. I never played it because I didn't have an N64. I've obviously played it over people's house, but I never played it. But I think Wind Waker is awesome. I think it's like obviously Link to the Past is my favorite Zelda game. And I never played, I played the one for the Wii, Twilight Princess. That was the last Zelda game I played. So I never played whatever came after Twilight Princess. But I never played any of those other ones. But I love Wind Waker. It's in my top tiers of Zelda games. Like Link to the Past, maybe Wind Waker. Smith strikes you as a big Friends fan? Yeah, no, not. I, on the other hand, am a huge Friends fan, and I've seen every episode many times. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought the Tales games were pretty good. I just liked. Well, okay, you can guess. There is a reason. I liked Wind Waker a lot. Obviously, you sailed. I thought the sailing was cool. But, and this is where I'm really crazy. I like games. I haven't liked how games have become realistic and attempting to become realistic. I like games with an art style. Because I agree. I think it helps them age better. To me, I don't like realistic games. I just don't. I don't know. All these, you need a GeForce 90,000 or whatever to play it. I like the stylized games. I think they look cooler. I think they look better. I don't think it's a sin to have a style. But I have not played Breath of the Wild and I have not played Tears of the Kingdom, so I can't say that I would like it. But from what I have seen, I don't think I would like it. So, yeah, so I like the stylistic games. I think they look pretty cool, and I think they're very fun. But I love the boat. I love the sailing. I love the style. I liked that little graphic when you beat a monster, how they would turn into, whatever. I thought it was cool. But I think the game I played after this was Twilight Princess, and with the Wii and the bow, and I didn't like that as much. No, see, I'll like realistic games when they're actually indistinguishable from real life. I would like that less. I always want my game to look like a game. In fact, the more like a game my game is, the more I like it. And you know what, Beowulf? I think that's probably true for TTRPGs too. Maybe that is something. I like for my games to be distinguished as games. I don't want them to blur the lines with reality. So, yeah, I don't like when anything's too real. I'm like, nah, I'm out. I'm out. Have you seen any of those? I'm sure I have not seen anything. I don't anything that is. Yeah. Stop saying things that make me want to give you money. Realistic, in quote, games don't do it for me. Yeah, I just prefer, like, I mean, as an example, okay, like not that it's not that it like really matters, but like my favorite artist, like classical artist, is Monet, and I love Impressionism, right? And I would rather see. In fact, I remember like even when I was like my first checkbook that I got was I had custom checks, and they were all different Monet water lilies. So I love Impressionism. I would much rather have a piece of art that was impressionistic than a piece of art that was photorealistic, right? Like I want the art and the game to have a style. Real life, I agree with Mr. Squid. I don't think real life is a style. So ultimately, like actually, and my love affair with this started because I went to Giverny in France when I was in high school. I got to go as part of the language exchange program or whatever, and I spent some time in France and Spain. And when we were in France, I got to go to Giverny, which is where Monet lived and painted a lot of his water lilies. And not to toot my own horns, but I may have made out with a girl on this bridge. So yeah. Anyways, that left a lasting impression on me. You could say the impressionism left a lasting impression on me. Ooh la la, indeed. And Hodop says, ew. 10 out of 10 would recommend. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, I used to like video games. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. You know, I like to think that I didn't leave video games, man. Video games left me. What's up? The truth is, though, there are probably a lot of those like non-AAA games, those like small little independent games that some people are talking about. I probably would enjoy those potentially, that some people have talked about. I don't know what they are or where they are, but they probably would, you know, like I had no interest in playing it, but like when my roommate was playing Stardew Valley, I was like, I can vibe with this, you know, I could fuck with this. Like this is, and then it's like, oh, one guy wrote it and like had never been a programmer before, just learned how to code and made some pixel art and made a game. And I was like, all right, I can respect it, you know. My only problem with the independent games is I think a lot of times the independent games are very short, and rightfully so, because they're made independently. Whereas I saw people, they was all over my feed, like the unnamed Goose Game, that seemed so stupid to me as to be almost unplayable. I don't know. I'm very picky, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I didn't want to play Stardew, but I could get it. I could get why people would want to play Stardew. Yeah, I'm sure there's some that's like, I mean, part of the problem is I just you know, video games used to be like very social for me. You know, like my friends were playing them, I'm playing them, we would talk about them. Now video games, I feel like for most people, even my friends, it's a very solitary experience. And I guess I just don't enjoy solitary experiences. Am I trying to think, is there anything I enjoy solitary? The one thing I like to do solitarily is like be in nature. Like I like to go for hikes alone. When I hiked the Appalachian Trail, I wanted to be off on my own. I didn't really want to be with like a big, you know, trail family. So, yeah. All right, let's see. Good money to have Derek play Death Stranding. Half-hour cutscenes. I would be raging. Ultra realistic art style. I'm off of it. And piss grenades. Good time. True. Even MMOs are very single player friendly these days. I agree with that. Yeah. It kind of does take the MM out of it. Well, I have a I have a 4080 Super is my graphics card on my new computer that I'm building. So whatever that can support, I suppose. I don't know I don't even know if that's good enough to play. I only know specs for purposes of like streaming and running like Adobe. I don't even know what games require these days. I was a big fan of the original Romance of the Three Kingdoms and 7 or 6. I can't remember which one it was, but there was the one that we talked about that Smith and I played the shit out of on PlayStation 1. And then they stopped making it because they started making Dynasty Warriors because that was way more popular. 4080, I could play pretty much anything. Sick. Yeah, and I have a 9950, I think, is my card. I did not get an X3D. Actually, I was like, let me see what I have. Yeah. No, it would be my CPU. Yeah, I have a 9900X. That's what I got for my CPU. 9900X. So I did not get the 3D because I was like, well, they were like, well, it's mostly for gaming, and I was like, well, I don't do gaming, so maybe I can't. I don't know. We'll see. Not like it's a huge concern. What's funny is, I bought this, and I bought that graphics card in December. I bought it in December because I was worried about potential costs of electronics gears due to tariffs that may have been coming once Trump became president. And because I wanted to write stuff off on 2024's taxes, and I knew I wanted to upgrade my computer at some time. So I was like, I'll just buy all the stuff now and I'll build it in a little bit. So I bought it all in December of 2024. And as you can see, it is still in the box, still not assembled. But we'll get it assembled here shortly. I mean, I look, I may not be the most person who loves simulationist games for, TTRPGs, but boy, I do love me. I do love me some like SimCity, City Skylines, Total War, 4X games, all that stuff. Great games. At least I used to like them. I don't know if I still like them. But the last video game I played, like of any serious investment, was Total War Warhammer 2. I haven't played since the third one came out. I never got into Civ. I played it, obviously. There was the one Civ I played, Civ 4 or something, Civ 3. My buddy Mike grew up. We used to play Civ over his house, Civ 1, Civ 2. I just never got into the Civ game. I don't know why. I just never did. I think I didn't like Civilization because it was like real but not real. I don't know. It felt too modern. I don't know. I don't know why I never got into Civ. You know what? I didn't get into Civ the same reason why growing up, I loved Warcraft, right? And I loved Command and Conquer, and I loved StarCraft, but I didn't love Age of Empires, right? Was that the TTS? Age of Empires. Yeah. RTS. Yeah. Age of Empires was RTS. I didn't love Age of Empires. Like Matt from the show, Burl, he loves Age of Empires. He loves Age of Empires 2. I didn't like Age of Empires. I liked StarCraft. I liked Warcraft, right? I liked fantasy. I like this. Now, I did like the Total War series, admittedly. I did have Rise of Nations. That was a cool game. But while I did like Total War Rome a lot, I found that once they went to the Warhammer game, I was like, oh hell yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like this is really cool for me. So I like make believe, So yeah, cool, good stuff. All right. Yeah, Rise of Nations. Was it like a blue box? I'm looking here. In my mind, it was a blue box. Yeah, okay, it was kind of bluish. Maybe that was the gold edition. Oh, okay. I was thinking of this. I was thinking of Rise of Legends. This is the game I played that I liked. Okay, I don't think I liked Rise of Nations. I think I liked Rise of Legends. That was the game I liked. I was like, no, that wasn't it. You're right. It was Orange Thaddeus. I was like, I liked Rise of Legends. So this game got a lot of hours from me for sure. I might even still because this game was cool. I love the world of this. It's like that steampunk magic tech world. It was cool. They did there was some really cool stuff in there for sure. Yeah. Anyways, who knows? Maybe we'll do something someday, you know? I love, because I know it's a dying genre, but I love RTSs. I have always loved RTSs. And part of the reason I really like the Total War series is because it got that turn-based strategy and the sort of economic management part of the game, which I like, which is fun, which is cool. But then you had the worlds, which were RTS, or the battles, right, which were RTS. And I really liked that a lot. And the fact that it was, you know, it was unit based, you know, big units. I really liked a lot more, you know, because like one of the things I didn't like when they went to Warcraft 3, right? Warcraft 3, it's like you had so much less units, right? Warcraft 3 kind of was like the precursor to MOBAs, you know, the supply cost on like an orc grunt was like 3 or something like that. So like compared to like Warcraft 2 and StarCraft, like you had such smaller armies in Warcraft 3. I never really liked Warcraft 3 a lot because of how small, and I didn't like the hero, you know, as much. So like when Total War Warhammer came out, that was a great game. I mean, that game was like Total War Warhammer was like for me like a 9 out of 10 or 9.5 out of 10, and then Total War Warhammer 2 was like a 10 out of 10. Again, I played the campaigns like once each, but I didn't really care. I just played them for whatever. I don't really like them. I just love playing the mortal and immortal empires and just playing and setting personal goals and achieving them and being like, that was good enough for me. I don't need to conquer the entire map. I just need to, you know, fuck the Dark Elves. I'm going to take out the Dark Elves and I just destroy them. And then like when I did that, I'm pretty happy with where I am in the game, declared a victory and go on from that. I liked Rome. I liked Rome 2. Medieval was okay. Shogun was good. I actually, one of the few people who really liked the Napoleonics one. I understood that one was universally hated, but I thought that one was okay. I've not played 3, so I don't know anything about 3. I mean, I assume it's the same game, but you know, they added some additional armies and stuff like that. Okay. Derek, I got to call something out. I've been hearing you say on the VODs, you say no one plays BG3 single save permadeath, but I do, and so do a lot of people. There's a whole game mode for it. All right, respect. But does it delete your save file if you die? And do you control when you save? Maybe I gotta see now. I gotta look at the covers. Total War. Oh yeah, nope. This is the one that I liked that everyone hated. You were right. It was this one. I think Napoleonics came next, or Total War Napoleon came after this one. I like this one. This was the one that introduced boats, and I thought it was cool. I like boats. Or was it Total War Napoleon that had boats? One of them had boats. Whichever one had boats, I liked. Tim says, I hated Warcraft 3. It was all about the hero, and it didn't like it for that style of game I wanted to be, right? It became MOBA, right? It became Defense of the Ancients. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the scenarios. Techless all day. Techless all day. Although I will say that in the video game, it's easier to use non-spellcasting heroes. So Tyrion does get, kind of a boost there. But yeah, Techless, I'm a mage. I'm a high elf mage person. And in the game, the actual tabletop game, Techless was a house. Although Tyrion was really good too. They both had boats. All right. Well, if they both had boats, then the first one that had boats was Empire, and I liked that one, even though I think everyone hated it. But besides, I definitely remember everyone hated it, and I was like, I didn't think it was that bad. But yeah, look at that. Cool. I do have to play 3 at some point. Total War, Warhammer 3, that is. Well, Lugs, when the GM guide comes out, when the Total War that's not Total War, sorry. The Old World Warhammer, the RPG game guide. We got a GM guide. Looks like it's coming out. It's shipping Q1 2026. So I gotta get my pre-order in because we will get an email at the end of July. So as soon as this comes out, we will be doing a look at it. So I intend to pick it up and pre-order it as well. So we've got 192 full page color back. 192 page full color hardback. Advice, no. Directions, how to use your Grim Portents, context, and dark threads. Embellishment of the core setting. Rules for magic item downtimes, path to corruptions. And a massive bestiary of allies and adversaries and dozens of NPC profiles. So sounds exactly what we need. So it sounds like it's going to be a bestiary and a GM guide in one. So that is definitely what we're going to do. So the one thing I do not spend money on ever is DLC. And that made me sad because Total War was DLC'd to shit. Because like any of the special characters, like if you wanted to have like Rapunzel de Leon, or if you wanted to have like Grom the Paunch, or if you wanted to have Eltharion, or if you wanted to have any of that stuff, you had to buy it from the DLC. And fuck that. I may have never bought DLC in my entire life. Now, I know I'm not a video game person, but I'll be honest with you. Part of the reason I'm not a video game person is the feeling that I get, might be wrong, the feeling that I get is that they are selling me an incomplete game and then selling me the complete game via DLC. And I'm like, no, fuck that. Like, I want the complete game, sell it to me, and then that should be it. That should be the end of the game. There should be no DLC. I do not believe in DLC. So I don't do that. Z says they are doing that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just don't like DLC, period. Like even the idea of it, even if it was like quote unquote a good value, I don't know, something about it and me and the way I play. I don't hate it. I hate it. But yeah, Total War monetization is vomit. Depends. I mean, some of like the greatest expansions of all time have basically been like complete reworks. Like if we're talking like StarCraft to StarCraft Brood War, I mean, that was such an expansion that the game stopped being called StarCraft and people would say, do you want to play Brood War? If that's an expansion, then sure. But, you know, when they just like, oh, it's got 12 more maps and 3 new color palettes. I'm like, no. Yeah. So again, expansions for me, very hit or miss. I'm trying to think if there's an expansion. Like, for example, I love Icewind Dale. I love Icewind Dale, the video game, but the expansion, Heart of Winter, not a huge fan. Now, then they made Icewind Dale 2, which I didn't like as much, but I liked Icewind Dale 2 better than I liked Icewind Dale 1. And actually, I don't think I ever beat Icewind Dale 2. That should be something I should also put on my list. Look at this. Well, this is a year ago. Icewind Dale 2 Enhanced Edition is now released. Sick. Oh, apparently this just came out like in the last couple years. Wait, they did an Icewind Dale 3? Oh. I don't think they did an Icewind Dale 3. Oh, they're saying, is this going to be Larian's next big game? Oh, they're doing a Neverwinter Nights 2. I don't think I played Neverwinter Nights 2. I think I played Neverwinter Nights 1. Yeah, I guess it's, yeah, like if they're planning the DLC release before they even release the game, you know, it's just like, yeah. If I buy you Frostpunk 2, would you stream it? Oh, it's one word. Frostpunk 2. A city building survival game set 30 years after the original game. An alternate history to manage a city during a catastrophic worldwide volcanic winter. A city building I swear to God, every game nowadays is just like, let's take one genre and then let's cross it with another genre and we'll make a whole new genre. And I really feel like all of this happened because of Fortnite. Because Fortnite was like, let's take PUBG and let's take Minecraft and let's just jam them together. And I feel like ever since that happened, all of these games are just like, let's just literally, it's like Smith's wheel of make up your own new RPG. It's just like, brrr, like, oh, it's a city building roguelike. Oh, brrr. Oh, it's a looter shooter. Oh, it's a city building looter. You know, I don't know. Like you could just, I just feel like, and I bet you right now people are like, oh, that would be sick. Like that, like that's all they do to make these games now. It's just crazy. Don't. I'd actually enjoy his Outer Wilds, but don't Google it. Don't Google it. Maybe. Or is it just lazy? First person city builder. Maybe. We'll see. Why is everyone telling me not to Google it? Now I feel like I have to Google it. All right, I'm Googling it. Outer Worlds? Is that what it's called? Wow. Well, they're not going to give me spoilers here, are they? I'm not going to play the game. Well, how am I supposed to be able to even buy the game if you guys are... Z says it's thoroughly mid, so... And I tend to listen to Z. It's a game about discovery. I'm Googling it. It's an action-adventure game. I mean... I did grow up playing, LucasArts adventure games. So I don't know what defines an action adventure game these days, but if it's like Loom, or like if anybody ever played Loom from LucasArts, like this is what Sierra and LucasArts called action adventure. Roll for Combat says I might like it. Oh, it's nothing like Loom. Wait a second. Okay, they called it a graphic adventure game because it was like a big thing that had a graphics game. So this is when they say adventure game, this is what I imagine. I imagine Loom. I imagine Full Throttle. That was a cool game. Day of the Tentacle. This game is sick. This is a mystery game. It's a puzzle solving game. Okay, so isn't that like Myst? Yeah. Well, anyways. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Some of the LucasArts games were great. Think Myst, but more involved movement and interactions. Well, that doesn't matter. By the way, there are several people who said that it was thoroughly mid, so there's that. Well, ultimately, didn't you say it was mid? Oh, you said Outer Worlds is mid. Outer Wilds is great. Okay. Got it. When everybody likes something, though, it tends to mean I dislike it. Let's just listen. It's not my fault that they can't come up with creative names for their games. Okay, like everything is just. You know what? Just to tilt you all, I'm going to play Outer Worlds. In fact, this channel is going to become an Outer Worlds channel. Okay. Well, yes, but you also have to keep in mind one really important thing, King Hodop. I hate video games. Now that is potentially tempting. Not as probably as much Cardboard Enjoyer because I don't really like NPCs. So I don't know that we've ever really talked about them or focused on them. I'm sure we have. There might be. I mean, we've had so many streams that it's hard for me to keep it all straight, Oh, there we go. Darkest Dungeon 2. Except Darkest Dungeon 2 takes like the coolest premise I thought from Darkest Dungeon and gets rid of it. And like now you're like riding around in a cart. That seems stupid. Yeah, well, good morning. No, it wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be a 3-hour stream that turned into a 5-hour stream. Yeah, I thought we did do an NPC stream, Beowulf. I think that's where we came up with all that stuff. Okay, I was like, I think we did. I just don't remember. And I was like, I was going to say, I think we did one with Ben. So, yeah. I liked Darkest. Oh, you're saying Darkest Dungeon 2. Yeah, I didn't play Darkest Dungeon 2. I did play Darkest Dungeon. I thought it was fun for a while. I got bored with it very quickly. I also have this weird problem. This isn't a problem anymore because I don't really play games. But like if I'm playing like a game, like a video game, and like if I die or if like I lose or whatever, I'll like be like, oh cool, I got that. I'll like that's it. I never play the game again. It's like the superest of hard modes where I get one chance to play the game, and if it doesn't go well, or if I have to like if I lose, or if I die, or if I restart or whatever, I just delete the game and I never play it again. So yeah, but I liked the visual, I liked the visual representation of it being a dungeon. So, okay, well, I respect that then. So honor mode auto saves, you can't reload, and if you TPK, your save is deleted. Okay. I mean, I respect that there are people out there playing it, but how many? But my point is, I'm going to guess most people do not play it like that. But that's how we all play TTRPGs for the most part. If I die, the stream ends. Actually, if I died, the stream would never end. You guys would just see me passed out over here. Yeah. I don't know. It's a complicated thing to say. It just basically means that I don't put a lot of emphasis into NPCs. I don't really give them a lot of history or backgrounds. I don't really care about their motivations or interests. Like, I only use them as fundamentally, my NPCs kind of like only exist as needed to serve a purpose for the PCs. I don't like, obviously, like on the spectrum of NPCs, you have like literally faceless minions, and then you have like all the way to like full GM PCs, right? I am much closer to the faceless minions. I just don't like them. Like, it's not like if they go to the blacksmith, there's not going to be a blacksmith. Like, of course there's going to be a blacksmith, but I don't really like care. Like, I'm trying to think of like some of these Baldur's Gate games. I didn't play the Baldur's Gate game, but like, right, I assume you make a party of PCs, multiple PCs, right? I'm assuming. And then the game has these like NPCs, right? Some of them I think are fairly famous because I've seen them in like memes and stuff like that, right? And they all want to fuck you and stuff, all this fucked up shit. I don't give a shit about those NPCs, right? Like those are the NPCs I don't care about. The ones that like would join your party or whatever like that. Those NPCs are just never in my game. NPCs are like, the guy who says like, hey, go get this, thing from the tower and I will build the bridge for you. Like they're just like, they're quest givers. They're in the background. They're just, they're not important. They're there to serve as a foil or there to serve as a prop for what the PCs are doing. I would never have like, in a lot of RPGs that you play, like it feels like the NP. Yeah. I like almost exclusively do not have NPCs join the party. My constant urge to turn my RPGs into Persona-style dating sims requires that my NPCs have depth. Well, there is that. So, yeah, that's a great NPC. It's dangerous out there. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. But like most of the BG3 options from what I've seen, I would hate that. Like, get the fuck out. Like, I'm not putting you in my party. Why are you here? Like, get out. This is about my party members. It's not about you. Like, who are you? Go away. I don't want you. So like, a lot of the NPCs like just are irritating to me. And in TTRPGs, doubly so. Like, what do I need an NPC for? I have a PC. I have another PC. I have another PC. I have another PC. Talk to each other. I don't need to be involved. And the NPC definitely doesn't need to be involved, right? I don't like that. Again, unless they're there like very specifically to like serve as a foil, to the characters. But I'd much rather see drama and developments and things like that between other PCs than I would between an NPC. Because then it just ends up being like me talking to the party. Yeah, I'm sure I would. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's true. I think that if the party is really interested in an NPC, I will certainly give them, more story credence. But that's basically what it is. The NPCs in games like Baldur's Gate 3 are an emulation of what it might be like if you were playing with friends. That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, I guess even just like then, I don't know. My relationship with NPCs is very fraught. Most of the time when I've played an NPC, I don't play it like I distinctly remember there was like a time we were playing 3rd edition, and like nope, like a lot of my NPCs have been clerics because like nobody wanted to be the healer at some point, and like the group needed a healer, and I was like okay, and so Bavos the dwarven cleric and Lorath the elven cleric. These were all different campaigns, that I can remember, and they were just there to cast Cure Light Wounds. Like they didn't talk, they didn't have personalities, they didn't add anything to the group's dynamic. They were in the background. They were just there to cast Cure Light Wounds. I was okay with that. So yeah. And if I do have an NPC that has any amount of, interest or depth, so a cloistered cleric. Yes, exactly. In fact, Kyle, when I played my last PF2 campaign, I was a cleric, and after like 6 levels, I was like, okay, I'm basically making my cleric an NPC. Even though I'm a player, I was like, I'm gonna make a fighter, and I'm gonna keep playing the cleric because it's super simple, and I'll go from there. Like, I'm much more likely to have like a villain NPC, maybe have some interesting, motivations and personality, but like friendly NPCs or allied NPCs or whatever like that are almost very, very, very two-dimensional. My favorite Baldur's Gate 1 party? I don't know. I couldn't even begin to tell you. It's been 30 years since I played Baldur's Gate 1 or something crazy like that. I couldn't even begin to tell you. All right. It is past midnight, so it's well past my bedtime. Tomorrow is Friday, and we're supposedly playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. Yeah, we've got a couple people out for our Pathfinder 2 campaign, and Smith wants to run Rapanathuk. And wants to run Rapanathuk, and he has this version for 5th edition. I think he was going to play it with his family, but he just never got along for it. And honestly, I think 5th edition would do this game pretty good justice, because I could kind of consider 5th edition to be kind of an old school game. And pretty simple, quick, and easy. I have not made my character already. I would never make my character beforehand. Of course, I would make my character with the group. I'm sure we'll just roll. We'll probably do 46, drop low, put your stats wherever you want. So I wouldn't even be able to make my character because we will almost certainly be rolling. In fact, I am 99.9999999% sure we will be rolling. If we're not rolling, I would be shocked. Son of a bitch.
Squid tipped $3. Squeak.
Thank you, Mr. Squid. That is very nice of you for that. We do like Cables. Cables like us a lot.
Omnisitoad tipped $10. I heard we like cables.
We do like cables. I could afford a 5th cable now, so now I could even get an extra cable in case one of my cables breaks. But I actually already bought the cable, so this is just repaying me for my, for my Gen Con. Basically my Gen Con budget I've spent on cables. So I think it'll be good. But so no, I will not be making my character now. Although I don't know what I'm going to make. Actually, I don't know if we're going to be using D&D. We're going to be using 2014 or 2024. I don't know if Smith even has 2024. I don't know. So I actually don't know the difference well enough to actually be able to tell. And our characters were never like really broken in D&D. Plus, most of the time when we played D&D, it was really fucking house ruled and crazy shit like DTX. So I don't know if we've ever actually played D&D. But But thank you, Omniscient Toad. I appreciate it. And thank you, Stream Elements. But yeah, even Pumpkin, who says, I'd be down for RA in our 5th edition. Yeah, I think something like this is perfect for a dungeon crawling game, honestly. And I think it'll be a lot of fun, especially in a game that's as deadly as Rapanathuk, because you probably need a little bit of extra survivability, but the flat math makes it so that it's not like PF2 where you are going to get completely hosed if you fight something that's much higher level than you, which I really like. Well, thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. Do you think it'll be going? Do you think y'all will live very long? Will this be an ongoing thing, this Rapanathuk game? I don't know. I mean, Smith was like, hey, I think Smith has a hankering to just run a classic dungeon. And for whatever reason, I mean, he has his reasons. Smith is not a big fan of Shadowdark, but also I appreciate the fact that Shadowdark is very basic. And whenever we play OSR style games, we get bored. And I think 5th edition has like just enough crunch in it to kind of keep it a little interesting. I don't even care about the lack of choices so much. In fact, most of the time when I played 5th edition, I didn't even choose feats. I just chose ASIs because I didn't want to bother with feats. And I didn't really care about being powerful or any of that stuff. I just wanted, a basic character. And which is why I consider this game, like if you roll for your stats, you use that like super basic version where you get rid of skills, which we do a lot when we play 5th edition, we get rid of skills. If you do that and you do that, and then you basically just take ASIs instead of feats, if you make feats originally were optional, they're no longer optional, as I understand it. I think you have a very basic game. I think it's almost like the BX equivalent of a modern game. So anyways, I understand why Smith would pick it. But anyway, Smith just doesn't really like Shadowdark. He's kind of like, why does this game exist? Like, why is this game popular? I don't really, it's not that he hates it. He's just like, I don't get it. Why would people play this over this? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But certainly Rapanathuk is written for 2014. But I imagine they're very compatible. So yeah, I mean, Smith would, because he has this, he understands that his love affair with 3rd edition is problematic. Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. We were playing PF1 when we played that though. So that was full torture mode. The last time we played a Rapanathuk, it was PF1 because Bob made a he made a blood mage or a blood rage mage, whatever that character was from whatever book that was, Advanced Player's Guide, whatever, the Barbarian Wizard. Would Smith like Torchbearer? Smith, I think Smith enjoyed Torchbearer. He loves the idea of Torchbearer, and it made all of his games. It influenced so much of his games. He loves so much of the play pattern and so much of the play element. I don't think Smith ever really liked the conflict system, I think. Blood Rager. Yeah, that was it. We never made it to a dungeon. That's true, obvious. We played like 4 sessions or something like that. 5 maybe? I don't know. 4 or 5. And it was, we never made it to a dungeon. Uh-oh, we got a skills or sim. Skills are gamist. I'll tell you what they're not. Narrativist. I actually do think that skills are a gamist simist thing. So in actuality, because skills are very, gamey. And when you think about like the adoption of a skill system in D&D, it's usually associated with the game becoming more gamey and less simmy. So, but we obviously, in terms of like detailing what a character is, I think people want to be able to say, I'm good at this thing, I'm bad at this thing. And skills let you do that. So that's simulationism is definitely respected. Simulationism is definitely respected from that respect. If you want to like model someone as a finite, discrete collection of mechanical elements, they want to be able to say, I can use rapiers, but I can't use sabers, and I can use gunpowder weapons, but I don't know how to shoot a sling. And they like being able to see all of those numbers, and then they can like, it means something to them. So, If you're not describing the process, you used to tan the leather, sew the herringbone, hatch on the moccasins. What are we even doing here? Well, don't get Pumpkin. Don't get a simulationist game confused with a fiction first game. And while most simulationist games are fiction first, not every fiction first game is a simulationist game. But that's neither here nor there. All right. Well, we had a tremendously, incredibly long stream that went way out of pocket. Huge list of people who supported us tonight. I don't even know. Omnishitoad, Mr. Squid, Jackal Torn Moons, Boothby, Kyle, All for Last, Edward, Dr. Steverl, Trevor, Volcanic Shepherd, huge tip. GM Scott, huge tip. Thaddeus, Anonymous, don't know who you were, but thank you so much for your huge tip. GM Scott, Thaddeus, Roman Vasquez, Calderiac, Edward, huge super chat from Era Vulgaris, Travis Elkins, Edward, the ERB, Edward, Sam, Jacob G, Vids RSA, Gurney, Roman, Edward. And we had Prime subs we had bits from GM Scott, we had bits from Brayflocks, we had resubs from Kaiser, Nikki, Therians, and Asking Ouija. So thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us. Again, we had 30 minutes of pre-scream, and then we had about 3 hours of Daggerheart, and then we had about 1 hour of Derek being like, opening his heart and being really emotional, and then we had like 1 hour of video game talk. So we were all over the place. Well, Edward, you have my heart, sir. Thank you so much for your support. Look, I get it. It's fun, if I'm watching RFC, I'm usually one of the top super chatters. And I'm like, I'm just giving money to my friend. And I just like super chatting, especially when he's got guests on. Because I'm like, no, then you have to read it. And I get to interrupt the stream. Today was a massive success, Kyle, which is, again, this community has been really supportive of me. I'm really grateful that you all are so appreciative. I get it, Beowulf. It's not required, Emotions plus video games plus gamist narrative RPG, all my favorite things in a single stream. Well, more to come. Like I said, we're gonna get the studio done. We're gonna not only get actual plays in here, but I want to do board game nights and maybe play some painting streams. Get Bob over and we'll just paint some minis. And again, I want to keep our core Tuesday, Thursday. I want to keep doing first looks and deep dives and GM advice and all the stuff that we've always done, but just add more. This is what I can do with my time that I have available to me. So, and in the meantime, maybe I, can make something for, for Shadow Dark, like a mega dungeon. Maybe that's something we can one day Kickstarter, or some stuff for Daggerheart. We can do like a magazine or an e-zine for the channel, for the Patreon. Maybe even something that we could eventually kickstart, publish. It'd be cool to get something on the, it'd be cool to have a book on the shelf with the Knights of Last Call logo on it. I think that'd be pretty cool. I'd be pretty happy with that, as long as it's something I can be proud of, right? I don't care if it makes money. I just need to like it. It needs to be good. And we got Wilder Feast, we got Die RPG, Genesis. There's a lot of games that people have wanted. We've got more Daggerheart streams, obviously, from the EU. We've got streams for Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy Tactics. I'd love to get Bob and Smith and Tim streaming on the channel as well. So it'd be good. It would be full of nothing but KOLC inside jokes. What is The Quiet Year about? The Quiet Year is a map-making game about communities. That is what The Quiet Year is about. It is a map-making game about communities. And you have 52 weeks, 52 turns in a full game. Well, up to 52 weeks. You have somewhere between 40 and 52 weeks to build a community before the frost jackals come. And that's the end of the game. And what that is, and what that is, what that is and what that isn't, is up to you and you figure it out. I am going to say it is a storytelling game, because it's definitely not a board game. But I also wouldn't really call it a role-playing game. Of course, thank you everybody for joining us. And if you did resub your Prime, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Omnishitoad, for 3 months with the sub. And thank you, everybody. That was incredibly awesome, amazing Thursday night. And I'm really excited, especially because 2 weeks from now, I'm going to be at Gen Con, and I'm actually leaving early to help Roll for Combat do their booth stuff. And so I'm actually going to be out there the whole week, basically. So we're not going to do I'm going to miss a Tuesday and a Thursday stream. So whenever I do that, obviously, the income drops a little bit. And yeah, streams like this make that not even close to being a problem. So love it. Again, well, I'm driving King Hodop, so not necessary. I'm actually, not only am I driving, I'm schlepping a bunch of stuff for Steven. But RFC did buy my badge, and he did put me up in an Airbnb with him. So room and board and my badge, which is cool. So that is more than enough. And again, I'm not working the whole con. I'm just going to be helping out at the booth, especially during their busy times and a couple times when Steven has to go to do important stuff like Deathbringer panels and panels with Kelsey and Professor Dungeon Master and blah, blah, blah. And he's got to go be Mr. Important. I'm going to be left man in the booth talking about Eldamon and slimes and living dungeons. All right, everybody. This weekend I've got a lot of gaming. So tomorrow, theoretically, I'm playing 5th edition in Rapamathuk, which should be cool. Saturday, we're doing back-to-back Torchbearer games. Saturday, Torchbearer with the Saturday crew. Sunday, Torchbearer with the Sunday crew. These are probably not the last sessions for these groups, but they could be the second to last sessions with these groups. So, we're definitely coming to an end. Both groups have made some strong decisions, and we'll certainly find out what happens with the fate of the Halls of Foundation, Tall Amrak, and what happens with the fate of Folian, or not Folian, I can't remember the name, Pyoria, and we'll see how the groups end up culminating in the campaigns. But I'm looking forward to that. So gaming Friday, gaming Saturday, gaming Sunday, gaming. So it should be pretty cool. So probably no streams because I'm going to be busy gaming. But King Hodop, I would love for you to be able to make them all. I understand you've got priorities of your own, and I apologize because some of that is my fault because of scheduling problems and weather issues. But if you could be there, awesome. If you can't, I understand it, and it's it's fine because you'll at least I've gotten to get the group to where they are, and who knows, we'll figure out what the play is and how we do from there. If we do a final besides, if we do a final session, aka Saturday versus Sunday, throwdown, conflict, kill conflict, we'll definitely save it till you're there, All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you again for the incredible support. Of all the things that you could do, the best thing that you could do is honestly join this incredible community of ours, the Knights of Last Call community. You can join for $3, $5, $10 a month. Obviously, there's higher values than that, but just get in and be part of the community and maybe play Pathfinder 2 or play Daggerheart or just hang out and talk RPGs. I'd love to have you there and be part of our amazing community and be one of these incredible people I get to spend a lot of my time with. Otherwise, we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.